Feng Yu picked a land parcel. In the future, the city will build an industrial area there, and the current traffic conditions was not a problem too. When Zhang Ruiqiang told Feng Yu about the fees for the land, Feng Yu wanted to spit at him. This was a useless piece of land, and you want to charge me as if it was a prime location? Actually, the city wanted only half of what Zhang Ruiqiang told Feng Yu. But the city leaders do not understand Feng Yu as well as Zhang Ruiqiang. Zhang Ruiqiang could tell that Feng Yu was in a hurry to start this automobile factory, and he wanted to get more benefits for the city. Feng Yu had just sold some aircraft and made quite a hefty profit. This amount should not be a problem for him. In the end, Feng Yu gave in. The city will use this plot of land as funds to inject into the machinery company. Feng Yu would use the technologies, production lines, and a sum of money. Fu Guangjing also injected his share of funds into the company, but the city's shares had dropped to 28%. Feng Yu and Feng Xingtai's shares increased to 56%. Zhang Ruiqiang drank a large cup of tea. He finally completed the task given to him by the city, and the city still had 3% shares more than they expected. They had expected their shares to drop to 25%. After drinking his tea, Zhang Ruiqiang noticed Feng Yu was staring at him. "Why are you still here? You still want me to treat you lunch?" If it were other investors, Zhang Ruiqiang would offer to have a meal together after their business deals. But not for Feng Yu. "Mayor Zhang, we have finished our official matters. I suddenly remembered some personal matters." "Personal matters?" Zhang Ruiqiang warily looked at Feng Yu. "What personal matters do you have to discuss with me? This brat must be thinking of using me again. What does he want to sell this time?" "No way. Absolutely no way. Mayor Zhang, other than business, we are considered friends. I also had helped you with the city's tobacco factory. I heard that the exclusive cigarettes were sold out once it went on the shelves. All these are because of me. You still dare to talk about this? Everyone in the city is talking about this. They are saying that those exclusive cigarettes are produced for us, and the number of cigarettes we smoke in a year was worth a building. You and your stupid idea." Zhang Ruiqiang was furious. This Bing City exclusive cigarettes were selling better than expected. However, it had a negative influence. The reputation of the city government was gone. Sigh. "Mayor Zhang, the more you try to stop people from talking about it, the more these rumors will spread. Why not all of you just start to smoke this type of cigarettes and stop buying Hongshan brand of cigarettes? This will also be supporting the local products." Zhang Ruiqiang was too inexperienced. He wants to stop people from talking about this, but the more he tried to prevent people from spreading these rumors, the faster the rumors will spread. Even if he really smoked these cigarettes, what can those people do? Furthermore, it was for the local factory, and what's most important was the leaders knew why you were doing this. Zhang Ruiqiang opened his drawers and took out a packet of exclusive cigarettes. "You think we did not do what you had just said? But those people were spreading rumors that the cigarettes we smoked are better and different from the ones sold by the factory. The cigarettes we smoked were better and more expensive." Feng Yu wanted to laugh. It was funny to see Zhang Ruiqiang gets the blame. This was nothing like the future leader of Bing City he had seen in the future. Feng Yu held back his urge to laugh and said, "Actually, our Bing City's baijiu factory, beer factory, and other factories can also use this method. Make some exclusive goods. Let those people go and guess who those goods were exclusively produced for. The factories make money. That means the city makes money. These are all for the people, and I think the leaders should be prepared to make some sacrifices. Stop giving me stupid ideas. Don't you have any normal methods?" "I have. Advertisements. Is the city willing to pay for the advertising fees? I can make an advertising pan for you free of charge." Zhang Ruiqiang was speechless. The city cannot afford to advertise on CCTV like Feng Yu. It was too expensive. If all the factories advertised on CCTV, they would not even earn back the advertising fees even when their sales improved. Feng Yu leaned forward and smiled. "Mayor Zhang, actually I still have an idea to change people's perception of the city government." Zhang Ruiqiang was looking forward to Feng Yu's idea. "What's your solution?" "Mayor Zhang, my cousin, will be graduating from the university this year, and there are some problems with the job he will be assigned to. He will be assigned to where he was registered. The local government will make the proper arrangements. He is a university graduate. What's there to worry about?" Zhang Ruiqiang said. "He is thinking of working in Bing City government." Feng Yu said. "You want him to enter the government through the back door? If you want to think this way, so be it." Feng Yu shamelessly admitted. My nephew is working in a production line of the beer factory, and my other nephew is working at a textile factory. That's different. Those are your relatives. If you give them good positions, people will start talking behind your back. My cousin is different. He is a graduate of a reputable university, and he just wants a normal job with Bing City's government. He does not need to be a high-ranking official. Zhang Ruiqiang stared at Feng Yu. He had just graduated and still want to be an official? You think it is easy to be an official? You tell me how to change people's perception of the city first. He agrees? Feng Yu was overjoyed, and he quickly said, Actually, you can report it in the news that this Bing City exclusive cigarette is a brand of cigarettes targeting Bing City. These cigarettes are exclusively for Bing City. Doesn't it solve all your problems? Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu. Feng Yu was telling him to lower his status and deceive the residents. This might be a good idea, but he was the deputy mayor, and he would lose face if he does that. What nonsense. This is your solution? It will definitely solve your problems. Impossible. Zhang Ruiqiang rejected this idea. Even if he agrees, the other leaders will not accept. There is another solution. You can advertise in the newspapers about the beer factory introducing a new type of Bing City's exclusive beer. At the same time, you can increase the government image. Zhang Ruiqiang's eyes grew wider. This method can stop the rumors and also increases Bing City government's image. The beer factory sales will also increase. This method can consider. During the meeting, the leaders can discuss this. This method should be approved. Later you pass me your relative's particulars. But he will only be an ordinary clerk. Nothing more than that. The city government will also be recruiting more staffs this year. University graduates were the ones they wanted. There's no need for later. I have all his particulars with me now. I will leave these with you. Thanks for your help. Zhang Ruiqiang. Didn't you suddenly think of this personal matter? Why do you have his particulars with you? You had planned this from the start. I am fooled by you again. Manager Zhao, Manager Mei is back. Oh, how was the negotiation? Bing City government should agree to our conditions, right? Manager Zhao asked while enjoying his tea. Manager Zhao, Manager Mei does not look right. I think he might have encountered some problems with the negotiation. What? What problems? Where is Mei Fangwu? Ask him to come in now. First Automobile Works, China's largest automobile manufacturer. They did not even succeed to take over 2 small factories in Bing City. Impossible. The conditions they offered to Bing City were quite attractive, and those 2 factories were close to shutting down. Bing City wanted more money. Bing City government should not be taking such risks. Manager Zhao, I had let you down. I had let First Automobile Works down. The negotiations failed. Mei Fangwu sighed and said, Failed? Why? The price is not right. Didn't I tell you to be more flexible? Manager Zhao was furious. Even if the negotiations failed, you should not be returning so soon. You should stay there and try again. Manager Zhao, we have no more chances. Bing City will start their own automobile project. What? Bing City is going to manufacture their own automobiles. Are they crazy? Manager Zhao was shocked. Bing City was located so near to G City, and are they trying to compete with First Automobile Works? Where did they get the confidence to compete with First Automobile Works? This will be competing with China's largest automobile manufacturer. Manager Zhao, you know about Bing City's machinery company? The one that sells motorcycles? That is the company that will be starting an automobile project. I heard that they had bought production lines and technologies from the Soviet Union. They are clearing a piece of land to build the factory. A motorcycle company trying to build cars? Humph. Even with the Soviet Union technologies, what cars can they produce? Cars are more complex than motorcycles. Furthermore, did they analyze the automobile market? They are setting up an automobile factory on impulse. Then we shall stop all negotiations with Bing City and wait until their automobile factory shut down. They will come begging us to take over that factory. Manager Zhao banged the desk, spilling some tea. A proposal was wet by the tea. Everybody be quiet. Let me say something. Some people laughed at us when they knew we will be manufacturing cars. There are also people who said that we had bought outdated automobile technologies and we can only build cars behind closed doors. Even if we can produce cars, no one will want to buy. But I am telling all of you to ignore all these voices. All of you do not need to worry. We have hired the best designers and engineers. We also have sufficient funds. Our Songjiang cars will be the most popular car in China. Li Mingde was on the stage talking to the workers of the machinery company. He was trying to persuade the workers to voluntarily transfer to the new automobile factory. This new factory was located in the western part of Bing City, and it was very rural although they will be getting the same salary, the workers were not willing to go there. They had heard that the machinery company and the motorcycle factory employees will be getting a raise soon. Even if they will be getting the same salaries now, what about the future? They were worried that if the automobile factory fails, they would not be getting their current position when they were transferred back. Every workshop had different pay scales and bonuses. The motorcycles and farming machinery sales were the highest in China. Also, how can their cars compete with First Automobile Works? Li Mingda was embarrassed when one no said anything. He turned and looked at some workers he had spoken to before. Immediately that person stepped forward and shouted, "Manager Li, I am willing to go to the automobile factory. Manager Li, I am also willing to go to the new factory. I believe that with your leadership, we can definitely win First Automobile Works. I am willing to go too. This is for the country. We must get back the automobile market share from those Japanese. We will work hard and manufacture our own cars." Feng Yu was watching from the side. These people were getting out of hand. They started talking about patriotism and other nonsenses. But it seems that this was more effective than the speech from Li Mingda. Some workers were willing to go to the new factory. However, the number of workers were not enough. Now, China's economy was still not doing well. Many state-owned enterprises were undergoing restructuring, and there were many cities with many unemployed workers. Bing City was different. In Bing City, there were lots of jobs available, but not enough workers. In Feng Yu's previous life, Bing City workers at the aviation factory, motor factory, machinery company, and other state-owned enterprises were working for 1 day and resting for 2 days. Now it was different. All the factories were operating at full capacity. Many of the products from the light industries were exported to the Soviet Union by Feng Yu. In the past, workers from the bigger factories will have to retire before their children could take over that opening. Now, their children do not need to wait. They were employed straight away. Even those retired workers were re-employed by the factories to cope with the increasing demand. Zhang Ruiqiang had wanted Feng Yu to hire Bing City residents first. But now, the problem was there was no one from Bing City willing to take up the offer. The ones who were willing to take up the jobs were either the genuine retirees, and they would not be able to cope with the tough workload, or those without any experiences. Now, most of the factories were mostly half-automated, and those without experiences were different from the ones who grew up in the factory's hostels. The factories were their playground, and even if they met some work-related issues, they could go home and ask their parents. These outsiders were different. Their mentors might not be willing to teach them everything, and their parents would not be able to teach them. It was more difficult to train these people. Seems like Feng Yu could only try to poach experienced workers from other state-owned factories. There were too few workers that want to be transferred to the new factory. First Automobile Works seems to have a lot of early retired workers. Feng Yu suddenly remembered that First Automobile Works also had the same system. Once the workers were at a certain age, they will let their children take over their position. It was the same system as Bing City. Some of those retired experienced workers were transferred to other factories, and some had come to Bing City to look for work. They might not be qualified for other jobs, and their salaries will not be high. But for the new automobile factory, they will be more than qualified. Li Mingda was about to tell Feng Yu that there were not enough workers willing to be transferred on their own accord. He wants to discuss with Feng Yu if they should shift some of the workers by force. They cannot delay the operations of the new factory. Feng Yu smiled and patted Li Mingda's shoulders. "Manager Li, what do you think if we go somewhere near to the First Automobile Works factory to recruit workers?" "Recruitment near First Automobile Works? Who are we recruiting?" "Those workers who had retired early. As long as they were not forced to retire, we can employ them." Li Mingda's eyes widened. "This will be a slap to First Automobile Works. You will be competing with them for the automobile market, and now you want to hold recruitment talks on their doorsteps? Are you not afraid of them beating you up?" "Manager Feng, do we really need to do this?" Li Mingda swallowed his saliva and asked. "Of course. Didn't they say that we are building cars behind closed doors? Fine. Then we will use their workers to build cars. If they want, they can re-employ all those retired workers back. We will do this." Manager Zhao, something bad is happening." "Something happened in the workshops?" Manager Zhao stood up. It would be bad if something happened at the workshop just after the Lunar New Year. No, the workshops are fine. All the productions are going on smoothly. Manager Zhao sat down again and took a sip from his teacup. Why are you shouting when all the workshops are operating smoothly? What happened? Tell me. Manager Zhao, please take a look at our factory's entrance. There's someone who had come to our factory to create trouble? Manager Zhao frowned. Who dares to create trouble outside FAW's factory? He had settled all his workers' salaries, and he had announced a pay increment starting in March. Who would still create trouble for him? No one is creating trouble. Someone is recruiting workers at our factory's main gate. What did you say? Recruiting? Manager Zhao had an unbelievable expression on his face. Who would recruit workers from FAW? With the benefits the factory gave the workers, who would want to leave? All this while, it was FAW hiring workers, and never had it been others coming to FAW to hire workers. When Manager Zhao walked to the main gate, he saw the security guards arguing with some strangers. What's happening? Manager Zhao, these people are too much. Look at their banner. The security team leader Yi said. Manager Zhao raised his head and looked at the banners. Bing City's machinery company is hiring experienced workers. Workers who had retired early and below the age of 55 are welcome to apply. Hired workers will be getting salaries higher than the workers in FAW. Lodging will be provided for workers. Benefits will be scaled to your experience and ranks. Manager Zhao's hands were shaking from his anger. This Bing City machinery company again. What are they trying to do? Doing recruitment at my doorsteps? This is too much. Confiscate all their banners. Manager Zhao warned. What are you all doing? This place is outside of FAW property, and you have no right to stop us. I will call the police. The machinery company's new deputy factory manager of the automobile factory, Ma Igua, shouted at the security guards. Call the police? We are the ones who wanted to call the police. Security team leader Yi also knew that his security guards can only exercise their power within the property. Once outside the factories, only the local police can stop them. However, no one dared to stop them in the past when they enforced their powers outside of their main gates. But today, someone had pointed this out, and he starts to hesitate. These people were not nobodies. They were from the higher management of a big company. Yi Linhua, what are you waiting for? I asked you to tear down their banners. Manager Zhao shouted. Manager Zhao, don't you think your FAW is too domineering? We cannot even recruit workers for Bing City's machinery company. Ma Igua stood in front of the banners. Recruiting workers? You still dare to call this recruiting? Your Bing City does not have enough workers? Why must you recruit workers in front of FAW? Are you trying to poach our workers? What are you thinking? It's my freedom to recruit workers from anywhere I want. Why do you care? Furthermore, how can you say I am trying to poach your workers? Look at these banners. We did not mention about FAW. Ma Igua retorted. Before Ma Igua came, he was instructed by Feng Yu and Li Mingda. FAW must not be mentioned in the banners, but the FAW workers must understand the underlying meaning at first glance. He was instructed to blow things out of proportion, as the news will travel faster this way. But under no circumstances, they cannot use their fists. If the other party tries to use force, run away. Feng Yu will help them to take revenge. He can recruit those early retired workers and the second generations of the workers, but he cannot hire the current FAW workers. Ma Igua promised to complete this task. He will recruit at least 30 experienced workers, and the workers will be at least grade 4. He brought along over 10 men with him and went to G City's FAW main gate in 2 minivans. Ma Igua purposely chose the time when the workers were changing shifts. Many of the workers were not staying at the factory's dormitory. Once they left the factory, they saw the banners. Ma Igua had used loud hailers to shout out Bing City's machinery company's requirements and benefits. Although he had attracted a few relatives and some workers who were not working that day, he also drew the attention of the security. Yi Linhua thought that there was an accident outside the factory due to the crowd. If the accident involves FAW workers, then he must step in. He cannot allow FAW workers to be bullied by others. When he got closer, he realized that it was Bing City Machinery Company doing recruitment. He was furious, but he lost in an argument with Ma Igua and could not chase him away. Ma Igua was from the Machinery Company's promotion department, and his specialty was in doing promotions. He was eloquent, and Yi Linhua only knew how to scold and beat people up. How could he win Ma Igua in an argument? Yi Linhua saw manager Zhao, and he was instructed to tear down the banners, but he dared not to do it as it would be an abuse of his authority. If the other party were an ordinary civilian, he would surely do that. However, the other party was a deputy manager. He might get into trouble. Manager Zhao pointed at Ma Igua. You are recruiting retired workers, and you are standing outside FAW main entrance. What else do you have to say? Ma Igua slowly said. Manager Zhao is not familiar with the law? I did not write that on the banner. These are what you assumed. Of course, if your retired workers want to join my factory, I can't help it too. You cannot blame me for that. Maybe Manager Zhao can go back to FAW and announce to all your workers that they cannot join Bing City's machinery company. Even if they have to starve or die from poverty, they also cannot join. Ma Igua argued with Manager Zhao for a while, and Manager Zhao could no longer tolerate him. Manager Zhao turned to Yi Linhua and asked him to use his handgun. He will take responsibility if anything happens. Ma Igua immediately asks his men to keep all the banners and drove away. Manager Zhao was unaware that during his argument with Ma Igua, someone had secretly distributed leaflets to some of his workers. Now, a lot of his workers knew about the machinery company's recruitment. The next day, on the desk of FAW Workers' Union Chief, were a large stack of early retirement applications. What was happening? Why so many people were applying for early retirement out of a sudden? This worker is 54 years old, and the retirement age is 55. You can't even wait for a year? There is a big difference in the pension of early retirement and normal retirement. This worker is only 34 years old. Do your family even have someone to take over your position? The union chief asked his secretary and found out what happened. These people wanted to get the pension for early retirement and then work at Bing City's machinery company. The distance between both places is not far, and they can return home on their off days. Furthermore, the machinery company is offering a higher salary than FAW. Manager Zhao was furious when the union chief and all the workshop directors went to look for him. This Bing City machinery company was too shameless. All applications for early retirement will not be approved. If any of the workers are unhappy about this, stop their salaries. Also, no one is allowed to talk about that stupid Bing City company in the factory compound. If anyone dares to spread any news about that company, stop his pay. Half a month later, Feng Yu saw the report from Ma Igua, and he was delighted with his performance. He managed to recruit over 50 experienced workers, and their skills level was high too. Among the new workers, there were 3 grade 6 workers. This was unexpected. With the workers transferred from the machinery company and other early retire workers from other factories in Bing City, the new factory can start its operations. If it wasn't for Lin Province G City's leader calling up Bing City mayor, there might be more workers from FAW and other factories there. When Zhang Ruiqiang knew about this incident, he was sure that this must be Feng Yu's idea. No one else would recruit workers this way. Zhang Ruiqiang called Li Mingda, and Li Mingda promised to stop poaching workers from the neighboring province's factories. After all, he had hired enough workers. The automobile factory had also started its construction, and it should be ready in August. This was not too fast, but Feng Yu could still accept it. He wants to put his new cars on the market before the end of the year. The last batch of aircraft had arrived at Bing City's airport in April, and all the airlines collected their planes and made payments. The total value of this aircraft deal was over 1.5 billion renminbi. Feng Yu's profit was almost 500 million renminbi. All parties were happy with this deal. The airlines had saved a lot of money and got a batch of large passenger planes at low prices. The aviation factory was also satisfied with the engines and technologies. They had saved a lot on their R&D. The 2 Soviet Union aviation factories were also happy. They had sold all their planes for a lot of daily necessities. These necessities had helped their workers and also the factory's directors' pockets. Feng Yu and Kirilenko were the most satisfied parties. The both of them had earned the most, and they still take on the role of good guys. But Kirilenko was feeling troubled as Feng Yu wanted to buy the Mikoyan MiG fighter jets technologies. The Soviet Union had sold the Mikoyan MiG jets in the past, but the core technologies were protected. Even if the plane was dismantled, there was no way to get the technologies. There were no ways to research the technologies. Mikoyan MiG jets were the Soviet Union prized fighter jets. The technologies were well protected. Kirilenko did not want to promise Feng Yu. He dared not to touch these technologies. This was not the same as commercial planes. He was not at the level where he could get access to the McCoy and MiG technologies. But Feng Yu had told him that if he could get these technologies, the other technologies were not so important. Furthermore, Feng Yu had wanted those outdated technologies and not the most advanced ones. Even if it were the technologies of the McCoy and MiG first-generation jets, Feng Yu does not mind. So, Kirilenko agrees. It was still possible for him to get those outdated technologies. He had already got some of the blueprints of the Mil-Mi series helicopters. Since the day Feng Yu had told him that the Soviet Union would be disintegrating and to be bolder to get more benefits for himself, Kirilenko really became bolder. He had asked Feng Yu on several occasions if he wants to buy firearms or cannons. They can deal secretly near the borders and smuggle the goods into China. But Feng Yu rejected his offer. He had no use for those goods unless he wants to be an arms dealer. In China, if you dare to deal in firearms, you must be prepared to be invited for tea by the relevant authorities. But Feng Yu was still interested in the technologies. If Kirilenko could get the blueprints of those weapons, Feng Yu would still get them. Technologies can be donated to the country through Bing City Aviation Factory, but it would not be a good idea to deal with firearms directly. If it was not for Kirilenko had taken advantage of the mining company's shares, Feng Yu would not even want those firearms technologies. Another reason why Kirilenko agreed was that his father was promoted to lieutenant general recently. After his promotion, Sinchenko was even more grateful to Feng Yu. Feng Yu also decided to accept only 49% shares of the mining company and was willing to pay a higher price. Feng Yu did not go back on his words and really took out $2 billion. Sinchenko remembered that Feng Yu did not have so much money when he was getting Kirilenko's help to get loans in the Soviet Union. How come Feng Yu suddenly have so much money? This lets Sinchenko believe that Feng Yu must be related to China's top leaders. To get more useful information in the future, Sinchenko agreed to help Kirilenko to get some technologies for Feng Yu. Feng Yu was not interested in those technologies at all. He had no use for those technologies, and all he can do was to donate those technologies to the government. He was more interested in the Soviet Union's heavy industrial machinery and facilities, which Kirilenko promised him. Not only the heavy industrial machinery and facilities can be sold, but Feng Yu can also keep some of those for his own use. To manufacture automobiles, the requirements for the materials were very high. Also, after Feng Yu sold the ultra-high-powered electric furnace to the aviation factory, a few large factories had approached him to order the same furnace and heavy industrial equipment. Feng Yu had asked Wu Jigang to accept their orders verbally. If he can get those facilities, he would surely sell it to them. After all, the profits of these goods were very high, and Feng Yu was not worried that he could not find any buyers. There was a vast difference between China and the Soviet Union regarding heavy industries, and there were lots of profits for the machinery used in this industry. But don't think that with the machinery Feng Yu imported from the Soviet Union, China could catch up with the Soviet Union. If the current culture were not changed, this equipment would be outdated in a few years. For instances, the machinery company in the earlier days had got the advanced technologies from the Soviet Union, and they had never considered developing the technologies further. The leaders in the city only wanted to withdraw the profits, and if it weren't for Feng Yu becoming the major shareholder, the machinery company would be outdated within 10 years. No one would buy their products. Feng Yu could not control other factories, but he will not let this happen to the machinery company. The machinery company must be ahead of the rest, and his goal was to make the machinery company the best company in the world. Although this would require massive investments, this was needed for the growth of the company. This way, their products will have the competitive edge in the market. Recently, there were many visitors to Bing City. These people were from the purchasing departments of large factories. They had heard that there was some second-hand Soviet Union machinery arriving in Bing City. They were there to see if any of those machines were needed for their factories. Our country's leader, Jiang Daming, had accepted the invitation to visit the Soviet Union. He will be visiting the Soviet Union on the 6th of this month. Zhang Ruiqiang was watching the news, and his heart was racing. Feng Yu had predicted that China's leader will be invited to visit the Soviet Union, and it had come true. Even the timing was correct. That means the Soviet Union will disintegrate this year? After the news, Zhang Ruiqiang went into his study room and took out a report he had prepared and started to make some minor amendments. Tomorrow, he will submit this report to the provincial government #1, and then he will publish it in the People's Daily newspaper. Zhang Ruiqiang. This is the important report you were talking about? Utter rubbish. You say that the Soviet Union will disintegrate. I can understand. The Soviet Union's economy had collapsed now, and many people believe that the Soviet Union will disintegrate. But you even state the exact time of the disintegration? You are talking rubbish. The provincial government number 1 was unhappy with Zhang Ruiqiang. He likes Zhang Ruiqiang's devotion to his work and his capabilities. But he never expects Zhang Ruiqiang to be so eager to get credit. The provincial government number 1 can understand Zhang Ruiqiang's forecast of the disintegration of the Soviet Union, but to even predict the timing of the disintegration? Was it even possible? Even the leaders in the central government could not analyze the approximate date with the intel they got. How could Zhang Ruiqiang forecast it? Leader, I am not trying to fool the public. I have my own source of information. Please go through my report. My analysis of the situation is written in the report. Where is your information source from? The provincial government number 1 was curious. Zhang Ruiqiang does not seem to be finding excuses for himself. Leader, I guessed you had heard of Taihua Trading. The private company that had bought a stake in the machinery company and had joint cooperation with the motor factory and the aviation factory to manufacture humidifiers and electric fans. That company had started doing trades with the Soviet Union. I had known the company's general manager Feng Yu for more than 2 years. His Soviet Union partner is the son of a high-ranking military officer under Yeltsin. Who? Yeltsin? That's right. Currently, in the Soviet Union, Yeltsin was the favorite candidate to replace Mikhail Gorbachev. Feng Yu had told me that the current Soviet Union's economy had collapsed, and they will need our country's support. That's why our President Jiang was invited to visit the Soviet Union. But our country's support would be the reason for the downfall of Mikhail Gorbachev. Leader, think about it. What would the Soviets think if their leader sought support from another country's leader? They will think that their leader is a traitor. The provincial government number 1's eyes widened, and he realized that Zhang Ruiqiang made senses. Mikhail Gorbachev wanted China's support, and this meant that his support had dropped to the lowest point. Even though the Soviet Union was a strong nation, but there was a high possibility of disintegration. If Zhang Ruiqiang had gotten insider information, then he might be able to predict the exact period of the disintegration. Leave your report with me. I will read it. Bing City's railway station manager had been busy for the past few days. Every day, he had received calls asking for his favor, and he did not know how to reject them. All the calls were asking for the same thing. They wanted train carriages to transport large machinery. He asked his men and found out that Taihua Trading had imported a batch of industrial facilities, and this time, it was for the heavy industries. These machines were the machines not available in China. They were blocked by the Western nations. Taihua Trading had been importing light industrial machinery, but this time, they managed to import machines used in heavy industries. This was unexpected. Heavy industries were crucial for the development of a strong country. These machines were seldom exported, and Taihua Trading managed to get these machines. The train station manager also heard that these machines were models after 1985 and were considered advanced machinery in the world. The Soviet Union had never exported these machines to China before. How did Taihua Trading get these machines? And the quantity was still a lot. The most unbelievable part was the prices of those machines were only about 2/3 of the market rates. Now, in Bing City, there were rumors that Taihua Trading was a government department and it represents China. That's why their machinery was so cheap. This was all for the nation's growth. But some people said that Taihua Trading was a private company. However, the boss of the company was capable and could get the rare goods from the Soviet Union. There were very few people who supported this rumor. China could not even get these machines, and how can a private company get it? There were some other rumors which were spread. Feng Yu did not know whether if he should cry or laugh when he heard the stories. Feng Yu's surname was Feng, and none of the top leaders in China had this surname. Feng Yu was rumored to be the illegitimate child of one of the leaders. These were all rumors, and Feng Yu can't be bothered with them. It might be a good thing too. No one would dare to create trouble for his company. Although Feng Yu had some connections now, it was still not enough. In this era, a word from the leaders could shut down or make his company prosperous overnight. Every day, Feng Yu would just visit his company and sign some contracts. He seldom goes to school nowadays. Kirilenko was too efficient. The number of machinery he sends to Bing City was increasing, and Wu Jigang even had to station himself at the railway station. Feng Yu had no choice but to stay in his office and look after the company. 2 ultra-high power electric furnaces, which the aviation factory bought previously, were sold to 2 large state-owned enterprises. Luckily, there were other furnaces and related technologies. The other large companies were fighting over this machinery. 2 other state-owned enterprises wanted to pressurize Taihua Trading in lowering the prices further through the city government. But the city government refused to do that. The city even told Taihua Trading about this incident. Feng Yu immediately blacklisted those 2 companies. Taihua Trading will never work with those 2 companies again. Even if they had offered high prices, Taihua Trading will also not sell them anything. After that, Feng Yu donated some things to the city government for Zhang Ruiqiang to claim credit. Look, these are the benefits for having people in the government. If Feng Yu had sold his machines at higher prices, that means more taxes for the city government. This was the city leaders' political achievements. If Taihua Trading were forced to sell their products at low prices, the Bing city leaders would not agree. Zhang Ruiqiang was someone who does not like officials making use of their authorities to gain benefits for themselves. He made a public announcement that the city government will not interfere with a private company as long as the company does not do anything that would harm the city or country. Furthermore, Feng Yu had always placed the enterprises of Bing City first when it comes to selling those machines. This was followed by the companies from Longjiang province, and then it will be the companies from other regions. Even the leaders from the provincial government felt that Feng Yu had done the right thing. All the leaders supported Taihua Trading as this company had paid the highest taxes in the province. Feng Yu's actions had led Bing City's heavy industries to grow at an astonishing speed. Even the whole Longjiang province's heavy industries were affected. Bing City's leaders had still ordered some more machines and facilities from Feng Yu. With these machines, Bing City's industries will be the top in the whole of China. Feng Yu leaned back on the sofa and hanged up the phone. He had an excited expression on his face. He got the McCoy and MiG planes technologies. Kirilenko had gotten the MiG technologies for Feng Yu. These technologies were obsolete technologies in the Soviet Union, but to China, it will save years of research. Feng Yu immediately sent the technologies to Ho Haitao once he received the documents from Kirilenko. At the same time, reminded Ho Haitao to give him all the automobile-related technologies owned by the aviation factory. This time Ho Haitao did not say much and immediately led his men to prepare all the documents for Feng Yu. Ho Haitao had been waiting for these MiG technologies for a long time. Manager Feng, you are able to get your hands on these technologies. Can you also get the shipbuilding technologies from the Soviet Union too? Ho Haitao looked at Feng Yu. Feng Yu, these were aircraft-related technologies, and it was in line with your aviation factory expertise. What has shipbuilding technologies had to do with your factory? No, I can't get those. Feng Yu rejected Ho Haitao's suggestions. Kirilenko made it very clear to him that his father's influence was only in the Soviet Union's army. To get the aircraft-related technologies from the Air Force, his father had paid a hefty price for it. It was too hard for his father to get the technologies from their navy. Feng Yu could understand Kirilenko's difficulties, but maybe Kirilenko still has his ways. The only problem was the price he had to pay in return for the technologies from the Soviet Union's navy. These technologies were given to the aviation factory at no charges, and he can't be paying for the technologies all the time. Of course, if Feng Yu had the chance to get those technologies in the future, he would still get it. But he would not purposely ask Kirilenko to get it for him. A few days later, Ho Haitao invited Feng Yu to the aviation factory again. Feng Yu was wondering why Ho Haitao was looking for him. He still wants the technologies from the Soviet Union's navy? Feng Yu saw a man wearing the military uniform when he enters Ho Haitao's office. He looked at his rank and got a shock. That man was a general. Although Ho Haitao was also getting the benefits equivalent to a high-ranking officer, but compared to a real general, he was nothing. Who is this person? Could this person be the one who had asked him over? Manager Feng, come. I will introduce you. This is from General Shun, from Shenyang. General Shun, this is Manager Feng, Feng Yu. Ho Haitao warmly introduced both parties. Feng Yu and General Shun looked at each other, but did not say a word. Feng Yu was wondering why this general was looking for him. Could this be an order from the top? Damn, I had contributed so much to this country, they should not be too much. If I get pissed, I will look for other solutions. General Shun was looking at Feng Yu carefully. He had investigated Feng Yu. Feng Yu had no backgrounds. None of his relatives up to 3 generations before him were officials. This meant that this kid had built his career with his own capabilities. General Shin thought about his son. His son cannot be compared to this kid. Manager Feng, how do you do? General Shin stretched out his hand for a handshake. Feng Yu was surprised. This general had no airs. He was not as arrogant as he had imagined. Nice to meet you, General Shin. Are you looking for me? If you are looking for the Soviet Union's Navy technologies, I'm sorry. I can't help you. I am willing to contribute to the country, but I am still not ready to sacrifice my life for the nation. Feng Yu said. He wanted to make things clear before General Shin asks him to get the technologies. Haha. Manager Feng is indeed interesting like what Director Ho told me. Don't worry. As long as you abide by the law, our country will not force you. I am here today to meet you. I wanted to meet the person who had imported so many advanced technologies into China. I want to see what sort of person you are. General Shin's reply surprised Feng Yu. Not forcing me. This can save a lot of problems. But today's meeting should not be so simple. Is General Shin disappointed after meeting me? Feng Yu joked. I am not disappointed, but I am amazed. You are so young, yet you had made so many contributions to the nation. I cannot be compared to you. I think no one else in China can be compared to you. This praise was a bit too much for Feng Yu to handle. However, Feng Yu was overjoyed. If only his parents were there to hear this general praising him. General Shin, you flattered me. How about this? Today I will treat you. Let's go to the newly opened Moscow restaurant in the eastern part of the city. Cough. Ho Haitao tries to remind Feng Yu of his existence in the room. This is the aviation factory. It should not be Feng Yu treating General Shin. What's wrong with this General Shin too? Why was he not getting into the main subject? If he drags this conversation on, this cunning Feng Yu will not let them have the chance to ask him to do things. Manager Feng, actually General Shin came here for some matters. We can talk about dinner later. Feng Yu's brows twitched. Still, dare to say you have no motives to meet me? If you have no motives, why did you come to Bing City all the way from Shenyang? Just to meet me? Bullshit. General Shin took out a badge from his pocket and pinned it on Feng Yu's chest. Feng Yu was shocked. What's the meaning of this? You are giving me an award? Am I a kid? I had brought so many good stuff for the country, and you are just awarding me with a badge? Congratulations, Feng Yu. From today onwards, you are an honorable soldier of the People's Army. Huh, I am a soldier now? Damn, soldiers are all volunteers. Since when do the military forces people to be soldiers? Wait, General Shin. What do you mean? Feng Yu took off the badge and looked at General Shin. This is what it means. You are enlisted. Special enlistment. I guarantee that you will be at least a major within 5 years. A major is very big? Feng Yu was speechless. Didn't you say that you will not force me to do anything? You might think that being a soldier is honorable, but this is not wartime. Now is an era of peace. Soldiers nowadays only train every day and do disasters relief work. What Feng Yu wanted was to be a wealthy person who does nothing but enjoys life to his fullest. This was his ideal life. Wait, General Shin. What special enlistment? I did not agree to anything. You cannot fool me. I know the law. Now, it is not wartime, and you cannot force me to be enlisted. I reject your offer. Manager Feng, this is a good opportunity for you, and you do not need to serve in the army. Ho Haitao said. What do you mean? Feng Yu was confused. If he does not need to serve in the army, then how is he a soldier? It is only in name. All you need to do is to contribute to the national defense. Feng Yu wanted to spit on Ho Haitao's face. He knew that nothing was good when he was called to the aviation factory. Furthermore, Feng Yu is now a leader in his own company, and he manages a few thousand people. If he were to join the army, he had to listen to the orders from the top. Even idiots knew which to choose. I will contribute to the country when I have the opportunity. Now, I had already contributed more to the country than anyone else. Also, I am someone with a bad character, and I will disgrace the army. So, I think there is no need for me to be a soldier. You can give this opportunity to Director Ho's son. My son will be graduating from the university this year, and he does not need this opportunity. Damn, your own son does not even want to join the army, and you are still asking me to be a soldier? In his heart, Feng Yu had branded Ho Haitao as an evil person. I will be entering the university too. Beijing University. General Shin, Director Ho, I still have some matters in my company. I will make a move first. These few days, I will be traveling too. Please do not call me. Feng Yu left. He was prepared to fall out with Ho Haitao if he still talks to him about joining the military again. General Shun and Ho Haitao looked at each other and sighed. Feng Yu really had no intentions to join the military. Actually, General Shun was really here to meet Feng Yu along the way. The main reason why he was at Bing City was to speak to Ho Haitao. Ho Haitao was also looking forward to General Shun. Bing City Aviation Factory was formerly a military factory, and it was manufacturing fighter jets. The aviation factory was considered one of China's earlier military factories. But after the last reform, the aviation factory was converted to a civilian factory. It was from then onwards, Bing City Aviation Factory started its automobile project. The aviation factory had thought that they would make some profits by incorporating their jet engines technologies into automobile engines. But they were located too close to FAW, and the cars they produced were nothing special, and the sales were not as good as they expected. Although they did not make any losses, they did not make any profits either. The aviation factory then started to manufacture small aircraft and wanted to make profits from those. But the sales were not good. If it wasn't for the humidifiers, the aviation factory might even turn their helicopters into civilian-use helicopters to make ends meet. The main reason for aviation factories' woes was lack of planning and ability to adapt to the market changes. They do not know how to produce products to meet the needs of the consumers. Even with superior technologies, if they do not know how to market their products, they would not make any profits. But the aviation factory was considered not bad. Many military factories that were converted to civilian factories were bankrupted. Even if the factories were not bankrupt, they were a burden to the local government. There were many such instances in Feng Yu's past life. Feng Yu really despised the leaders of this era. They had the technologies and manufacturing capabilities of a military factory, but they do not know how to make use of those capabilities to make money. Look at the US and the Soviet Union. These countries were exporting their weapons. They made money by selling their obsoleted weapons, and they could still keep their newest technologies and even cover their cost of developing those technologies. China leaders insist on not selling weapons. They felt China was a peace-loving country and they should not be selling weapons. The countries surrounding China, like Malaysia, Japan, Korea, etc., were all talking about China's threat to the region. You think by not selling weapons, those countries will not believe China is a threat to them? Since China was considered a threat to those countries no matter what China does, why not just ignore them? Many of these leaders do not understand this. Those countries will group together and try to stop China's growth. The reforms of those military factories to civilian factories were converting 2/3 of the factory to produce products for the civilians. But how many of these factories could survive? There were less than 10% of these factories that survived. These factories do not know how to make use of their military technologies on civilian products. As such, there was a weird phenomenon in China. Whenever a popular product appears in China, there will be similar products from different brands. All factories did not make any profits and suffer losses together. Initially, the aviation factory's conversion was not considered successful, but it did not make any losses. It was only from 2 years ago, the aviation factory made profits. That was because of the humidifiers, and later, the factory bought an ultra-high-power electric furnace. With the furnace, the aviation factory made some technological breakthroughs and lowered their helicopters' cost of productions. The leaders from the top start to notice the aviation factory again and felt that Ho Haitao was quite capable. Soon, Ho Haitao surprises them again by getting some Soviet Union's aircraft engines technologies. These technologies were crucial to China. But the aviation factory does not have sophisticated research facilities, and that's why Shenyang Army gave an order to take the technologies and engines away. However, Ho Haitao got new helicopter technologies after that. The aviation factories were experts on helicopters, and this time, the higher-ups had no reasons to take away those technologies. To research on those technologies, the aviation factory requires lots of funds. They could only apply for an extra budget from the top. Ho Haitao's greatest wish was to let the aviation factory to be converted back to a military factory. In the past, the city government and even the provincial government could not do anything to the aviation factory. Now, even the city government could interfere in the aviation factory's acquisition of a plot of land. This thing that pisses Ho Haitao the most was the taxes imposed on the aviation factory. The aviation factory had to pay a lot of taxes to the city, and they did not enjoy the same subsidies as other state-owned enterprises. Now, Ho Haitao had the opportunity. Ho Haitao had gotten the MiG fighter jet technologies because of Feng Yu. The higher-ups knew the importance of these technologies, and they were considering Ho Haitao's request to convert aviation factory back to be a military factory. General Shun had come to Bing City to talk to Ho Haitao. He represented the military and wanted to speak to Ho Haitao about converting the aviation factory into a 50% military, 50% civilian factory. This would be similar to Japan and the Western countries' military factories. Of course, the aviation factory will not need to pay any more taxes and still be able to enjoy the government subsidies for private factories. At the same time, Ho Haitao would be given the rank of a major. The higher-ups had already decided. Ho Haitao wanted to get more benefits and supports. Ho Haitao remembered Feng Yu telling him that Japan's Mitsubishi, Fuji, Nikon, etc. were all formerly military factories. Although these factories were all civilian factories now, they were still doing R&D for the military and using those R&D results for products for the civilian. The money earned from the products sold to the civilians could even fund their military research. Should a war break out, these factories could manufacture military products immediately. Mitsubishi had manufactured tanks, Fuji had made aircraft, and Nikon had manufactured scopes for the military. But the trucks, cars, and cameras produced by these brands were very popular in the world and had earned a lot of money for these companies. Combining both military and civilian factories together was a suggestion by Feng Yu. This was modeled after some successful companies in developed Western countries. There were no factories in China currently that had used this model. Feng Yu had told Ho Haitao that if he succeeded, he would be China's first factory director that succeeded and would leave his name in history. Feng Yu was only casually talking about this with Ho Haitao, but Ho Haitao kept it in mind. He treated this as his goal and had been working hard towards this goal. Now, Ho Haitao had gotten this opportunity, and he does not want to give up. It was hard for the higher-ups to decide about this, as this would be a first for China. Military factories are military factories. Civilian factories are civilian factories. How can both be mixed together? Even if this type of factories exists overseas, it might not be suitable for China. Ho Haitao even wanted both the benefits of military and civilian factories, and still wanted to manufacture products for civilians. This was not a small sum for the government. Finally, the higher-ups decided to let Bing City Aviation Factory act as a test. If the aviation factory succeeded, it would help the rest of the converted military factories. Feng Yu did not know about this. With just a casual remark, he had made significant changes to China's factories. When Ho Haitao was talking to General Shun, Feng Yu was watching the news. The Great One was visiting the south. About 2 weeks ago, the stock market had fallen a bit, and Feng Yu had sent his men to buy into shares. He used all his available funds to purchase the shares of the listed companies on the Shanghai Stock Exchange and Shenzhen Stock Exchange. Feng Yu clearly remembered that in his past life, after the Great One visited the South and made a speech about the financial market, many people started buying shares. This led to the market increasing by over 500% with a few days. Feng Yu had analyzed before. With the government's policies and the people's ignorance of the financial market and the habits of following trends, China's stock market will enter its first bull market. Feng Yu did not use his funds in Hong Kong. He was still letting He Zhaoji use his funds to trade in London gold. Feng Yu had thought of using those funds to buy these shares, but it was troublesome to transfer funds from overseas to China in the current era. Even if Feng Yu had successfully transferred his funds into China, he would not be about to buy many shares. It will be even harder for him to move his funds out of China. Feng Yu only repaid his Hong Kong's bank's loans and got back all the shares he mortgaged. Just with the money he earned from those shares, he could do a lot of things in China. Current China was still very backward, and the laws were not as well covered as the future years. Feng Yu does not want to attract unwanted attention from others. If he were only slightly ahead of others, he would be considered a genius. If he were way ahead of others, he would be regarded as a freak. I want 10,000 renminbi vacuum electronics shares. What? No more? Then I want the shares of light industry textiles. Hurry up. It's my turn. What other shares are available? Fine. I will want that shares too. 8,000 renminbi. I want 10,000 renminbi worth of shares. I want whatever shares you have. Someone wearing a big gold ring shouted. After shouting, he looked at the people around him arrogantly. The other customers were gasping in shock. They envied this person. This person must be one of those earlier businessmen who had made a fortune. At the same time, this person also gave the others confidence about the stock market. Those earlier businessmen were the smarter ones and the ones who were capable. Since the businessmen were also buying shares, that means shares will surely make money. Everyone started to follow the trend and buy stocks. The two stock exchanges had lots of transactions of people buying in shares. Some people sold their share and made some profits. But those who had sold their shares early soon regretted. They thought that the share prices were already very high when they sold. It had risen by over 30%, and it was still growing. Since it was still rising, these people started buying in the shares again. Tomorrow, the prices should go up again. Not only the two stock exchanges were busy, even the bank's investment counters in all cities were busy. People were queuing up to buy shares. The staff behind the counter had not stopped working since morning until the market closes. After the trading ended, the staffs tabulated their day's stock sales, and the volume was more than 10 times in the past days. Share prices kept increasing. Shares were so profitable. Just today alone, the shares prices had risen by 50%. If they had invested 1,000 renminbi, it would become 1,500 renminbi. If the investment were 10,000 renminbi, the returns would be 5,000 renminbi. This was more than the staff's 2 to 3 years' salaries. Now, shares were selling like hotcakes, and many people could not even buy shares even when they had the money. But the bank staffs were the one processing the transactions and sales. Other people might not be able to get the shares, but this was not the case for the bank staffs. No one will know if they keep the shares sold by others for themselves. Although they were not allowed to do this, they can let their family members buy those shares. Xiaoyu, have you seen today's stock market? The shares had risen. During dinner, Li Shiqiang excitedly said to Feng Yu. Feng Yu slowly picked up a piece of braised ribs and put into his mouth. I know. I had told you before that the shares will surely rise. Then should we sell off the shares tomorrow? Li Shiqiang asked. Even when Dongjun was looking at Feng Yu, his family had also bought tens of thousands RMB worth of shares. Tomorrow? No. Wait. The earliest will be next week. This week, the shares will be rising the fastest, and it should slow down next week. Even though the shares will still rise, but it will not be increasing so fast. We can slowly sell off our shares to prevent any large fluctuations in the prices. Then this week, how much can make the shares rise? When Dongjun looked at Feng Yu, I had said this to you earlier. The shares should rise at least 3 to 5 times. I estimate that our shares will rise more than 5 times. 5 times. When Dongjun and Li Shiqiang looked at each other, they were ecstatic. This investment was too good to be true. This was better than robbing the bank. They had thought their investments would yield 3 times profits, and it would be considered a lot. But they never expect their returns to be 5 times. The both of them still did not know that the 5 times Feng Yu said was this week's increase. Their shares had increased almost double in value since the day they bought it. That means their shares' value would increase by close to 10 times. Feng Yu had set his target to be 8 times. Now, it seems that he would achieve his goal. He would be able to raise enough funds for his future plans. After dinner, when Dongjun immediately calls home and tell his family that the shares had increased and next week he would sell off the shares. The tens of thousands RMB his family had invested would become more than 200,000 renminbi. When De Guang breathed heavily, over 200,000 renminbi. He had only invested so little, and he would be satisfied to just get back double his investments. This money was for his son. Now, it seems that the returns were much more than he had expected. If his family had made so many profits, what about the Feng family? The Feng family had more money than him in the past, and had invested more than him. That means the Feng family had made a few million? When De Guang was not sure how much money Feng Yu had and how much was invested, he thought that a few million would be a massive amount. Old Feng's family have someone capable. Luckily, this Feng Yu was close friends with his son when Dongjun. He knew his son would go far with a friend like Feng Yu. Even if his son could not be an official, he could help Feng Yu with his business. It should not be a problem for his son to make a fortune. When De Guang took out a bottle of wine, which he kept for years, he wanted to celebrate with old Feng. Have you sold all the shares today? It's time to return the money. A young man in his 20s said, while swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. If it were 10 years later, this scene would be normal. But now, there were very few people in China who drinks red wine. This person was way ahead of everybody else. Master Lu, all the shares were sold. In less than 10 days, our money had increased by over 6 times. Master Lu smiled. Other people might not know that the shares will rise so fast, but he knew. His uncle was a high-ranking official with the central government, and he was in charge of China's financial market. His uncle had no son. He only has a daughter, and Master Lu was the groomed by his uncle to be their family's next head. Master Lu might be in his early 20s and had just graduated 2 years ago from the university, but he was already a deputy chief with the government. Next year, he would be promoted to chief, and this was due to his background. Master Lu was not like the generations before him. He likes to enjoy life. How can he live without money? These type of people dares to sell official documents, but Master Lu was not interested in doing this. He prefers to make use of the information he got from his uncle to make money. This time, he invested in shares was also because of his uncle. He borrowed 1 million from others, and within 10 days, he got 6 million. This was better than selling official documents. Furthermore, no one could say anything about him doing this. He used other people's name to invest, and the returns, he would use some other methods to transfer to him and his men. You have done well. Take 100,000 renminbi for your mother to buy some tonics. Master Lu said. Thank you, Master Lu. Are you the one that attracted the most attention when you sell off the shares? Master Lu smilingly asked. Selling millions of shares should be the center of attention. Why was his expression like this? Could it be someone selling more shares than me? Master Lu, I had followed your orders and went to the Shanghai Stock Exchange to sell the shares. But today there were a few big players there. Their transactions were all over 5 million renminbi. There were even some that traded over 10 million. From their accents, they seemed to be from the Northeast. Master Lu had wanted to boost in front of his friends and let them know that he was the one that knew how to make the most money. But today, he was shadowed by others. Master Lu's transactions were not even in the top 5. How can he still boost? Northeast? Master Lu was lost in his thoughts. Who is from Northeast? He had never heard of anyone from the Northeast that had the power to do so many transactions. The children of the leaders in the 3 provinces were all working with the government quietly, and they were all in their 30s. They were all working hard for their careers and would not jeopardize their career for money. But if it was not them, who else can these big players be? Go and find out who is the one that traded such a high volume of shares. They are worth befriending. No matter who this person was, he must be capable for him to invest so much money. This person was worth knowing. Now it was the era of free economy, and if he was posted to the grounds, he could quickly get some investments in the region he oversaw. This was also considered a political achievement. Coupled with his family background, it would be effortless for him to be promoted. But Master Lu never expected that the few people from the Northeast had no strong backings. They were all employees of Taihua Trading. Feng Yu had asked Li Shiqiang to bring his men to sell off the shares at Shanghai Stock Exchange. Feng Yu, on the other hand, lead another team to the Shenzhen Stock Exchange to sell off the shares that were mortgaged to the Hong Kong's banks. Feng Yu had thought that these few million shares will not attract attention, but things had been going on too smoothly for him these few months. He had forgotten that the total shares in the Chinese market was not a lot. The total volume of shares traded in a day at Shanghai Stock Exchange was only about 5 million in the past. Now, with the bull market, the total amount had increased to about 50 million. But Feng Yu's transactions were in millions and even tens of millions. This was more than 10% of the total transactions. They kept selling their shares, and this had affected the market. Luckily for Feng Yu, the people now were crazy over the stock market. Even when Feng Yu was selling off the shares at high volume, the shares' prices did not fall. It was still increasing steadily. Those workers of the state-owned enterprises that were assigned with shares were all regretting. If they had known stocks were so profitable, they would have requested for more shares in the past. This was much better than their salaries. Many of these workers also started to invest in shares. Anyway, most of them were sitting in the office and had nothing to do. The funds from these people entered the stock market, and this caused the stock market to continue with the bull run. As such, Feng Yu's selling of stocks did not suppress the share prices. After selling a few 100 million shares, Feng Yu received a call from Li Shiqiang. Someone was trying to find out about Li Shiqiang and his men's background. This message alarmed Feng Yu. Although what he was doing was legal, but in the era, there were many government officials and their family members that were unreasonable. This was trouble. Feng Yu immediately asked Li Shiqiang to leave Shanghai Stock Exchange and sell the shares in other cities. Feng Yu also left Shenzhen Stock Exchange for other cities to quickly sell off his shares. Feng Yu had thought that he would not attract unwanted attention if he went to the stock exchanges. The transactions at the stock exchanges were bigger, but they had sold their shares too fast. If there were electronic transactions, it would be safer and more convenient. This was the golden era, but the development was still too slow. Since now people were trying to find out their identities, then it should not be some officials from the top. Feng Yu's biggest worries were some arrogant officials, second generations. These people have the authority and will not obey the rules. Feng Yu was not really scared of these people. If these people dared to use underhand methods against him, he was confident that he could use his wealth and connections to bring down the officials. When one's wealth reaches a certain amount, he would be as powerful as a high-ranking official. Feng Yu likes to make friends. This was a habit he had from his previous life. You do know what connections your new friends have, and maybe a piece of information from them will let you earn a sum of money. Others were trying to find out about Feng Yu, and Feng Yu also let his men find out who the other party was. If the other party was only interested in befriending him, Feng Yu does not mind. However, if the other party was jealous of him and wanted to take advantage of him, then they must be prepared for his retaliation. Early June, Taihua Trading had sold off all their shares. Feng Yu actually wanted to keep some of the shares, but someone was trying to investigate him. Feng Yu did not keep any shares. He sold every single stock he held. This was also a way to flaunt his power. A company with assets of over R1 billion cannot be bullied easily. Master Lu, I had found out about those people. They were all employees of a company called Taihua Trading. This company is registered in Bing City, and they were doing Sino-Soviet trades. The person in charge of the company is a person named Feng Yu. Bing City? The surname is Feng. Master Lu held his chin and thought. There were no top officials with the surname Feng. Where did this Feng Yu come out from? At the same time, Feng Yu also found out who was investigating about him. When he found out that it was Master Lu, Feng Yu's eyes widened. It's him. This Master Lu was a legend. In the future, Master Lu will be a member of a group, China's 4 Young Masters. Master Lu did not remain with the government in the future, and he went into business. He was one of the top businessmen in China. His reputation was fine, and no one had heard that he had used his authority to bully anyone. There were also rumors that he was someone who values friendships and still liked to stick his nose into another people's business. That's why he did not remain with the government. But he still had his influences in the government. It can be said that this Master Lu was someone Feng Yu admired. He did not have the chance to know this person in his previous life, but now, he has the opportunity to befriend Master Lu. Master Lu wants to treat Feng Yu to a drink. After Master Lu found out Feng Yu's identity, he was also astounded by Feng Yu's growth. Before Feng Yu turned 15, he was an ordinary teenager. But after 15 years old, he suddenly changed. The businesses Feng Yu started all made money. Feng Yu started the famous wind and rain humidifiers and bladeless fans, Songjiang motorcycles. Feng Yu was considered a legend of this era. The thing that surprises Master Lu most was that Feng Yu's influence in the Longjiang region. Not only he had a good relationship with the city government, and even the provincial government's leaders were always praising. Feng Yu also had some connections with the military. Master Lu really wanted to know someone like Feng Yu. If they could get along well, they might become friends. He wants to know how Feng Yu could make money in every business he does. It would even be better if they could become partners. If it were in the past, Feng Yu would have rushed to get to know Master Lu. But now, Feng Yu's status was different. There was no need to look up to this Master Lu. Feng Yu could still accept being friends with Master Lu on the equal standing. If this Master Lu wanted to take advantage of Feng Yu could fight back. Beijing. There was a table of guests in a private room of a restaurant which had not started operation. Master Lu saw Feng Yu walking in alone and was shocked. He thought for a while and asked his men to leave the room. Only Feng Yu and he remained in the private room. This lets Feng Yu felt more comfortable. Master Lu had a strong background, but seems like he does not have any heirs. No wonder this Master Lu had so many friends. Even when his uncle retires, Master Lu was still very popular in his circle of friends. I have heard of you, and today I finally got the chance to meet you. Manager Feng is indeed young and capable, Master Lu said when he saw Feng Yu. When he was still at Feng Yu's age, he was still fighting with others. I cannot be compared to Master Lu. I had heard of Master Lu's loyalty to friends even in Bing City. Feng Yu flattered. Actually, Master Lu was a bit famous in Beijing now. In a few more years, he would become more famous when his uncle got promoted. Master Lu smiled when he heard what Feng Yu said. These are all rumors that were spread by some friends. Manager Feng, this is the menu. What do you like to eat? Master Lu can make the decision. I am not picky about food. Master Lu nodded and shouted towards the door to serve dinner. The restaurant starts to bring in the food, and within 10 minutes, the table was full of dishes. Master Lu had already ordered the food, and if Feng Yu wanted to order some other dishes, then the restaurant will have to prepare. But since Feng Yu did not order anything, the dishes could be served immediately. The whole restaurant was only serving this table, and the food was served fast. Manager Feng, what type of drinks do you like? Feng Yu suddenly remembered in his past life. There were rumors that only 3 things could interest Master Lu: women, wine, and money. Feng Yu was not picky about his liquor. Why not drink some wine? I am not good at drinking. I will drink some red wine with Master Lu. Master Lu was happy. He seldom meets people who like wine. Just loving wine alone, he had a good impression of Feng Yu. He was even more thrilled when he saw Feng Yu slowly savoring the taste of the wine and did not complain about the dryness of the wine. Do you need anything from me, or you just want to befriend me? Feng Yu asked and smiled. Master Lu was more impressed by Feng Yu. He had met lots of wealthy people before, and those businessmen he met were all holding back when they met. This Feng Yu was speaking to him casually, and he finds this interesting. Many people want to curry favor with him. They were all eyeing the authority of his uncle. Master Lu had very few real friends. Even those people in his circle who had similar backgrounds as him were not real friends with him. He always felt that there was a barrier between him and those people. I had invited you to this dinner was because of some matters, and I also want to befriend you. Let's just put it this way. I am very curious about you and how you can make your fortune in such a short time. You can be considered one of the wealthiest person in China, Master Lu said. He knew Feng Yu had made a lot of money, but he was not sure how much Feng Yu had made. He heard that Feng Yu had taken loans to invest in stocks. His profits should be a few hundred million RMB. There was not many in China that made so much from legitimate businesses. Feng Yu laughed and waved his hands. Master Lu thinks that I had made a lot of money, but you do not know I had even more loans. I owed the banks in China, Hong Kong, and the Soviet Union. I owed a lot of money. I can be considered working for the banks now. The bank interest is too high, and I might need 3 to 5 years to clear my debts. Master Lu raised his eyebrows. Feng Yu still owed the banks a lot of money. He must also have the capabilities to take out so many loans in the first place. Manager Feng is too cautious. I only wanted to invest in your company. It doesn't matter how much shares I get. You can charge me based on your company's market value. I am not arrogant, but I really have some connections. If Manager Feng's company run into some trouble in the future, I might be able to help you. All this while, it was Feng Yu buying a stake in other people's company. Today, someone wanted to buy a share of his company. Feng Yu was really tempted by this offer. This could clear some issues faced by his company, and even if Feng Yu fall out with Master Lu in the future, Feng Yu would have accumulated enough wealth. By that time, Master Lu would think twice before he dares to fall out with Feng Yu. Also, Master Lu investment in Feng Yu's company had another benefit. If Feng Yu wanted to continue buying up the shares of the machinery company now, the city government would never agree. But with Master Lu's involvement, Feng Yu can quickly set up factories in Jinling and Dongguan at the same time. This would dilute the city's shares further. As for whether this plan would succeed, it would depend on Master Lu's influences. Feng Yu's investment in the recent months might be a bit rushed, but China's automobile and motorcycle market will increase soon. The production must be able to keep up with the demand and not let the imported cars control the market. If Feng Yu could get more production lines from the Soviet Union, Feng Yu even want to set up branch factories in Ludong and Chang'an. This way, he could access to the whole country quickly and also export his cars. Master Lu, have you heard of Bing City's machinery company? My family is the major shareholder, and the popular Songjiang motorcycles on the market are from this company. We are starting our automobile project soon. We had imported the production lines from the Soviet Union and will be using new design concepts. The motorcycle project will also be expanding, and our goal is to be the world's #1. But Bing city government is a shareholder. If Master Lu can convince the city government to allow me to continue to inject funds into the company and set up more branch factories, I can give 10 million renminbi shares. 10 million renminbi worth of shares. Master Lu was shocked by Feng Yu's generosity. He was someone who had seen considerable amounts of money before. Even a few million RMB will not attract his attention. But never in his life, he had met someone that would give him 10 million renminbi in exchange for some favors. This 10 million renminbi was still not cash. It was shares. Every company Feng Yu invested in made lots of profits. This was equivalent to giving him a long-term stable investment with lots of returns. Master Lu looked at Feng Yu and thought deeply. If Feng Yu was willing to give him so many shares, then the things he mentioned should not be an easy task. It was impossible for a businessman to give away his wealth for nothing. He evidently wants something back in return, and that something will be more valuable than what the businessman gave out. If not, that person is not a qualified businessman. Master Lu had done a background check on Feng Yu, and he knew that Feng Yu was not only a qualified businessman, but a successful businessman. Manager Feng, can you tell me in detail what you really want me to do? This machinery company was originally a state-owned enterprise owned by the city government. But later, this company was restructured, and I had used technologies to exchange for a stake in the company. Then I used machinery and equipment to get the shares from another shareholder. Later, I used technologies and machines to invest in the company. Now, I am the biggest shareholder in the company and owns more than 50% shares. The city government was not happy about this. But now, the company needs to expand and capture the market share. This would need more investments. Bing city government does not have so much money, and if they want to stop me, there was nothing I could do even if I am the biggest shareholder. After all, most of the people in the factories were all from Bing City, and they were the former employees of the former machinery factory. Feng Yu explained the issues he was facing. Administrative interferences was a hinder to the development of a company. Feng Yu had promised that he would not dilute the city's shares further, but he needs to plan for the company's growth and need to build additional factories. This was the only way to capture the automobile market in a short period of time. He does not want to let the Japanese and German automobile companies the chance to take over the Chinese market. If there were a policy from the top that encourages the development of privately owned companies and stops the local government from interfering, it would solve Feng Yu's problems. When that happens, Feng Yu would go to the city government and show them the big picture. He believed the city would agree to set up branch factories. Also, the city government would not have enough funds to invest further, and their shares will be diluted further. Feng Yu wants to be the controlling shareholder. He needs to own over 67% shares. Although he had the support of the Fu family, Feng Yu does not trust the Fu family entirely now. It would be safer for him to own the shares himself. Feng Yu still have about 1 billion renminbi left after repaying his debts to the bank. 100 million renminbi was more than enough to set up a new factory. However, Feng Yu is still not sure if Kirilenko could buy more production lines for him. After investing in Kirilenko's mining enterprise, Kirilenko had given Feng Yu the equipment and technologies he promised. Feng Yu had also made some profits from those. The most expensive ones were the military-related stuff, like aircraft engines, fighter jet manufacturing technologies, etc. These were all given to the aviation factory. There were some other generator-related technologies which were given to the motor factory. In return, Feng Yu got back the humidifier shares, automobile-related, and batteries-associated technologies. Although it may seem like Feng Yu was making a loss, but Ho Haitao had helped him a lot and saved him from a lot of problems. Also, in the future, Feng Yu would get back whatever he put in, as technological development was the core of any enterprise. If Feng Yu were to set up 5 new factories for the automobile, he needs to prepare some reserve funds and invest in the R&D. If he does the same for the motorcycles, then Feng Yu's 1 billion renminbi might not even be enough. Looking at Toyota, one can tell how profitable the automobile industry will be in the future. World's top 500 companies, top 100 brands, world's top automobile manufacturer, and their most lucrative market is the Chinese market. Volvo, General Motors, Mercedes, BMW, etc. automobiles companies were all fighting for the Chinese market. Their sales in China make up a significant percentage of their total sales. If Japan's Toyota, from an area so small, can become the top company in the world, then China, with such high population and so many good engineers, coupled with the engineers Feng Yu recruited from the Soviet Union and Feng Yu's future vision, he could capture the Chinese market easily. It was just like South Korea's automobile companies. They asked their fellow countrymen to support their own brands and then slowly improve their technologies. In the future, it was until that person from Hangzhou appears, China finally has its own well-known automobile brand. That person from Hangzhou had a famous saying, and Feng Yu had said it to Zhang Ruiqiang before. Cars are just one engine and four wheels. Since we know how to build these, why can't we make cars? What Feng Yu wanted now was a policy from the central government or let the city government not to interfere with his plans. This way, Feng Yu could continue to use his wealth and machines to dilute the city's shares and complete his plans. In 5 years' time, Feng Yu wants his Songjiang cars to be known all around China and even overseas. After the was implemented in 1994, many of China's automobile companies were restructured after running into difficulties. Some were even taken over. Master Lu thought for a while and asked Feng Yu, "Issuing a new government policy is hard, but I will get people to try to speak to the central government. You must make it large scale. If you are only setting up one branch factory, it would be hard. But if you are setting up 3 branch factories, maybe the higher-up will look into it." Feng Yu got Master Lu's hint. Master Lu was telling Feng Yu to make it large scale. Once the company reaches a certain scale, the city government could no longer hold him back. This was in line with what Feng Yu wanted. He wanted to set up a large enterprise. "Master Lu, if I am going to set up more than 3 factories for automobile and motorcycle, and my motorcycle factory's annual production will not be less than 100,000 motorcycles for each factory, my automobile factory's annual production will not be less than 50,000 cars, will it attract the attention of the higher-ups? 3 automobile branch factories and the factory in Bing City. The annual automobile production will be 200,000 units. This would surely let the higher-ups pay attention to him. If it was not enough, then Feng Yu can set up 2 more factories. Feng Yu have the money. Now, in China, the annual production of automobiles was not high, and Feng Yu mentioned that he will not only be manufacturing cars, he will also be buying the production line for trucks. China will definitely welcome him. China had already allowed foreign investment. Why they can't allow the machinery company to develop the automobile industry? This Feng Yu was more powerful than expected. In the future, if Master Lu were assigned to the local government, it would be easy for Feng Yu to make some investment in the region he oversees. Master Lu was determined to befriend Feng Yu. Kirilenko had received a call from Feng Yu. Feng Yu wanted to order a large number of motorcycle and automobile production lines, including the production line for trucks. Kirilenko was surprised. What was Feng Yu going to do? Does he want to empty the Soviet Union industry? Even though these equipment were not worth much now, but they were not given away free. How many cars can you sell in China annually? Why are you wasting your money to buy so many production lines? But Feng Yu was using daily necessities to exchange to those production lines. Kirilenko could not reject this offer. Feng Yu had told him to lower the mine productions and resume the normal operations after the Soviet Union had disintegrated. That's why the mining enterprise was not making money now. If it weren't for Feng Yu injecting so many funds into the company, Kirilenko would not be able to cope. Kirilenko had invested all his available funds into this company and resulted in a decline of his lifestyle. Feng Yu's ordering of production lines was a chance of him making money. How could he miss it? Kirilenko had found a new goal. He starts to contact those motorcycle and automobile factories. Those facilities that could be dismantled were all dismantled. Kirilenko was more experienced now, and he chose those factories that were outside of Russia. The Soviet Union's disintegration was bound to happen. Kirilenko's father had got the confirmation from Yeltsin, and it was the same as what Feng Yu had predicted. This year, the disintegration will occur. Feng Yu had told Kirilenko that this would happen between October and December. Although his father did not confirm this, Kirilenko still believed Feng Yu. Since the Soviet Union will disintegrate, then his father will surely stick to Yeltsin. If he sells Russia's industrial facilities, it will not be good for his father's reputation. As such, he chose other allied countries. Even if they charged him higher rates, he also does not mind. Kirilenko suddenly remembered the time when Feng Yu approached him to get loans and asked him to contact the banks from the allied countries, but not from Russia. Russia was Kirilenko's home. This showed that Feng Yu had kept this in mind. Since Feng Yu had thought of taking care of him, Kirilenko decided to earn lesser this time and treat it as a form of repayment to Feng Yu. After ordering the equipment, and Kirilenko promised Feng Yu that he would be able to get what he wanted, Feng Yu went to Bing City's government. Mayor Zhang, my plans will influence our country's future developments and will also let our country to catch up with Japan and the Western countries. This is for the good of our nation. Why you do not agree? You are too ambitious. I do not think that your automobile project will succeed in the first place, and now you want to build 5 more automobile factories? Are you crazy? These branch factories do not need the city to invest a single cent. I will make all the investments, negotiations with the local government, equipment, land, construction of the factories, and even training of the workers. What are you afraid of? Where did you get so much money? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. I earned it. I can let you investigate every single cent. Do I still need to use illegal ways to earn money? Feng Yu felt that Zhang Ruiqiang's question was ridiculous. You earn it yourself? Every single cent you earned is from the workers' hard work. Have you done any market research? This is a big project, and if your products do not sell, it will be a waste. It will be wasting your money and also waste the efforts of every single worker. When this happens, the factory will close down, and there will be chaos. Zhang Ruiqiang banged his desk and shouted. Feng Yu looked at Zhang Ruiqiang. You think that making cars will surely fail and the factories will bankrupt? It will affect the economy and will waste resources. Am I wrong? What is the annual production of automobiles in China now? You know how many cars are there in China now and how many of these cars are privately owned? Feng Yu seriously said. Now, in China, there are about 3.3 million automobiles, and it includes 2.1 million trucks. There are about 1.2 million cars. I had done my research. Feng Yu did not start these projects blindly. He had done his research, and he even knows more detailed information. There are only about 1.2 million cars, and you want to manufacture 200,000 annually? This is being ambitious. Zhang Ruiqiang got angrier when he heard what Feng Yu had said. You had already done your research, and yet you still want to start this project? Are you stupid? Feng Yu laughed and continued. What I had just said are those automobiles that are registered. There are more than 10% of this figure which is not registered. For example, out Longjiang province have many Lada that was smuggled in. Also, from 1984 to 1987, our country had imported about 640,000 cars. This shows that the demand for cars is increasing. To be self-sufficient, SAIC Motors, FAW, and Guangzhou Automobile were restructured and allows investors to invest. But the ones who made the most profits are not us. It is the foreign investors that had used their technologies to invest in these companies. Now, I am trying to build our own brand and stop those foreign investors from taking advantage of us. Although there were not a lot of automobiles in China now, it was these recent years that the number of automobiles increases. The demand for automobiles will increase further, and in Feng Yu's past life, it was also during this time when German and Japanese companies entered joint ventures with Chinese automobile manufacturers. Their cars entered the Chinese market in large volumes, and the saddest part was those Chinese companies were using the foreign brands. This resulted in China not having their own brand. This had also let the imported German and Japanese cars control the Chinese automobile market. You also know that we had many joint partnership factories. Then you should also know that those factories had strong backings, and those factories had government policies to support them. How are you going to compete with them? What makes you so sure that you can survive in this industry and not be eliminated? Zhang Ruiqiang was angry with Feng Yu's stubbornness. If it were someone else, he would not be scolding him. But Feng Yu was someone he thought highly of, and he does not want to see him walk the wrong path. Germany and Japan's industrial technologies are good. But do not forget that the Soviet Union is also an industrial country. Not only I can get machines at low prices, but I can also hire their engineers to do R&D and develop new technologies. This R&D headquarters will be based in Bing City. Actually, our engineers are good too, but many of them lack the funds to start their own researches. I can provide them with the funds and let them research new technologies. This way, we do not need joint partnerships with foreign MNCs. We will not need to work for them and help them promote their brands. Furthermore, in the 1985's 5-year plan, The automobile industry is one of the industries which the country will support. It was even named as one of China's core industry. Is it really good for China's core industry to depend on joint partnerships with foreign MNCs? When did you heard that the industries the country supported will allow private companies to enter it? Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu. Feng Yu said with an innocent look, "But the machinery company is not entirely a privately owned company. It is a cooperation between private and government. It is also a shareholding enterprise." Zhang Ruiqiang stared at Feng Yu. It seems that Feng Yu had found a loophole. Have you calculated how much you need to invest for building so many factories at the same time? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. This would be an astronomical amount. I had calculated. One factory would need an investment of about 100 million renminbi. I am planning to invest 1 billion renminbi in building 5 automobile factories and 5 motorcycle factories. The factories will be located in the north, south, east, and west of China. This way, I can surround the central and cover the whole of China's market. Zhang Ruiqiang was shocked by Feng Yu. Not only Feng Yu wanted to start the automobile project, but he also wanted to expand the motorcycle project. Feng Yu did not mention anything about this before. Also, Feng Yu planned to invest 1 billion? Where did he get so much money? 1 billion renminbi. The whole Bing City's annual income was not even that much. Do you have 1 billion renminbi? Can you confirm that 1 billion renminbi will be enough? You did not consider the operational cost of the factories. You need at least a few hundred million RMB more for the materials, workers' salaries, and reserve funds. Zhang Ruiqiang was the one in charge of the restructuring of the state-owned enterprises, and he was familiar with these. He felt that Feng Yu had not planned properly. 1 billion renminbi is the initial investment for the first phase. I will increase my investments during the second phase. We might not see any returns in the short term, but in the long term, or 5-year cycle, this investment is necessary. Last year, no one thought that our Songjiang motorcycles will do well. But what happened after our motorcycles enter the market? Are our motorcycles selling well? We sold out every single motorcycle we produced. We had made a lot of profits from these sales. Cars will be the same. The demand for cars had increased sharply, and furthermore, the new automobile factories will need at least 1 to 2 years to finish construction. Automobile factories are not as simple as motorcycle factories. When my new cars are produced, it will also be the end of next year. 1 billion renminbi as the first phase investment, and he will invest more? Zhang Ruiqiang's eyes widened. How much money do you have now? I had taken loans from the Soviet Union banks and deposited in Hong Kong banks. Don't worry about money. I guaranteed that this investment will be worthwhile. Zhang Ruiqiang felt that Feng Yu was possessed. He had so much money, and he could always do something else. Just like the humidifiers and bladeless fans. Those were all selling well, and there were no competitors. The profits were high too. Why was Feng Yu so insistent to enter the automobile market? There were so many automobile companies in China, and why was Feng Yu so sure that he would win against them? However, Zhang Ruiqiang must admit that most people do not think Feng Yu's investments would do well initially. But in the end, Feng Yu would be racking in huge profits. Also, Feng Yu understands the market well. At the start of the motorcycle project, Feng Yu corrected the exterior design and the product positioning and quickly solved the motorcycle sales issues. Also, the dealership system had helped Songjiang motorcycles spread throughout the whole of China. Feng Yu saw that Zhang Ruiqiang was keeping quiet, and he continued, Mayor Zhang, have you thought that in the future, there will be branch factories all over China, and the factories will be named as Bing City's Machinery Company XX Branch Factory? Do you know the benefits of doing this? Zhang Ruiqiang was confused. It was normal to name their branch factories this way. What benefits were there for doing this? City's propaganda. A city also needs to be marketed. For example, when we mention Beijing, we immediately think of the Great Wall, Forbidden City, and Summer Palace. When we mention Chengdu, we would think of pandas. When we mention Chang'an, the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor will come to our mind. It is the same for the opposite. When we talk about the Great Wall, Forbidden City, pandas, and the first Qin emperor, Beijing, Chengdu, and Chang'an will come to your mind, right? Zhang Ruiqiang nodded. It seems this was indeed the case. He had not noticed about this before in the past. But what was Feng Yu trying to say? There was no historical landmarks or protected animals in Bing City. Then, when I mention FAW, will you think of Jilin? When I mention Shanghai brand cars, will you think of Shanghai? Zhang Ruiqiang's eyes shined. You are going to change Songjiang brand to Bing City brand. Fengyu. Dream on. Bing City brand sounds too weak. If you are producing ice cream, Bing City will be a good brand name. Songjiang Motors will be a better name for automobiles. I did not say that. What I meant is to let our factories to cover the whole countries and let our cars and motorcycles to be sold everywhere in this country. Soon everyone in China will know that Bing City have the best automobile company, and whenever they ride a motorcycle or drive a car, the first thing that comes to their mind is Bing City. This is city marketing. Of course, if the city is willing to foot part of the advertising fees, I can add in the words manufactured by Bing City at the end of all my commercials. Fengyu smiled and said, Impossible. Your company wants to advertise, and you want the city to pay? Stop dreaming. Zhang Ruiqiang angrily waved his hands. You can even invest 1 billion, and yet you still want to take money from the city? Fengyu was too much. Zhang Ruiqiang did not know that his thinking was slowly leading away by Fengyu. Now, in his mind, it was not about setting up new factories, but he was thinking about marketing the city. Mayor Zhang, have you ever thought that Bing City might one day be like Beijing, becoming world-renowned? Last year, Beijing had hosted the Asian Games, and many people in Asia remembered Beijing. Now, I own the patents of 2 best-selling home appliances. For the next 7 to 8 years, my products will continue to be sold all over the world. What do you think if I add the words manufactured by Bing City on my products? Zhang Ruiqiang's breathing became rapid. If that was the case, then Bing City will be well known, and at the same time, it will increase Bing City's standings in China. In 2 years' time, the Bing City Party Secretary will retire, and the current mayor will take over that position. The mayor position will be vacant, and he was the one with the highest chance to take over that position. If Bing City's standings were increased, then he could be promoted to higher ranks. Zhang Ruiqiang was also an ambitious person, and if he had the chance, he would not give up. Fengyu continued to entice him. Mayor Zhang, I need you to support my proposal for the city government meeting, and we can provide the city with more taxes. Even if Bing City's government were left with 10% shares of the machinery company, the city's income would be much more. Also, this automobile company will be the first Chinese private and government joint partnership, and the scale is one of China's top 3 companies. What do you think the higher-ups will think about you? You are the one who had helped this company to succeed. Zhang Ruiqiang waved his hand. Enough. You go back first. I need to think about this. The Bing City government meeting. The mayor had just finished talking about the directives from the provincial government, and then he asked everybody if they had any other matters to discuss. This was an indication that he wants to end the meeting. But today was different. Zhang Ruiqiang raised his hand and said, Mayor, I have a suggestion. Everyone, especially the mayor, looked at him surprised. Under normal circumstances, if they had something to voice out during the meeting, the deputies will have to discuss with the mayor before the meeting. But today, Zhang Ruiqiang did not notify him beforehand. The mayor frowned and said, Deputy Zhang, what do you want to say? Everyone should know that the machinery company will be starting their automobile project, and if everything goes smoothly, the production will start at the end of this year, and the cars will be in the market early next year. Earlier today, I received news that the major shareholder of the machinery company, Fengyu, will be investing more funds to set up branch factories. Wait a minute. Deputy Zhang, I am in charge of Bing City's industrial, and how come I am unaware of this? Wiley Mingda from the machinery company did not report this to me. Deputy Su rudely interrupted Zhang Ruiqiang. Every deputy mayor was in charge of different things, and no one likes others to interfere with their business. If it were the mayor who had talked about this, Deputy Su would not interrupt. But this was Zhang Ruiqiang, and the both of them did not get along well. All this while, Deputy Su felt that Zhang Ruiqiang had snatched away the position of executive deputy mayor from him. I had said that it was Fengyu who told me this information. I am in charge of organizational restructuring, and the machinery company is one of the restructured enterprises. What's wrong with him reporting this to me? Zhang Ruiqiang retorted. Zhang Ruiqiang wanted to be the next mayor, and if he can't even deal with this deputy who was of a lower rank than him, the higher-ups will think that he was not capable. Furthermore, he was the executive deputy and had the authority to look into the jurisdiction of other deputies. Deputy Su, let Deputy Zhang finish what he wanted to say. The mayor frowned. Do these two once get into an argument in front of him? Zhang Ruiqiang continued. Feng Yu said that he will be building 10 branch factories. This included 5 motorcycle factories, for saloon cars factory, and a truck factory. His investment for the first phase will be 1 billion. Hiss. Everyone drew in a deep breath. Initial invest was 1 billion renminbi. That means this 1 billion was only the start, and he will continue to invest more in this project? They had heard of these types of investments in the coastal areas and were all by foreign investors. The inland cities, especially Bing City, which was located near the borders, never had such large-scale investment. Needless to say, investments from a Chinese businessman. 1 billion? Deputy Zhang, did I hear it correctly? Deputy Su asked. Yes, it is 1 billion renminbi. This will be his initial investment, and Feng Yu said that this sum will be injected into the machinery company. He will also continue to procure automobile and motorcycle production lines from the Soviet Union. He is planning to start full production of all the factories within 2 years. Wait a minute. How much is the market value of the machinery company? From what I know, it is worth only a few hundred million. Feng Yu wants to invest 1 billion in the company? Have you ever thought about where did he get so much money? Did he use his machinery company shares as collateral to get a loan from the bank? This is a promising enterprise, and if it expands too aggressively, it will be bankrupt. When that happens, our Bing City will have one less enterprise. What about the workers? Deputy Su sneered. Zhang Ruiqiang glanced at Deputy Su and then turned to the mayor. Feng Yu had promised not to use his machinery company shares to get loans. His Taihua Tradings account has 1 billion funds. What? Taihua Tradings account has 1 billion renminbi. All the city government leaders had weird expressions on their faces. They all know about Taihua Trading, but how is it possible for the company to have 1 billion renminbi? Deputy Zhang, have you confirmed this with the banks? I had contacted ICBC, and they verified this. Feng Yu also said that once this proposal starts, this 1 billion will be freeze, and Taihua Trading will not touch it. The mayor was overjoyed. Investment of 1 billion renminbi. That means the machinery company's market value will be more than 1 billion RMB? This company will be a massive enterprise. This was when he was the mayor. A company from his city that had grown from a few million RMB to over 1 billion RMB within a few years. This was a significant political achievement for him. But at the same time, he thought about Deputy Su's words. The machinery company was now worth only a few hundred million, and if 1 billion was invested, then the city's shares will be diluted further. Deputy Su, how much is the machinery company worth? About 400 million, and it is still growing. The city owns 28% shares. 28% for 100 million renminbi. If the investment was more than 1 billion RMB, then the city government shares will shrink by more than 2/3. That means it will be less than 10%. Mayor Zhang, must this sum be invested all at once? Can't it be invested in the company slowly? Mayor asked. If this amount was invested over 2 to 3 years, then the city could afford to invest their proportion. This way, their shares will not be diluted so severely. Mayor, this is a type of business strategy. The overseas companies were also using the same strategy. Now, the motorcycle and automobile industry are expanding, and Japanese and German cars are taking up the market share. We are building our own automobile brand, and this is in line with the 1985's 5-year plan. We do not talk about SAIC Motors from Shanghai, just the FAW from Lin Province, a large state-owned enterprise, and is supported by the government. They also dare not to increase their scale so aggressively. Yet Feng Yu wants to blow up the scale? A kid that is not even 20 years old and have not even graduated from high school? It is normal for young men to be overly ambitious, but Deputy Zhang, you should not be the same as him. These words from Deputy Su can be considered scolding Zhang Ruiqiang. Deputy Su had the experience, and also, Zhang Ruiqiang had lost his support from the provincial government number 1. Zhang Ruiqiang had asked to publish his article on the disintegration of the Soviet Union, despite the objections of the provincial government number 1. Even the top management could not conclude the Soviet Union political situation, and Zhang Ruiqiang dares to openly make such claims. This was the reason why the provincial government no longer support him. With the number 1 support, what can Zhang Ruiqiang do? This executive deputy mayor will be Zhang Ruiqiang's highest rank. Zhang Ruiqiang will be a joke at the end of the year. He might even lose his current position of executive deputy mayor. Deputy Su still had the chance to get this position. Young man? A kid? Deputy Su, what have you done when you are 18 years old? Can you help Bing City import so many cheap and advanced machinery and technologies from the Soviet Union? When you are in charge of the machinery company, how much is the profits? How much taxes have you generated for the city? How much were your workers' salaries? Was it above the national average? Zhang Ruiqiang's series of questions shut Deputy Su up. Seeing that the both of them started arguing, the mayor knocked on the table and said, "It is late now, and all of you have other matters to attend to. We shall end today's meeting now and continue the meeting at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning." The mayor decided to let the city's party secretary know about this, and he will also report this matter to the provincial number 2 before making the final decision if we will support Zhang Ruiqiang. The next day, during the meeting, Deputy Su continued to disagree with this proposal. He felt that this was overly ambitious. If Feng Yu wants to invest, he can invest in other industries, or even donate to the city. The mayor also changed his stance. He felt that this expansion of the motorcycle project can work, but not for the automobile project. They decided to let Zhang Ruiqiang inform Feng Yu about their decision. The city can sell the automobile project to Feng Yu and let Feng Yu set up a new company for the automobile manufacturing business. There was no need for him to invest in the machinery company anymore. The mayor's intention was apparent. He wants Feng Yu to invest and take the credit, but he does not want the city's shares to be diluted. As for what Deputy Su said, Zhang Ruiqiang chooses to ignore. What? The city allows the machinery company to sell me the automobile project? Is it real? The public could not get a license to set up an automobile manufacturing company, and that's why Feng Yu decided to use the machinery company for this project. If the city allows the machinery company to sell him this project, Feng Yu would seriously consider it. It is like this temporary. But we still need to talk about the details. The city agrees to the setting up of the motorcycle branch factories and will support it. But you must promote our Bing City, and the machinery company headquarters must remain in Bing City. Zhang Ruiqiang felt that the mayor's decision was sound. By splitting this project into 2 parts, they could keep the credit and have lower risks. But it was still up to Feng Yu whether if he would accept it. But it seems that Feng Yu was looking forward to this decision. Zhang Ruiqiang was the one among the city's leaders that understands Feng Yu the most. He immediately noticed that if without the city government's approval, Feng Yu had no way to start the automobile project. If it was not for this reason, Feng Yu might not even want the city government to be a part of this project. The city had made use of many of their connections to get the approval for this automobile project, and they even seek the help of the provincial number 1. Now, it seems that Feng Yu was the one who had gained from all this. The sales of the automobile project will be decided by the shareholders, and the city could not get any benefits from it. Mayor Zhang, I agree to the city's conditions. I will go back now and ask Li Mingda to calculate the cost of this project. Feng Yu readily accepted and was in a rush to leave. Wait, do you really think that this project will do well? The saloon cars market is really that big. Zhang Ruiqiang held Feng Yu back. I can only say that in the future, this market will grow bigger and bigger. But whether this project will succeed, I am also not very confident. But there is one thing I am sure. If I did not start this project, then in the future, China will not have its own automobile brand. I am doing all this for the country. Feng Yu said with a noble expression. Stop bullshitting. Since when you are so noble? Furthermore, the ratio of imported cars in China had decreased by a lot for the past 2 years, and how can it be possible for the Chinese automobile market to be controlled by foreign brands? Mayor Zhang, I will just point out one thing. Why is the ratio of the imported cars in China decreasing? It is because of an increase in our production. But where is this increase coming from? It is the cars from the joint partnership factories. What are the brands of those cars? It is Volkswagen and Toyota vehicles that are selling the best. These are all foreign brands. Just look at the public buses bought by the city. Are they not all foreign brands? Then what about our own Shanghai brand cars? Zhang Ruiqiang was shocked. That's right. Shanghai brand was formerly the nation's pride. Where are they now? SAIC Motors is now selling Volkswagen cars that were produced from their joint partnership factories. That's a foreign brand. Although the sales had increased and lowered the importation of vehicles into China, the Shanghai brand cars were slowly disappearing from the roads. It was like this in Feng Yu's past life. Not only the Shanghai brand, even the Hongqi, red flag cars manufactured by FAW, and many other Chinese brands had declined. When China's own automobile manufacturing industries developed and wanted to build up those Chinese brands again, they found that the foreign brands had captured the market. Mayor Zhang, do you know how important a brand is? I shall put it this way. If an overseas company wants to buy my wind and rain brand now, how much do you think they will offer? This was not Feng Yu bragging. There were companies from Europe and the US that wanted to buy the wind and rain brand. Those companies felt that this wind and rain brand represents high-tech products, and if they use it on their own products, they could save on their advertising cost and still achieve better results. This was because the consumers already linked wind and rain brand with the words innovations and high-tech. How much? 100 million USD. This 100 million US dollars was not only for wind and rain brand. It includes the patents for the humidifiers and bladeless fans, and also the factory in Dongguan. Although the brand was expensive, it was not as expensive as what Feng Yu claims. Hiss. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu in shocked. 100 million US dollars? A brand is really so important. Feng Yu nodded. Look at our beer factory. Bing City Beer. The people in Bing City and the surrounding areas all drink this beer. The Lin province do not have any beer. Even if Lin province sells their beer at lower wholesale prices, those small stalls will also not order from them. Our Bing City people only drink Bing City beer. This is brand awareness and the value of branding. Fine. I will not say any more. Since I am starting my own automobile brand, then I will not use Songjiang Motors anymore. Why not you talk to the city and ask if the city can sell Songjiang brand and the motorcycle project to me? Zhang Ruiqiang stared at Feng Yu. Don't even think about it. The city does not think that the automobile project will do well, but they think highly of the motorcycle project. In Bing City, you can still see many people riding motorcycles during the winter. The sales of Songjiang motorcycles for this year's first quarter was still increasing. The city estimate that this year's sales will be more than 200,000 units. Soon, the branch factory in Jinling will start operations, and it will be in time to meet the increasing demand for motorcycles. The motorcycle project will also be introducing the 100 cubic centimeters bikes. The prices will be lowered, and the sales volume will undoubtedly increase. With more models on sales, they can foresee the motorcycles bringing in more profits. Although they will be building many factories at once, they will not be high. It will be only about 50,000 units. At the start, the workers needed training, and their production will not be high. But 2 to 3 years later, the number of motorcycles produced will increase. It will be a golden egg-laying goose. This Songjiang motorcycle brand will become valuable in 2 to 3 years. Sell this brand to Feng Yu now? Impossible. Feng Yu suddenly regretted telling Zhang Ruiqiang so much about branding. He should not have bragged about the value of wind and rain brand. Now he got to build a new automobile brand and got to start from scratch. It would be harder, but even if it was hard, Feng Yu will still do it. During 1991 to 1995, China's economic growth was at an astonishing speed. The buying power of the people increased, and lots of future tycoons started their businesses during this period. Also, the government regulations during this period were the most relaxing, and if Feng Yu were to begin his development a few years later, he would be the same as those workers from the future years. How can Feng Yu be satisfied with this? Even if the city had come out with harsher conditions, Feng Yu would also accept it. Li Mingde received Feng Yu's notification to evaluate the market rate of the automobile branch factory. Li Mingde was confused. This automobile factory had not even started operation, and the construction had just begun. Could it be Feng Yu found out that someone was siphoning the construction funds? But this automobile factory's director is appointed by Feng Yu himself, and the factory was still doing the foundation works. How much money can this person siphon? The first phase of the construction fees had not even been reported to the city. Soon, Li Mingde received a call from Deputy Su, asking him to calculate the automobile factory's current value and report to him. The city wants to do something to this factory? Li Mingde immediately asks around and found out that Feng Yu wanted to increase his investment in the machinery company and set up more automobile factories. He was shocked by Feng Yu's wealth. But he did not think this automobile project will do well in the first place, and since the city had made this decision, it might be a good thing. Li Mingde quickly completed this task with the help of his men. It was fast as the construction was not completed, and he only needs to evaluate the cost of the land, equipment, technologies, and the factory's workers. At the same time, there were some problems too. The workers from the machinery company will have to be transferred back. Those workers will not want to work for a private company. Li Mingde does not need to care about those workers hired from FAW. He believes that Feng Yu would make arrangements for them. After calculating, the total value of the factory was only about 80 million. This was still a hike-up cost under the instruction of Deputy Su. If Li Mingde had used the standard method of calculations, it would only be about 50 million. When Feng Yu saw the valuation report, he almost threw the report on Li Mingde's face. Feng Yu was clear about the total cost of this project. This project had just started, and Feng Yu clearly remembered how much the machines were worth, how much Fu Guangjing had invested, and how much land was worth. Now, with just a few workers and only the foundation works of the factory building, the cost increased by tens of millions. Li Mingde, are you going to sign on the valuation report? Feng Yu looked at Li Mingde coldly. Li Mingde suddenly regretted. After all, Feng Yu was the one who had the final say in the machinery company. Li Mingde could be removed from his position of general manager anytime if Feng Yu called for a shareholders meeting. He will not have such a good life in the future. Li Mingde said with a sad face. Manager Feng, this was instruction from the city. I also have no choice. After all, I am still under the city government. I can help you point out where the problems are in this report. This way, when you are negotiating with the city, you will have the upper hand. Li Mingde was not like a double spy. On the one hand, he was helping the city to inflate the factory's value. On the other, he was telling Feng Yu where were all the problems in this report. During the negotiations, he will not side with any parties and let Feng Yu and the city negotiate. As for the other shareholder, Fu Guangjing, both parties had chosen to forget about him. Once Feng Yu and the city agree on the valuation report, there was nothing Fu Guangjing could do. The city was worried that Fu Guangjing would side with Feng Yu and suppress the value of this factory. Feng Yu did not include Fu Guangjing in this negotiations was because he could not help much either. The negotiations did not go smoothly. The city made harsh demands. They knew that Feng Yu could not get the approval documents by himself. That's why these approval documents were precious. Even if the automobile project was sold to Feng Yu, without the local government help, Feng Yu could not develop this business. It was tough to build a successful business, but it was very easy for Bing City government to stop a company from growing. Feng Yu was only someone from one of Bing City's district with no backgrounds. The city government was not afraid of him. The city wants Feng Yu to set the automobile headquarters in Bing City and cannot be moved to other places. Also, Feng Yu had to build the roads leading to the factory. The city will not pay for it. The automobile commercials also had to mention manufacture in Bing City, regardless of local or overseas. Feng Yu must not tarnish the image of Bing City. There were many other restrictions imposed on Feng Yu. Feng Yu knows that the city was acting like a hooligan, but he was not someone who can be bullied so easily. He immediately pointed out that the valuation report of the factory will be decided by the machinery company, and if the city insists on those conditions, then he works with the Fu family and suppresses the value. This way, the city will be suffering losses too. Furthermore, Feng Yu could always give up Bing City. He can go and look for partners from other cities. He believes that with his wealth, the enterprises from other places will work with him. Although the approval documents were challenging to get, since Bing City could get it, then other cities can also get it. Worse come to worse, he will work with other city government. There were many places in China with conditions better than Bing City. Both parties negotiated for a week, and it was still not settled. But suddenly, the city government had a change of attitude. The city decided not to sell this project to Feng Yu, and even agrees Feng Yu invest in the machinery company to expand this company. Why did the city have a change of attitude so fast? Feng Yu quickly got the answer. He received a call from Master Lu. He told Feng Yu that the Central Party Committee had decided to encourage the local enterprises to be bolder and be brave to try new things. The local enterprises shake off the reliance on overseas technologies and start developing. The committee even pointed out the industry they were supporting, the automobile industry. They expressed that there will be government policies implemented soon. There will be many benefits to this industry, and the local government should not hinder the progress of the companies in this industry. The local government must support these companies and help them. These directives were quickly disseminated to the provincial government and the local regions. The Bing City Party secretary immediately called for a meeting and everyone agrees to support the development of the machinery company. Although the city cannot afford to invest any more funds into this project, they must be a part of it. They cannot sell this project to Fengyu and let it be a private company. This project will also let Bing City score political points with the higher-ups. When Fengyu got to know about this, he felt that Master Lu had acted too fast. He had thought that it would take Master Lu a few months to get this sorted out. But who knows? Master Lu got everything settled with a short time. Fengyu wanted to cry. Master Lu, why are you so influential? But there were also benefits from this. This means that the machinery company will have a large plot of land, and there will be less hindrance from the city in the future. There were pros and cons. In the short term, Fengyu will have some benefits, but in the future, the city will a share of the profits. Never mind. Just treat it as supporting his homeland. But in 3 to 5 years' time, Fengyu will not let the city interfere with the machinery company. He must turn the machinery company into a real shareholding company. A new round of negotiations started again. With the city's change of attitude, Fengyu's position also changed. At first, Fengyu had given in to the city because the city was going to sell the project to him. But now, Fengyu will not agree to those conditions. You want me to continue to invest in the machinery company? Fine. Then let's evaluate the market value of the machinery company and count the number of employees in the company that was doing nothing. This time, Fu Guangjing also attended the negotiations. This was increasing the investment to the machinery company, and all shareholders should be notified. Fu Guangjing was also shocked when he learned that Fengyu will be investing 1 billion into the company and will set up multiple automobile and motorcycle factories. The Fu family supported the proposal for setting up an automobile factory in this automobile project. But to increase the scale so fast without the consideration of the market, the first few years will be making losses. Fu Guangjing hesitated and called his father and his eldest uncle to discuss it. In the end, Fu Guangjing expressed that he does not have the money to invest in the project and will accept his shares to be diluted. Fengyu injected 1 billion renminbi at once, and if Fu Guangjing wants to keep his shares, he would need to invest a considerable amount too. His father had invested most of his money into the Hong Kong's property market, and Fu Guangjing had followed suit. He does not have enough funds now. Furthermore, his eldest uncle felt that although the Chinese automobile market, especially the saloon cars market, was expanding now, it will not be as what Fengyu forecast. Fengyu was going to use his money to buy the market share by starting this large-scale project. Fengyu had successfully predicted the Gulf War, London gold, and the oil futures. He had made lots of profits from these events. He could afford to lose 1 billion renminbi, but not Fu Guangjing. Fu Rongqi also suspect that Fengyu had invested so much into this automobile manufacturing project was because he had received some benefits from somewhere, and Fu Guangjing had no way to enjoy the same benefits. That's why Fu Guangjing rather let Fengyu dilute his shares. After evaluating the machinery company, the market value of the machinery company was 432 million, and this was after the city government assessed multiple times. Fengyu was satisfied with this valuation report. Those city government people do not know how to evaluate the market value of a company at all. If Fengyu wants to inflate the value of the machinery company, it will be at least worth 500 million, and Fengyu is still able to provide evidence to prove it. Fengyu will invest 1 billion renminbi cash, and the machinery ordered from Kirilenko were evaluated at 300 million renminbi. Fengyu will spend a total of 1.3 billion renminbi. Fengyu also gave in a bit to the city government. The city government's shares were lowered to 7%, and Fu Guangjing's percentages were reduced to 4%. Fengyu's shares increased to 84.4%. There was another mysterious shareholder that owns 0.6% shares. The people in the accounting department were all Fengyu's men, and he also controlled the human resource department. In the future, all the factory directors and the company's management staffs got to follow the rules and will be decided during the shareholder meeting. Now, which shareholder will have the final say? Of course, it was the controlling shareholder, Fengyu. The automobile branch factory in Bing City expedited the construction, and Fengyu also sent his people to the local government of the areas. He planned to set up branch factories. He wants to set up all the factories in the shortest time. Once the negotiations were over, the land must be leveled before the end of the year. Fengyu himself went to Hangzhou alone. At Hangzhou, Fengyu had two important things to do. First, He wants to acquire the shares from Liaha other shareholders. But he will not get the shares from Zhong Qingxian, in case he leaves and set up another company. Secondly, Feng Yu wants to look for a person. China's future leader in the automobile industry, Li Dafu. Li Dafu was a legend in Feng Yu's past life. He was the same as Zhong Qingxian. Zhong Qingxian was China's leader in the beverage industry, and this Li Dafu was the boss of a private automobile manufacturing company. He was the first person in China to own an international automobile brand, which was in the Fortune 500. But what was Li Dafu doing now? He had set up a small factory, and this factory will be the start of his conglomerate. The factory was not manufacturing refrigerators parts, renovation materials, etc., but his factory was the first in China to develop the magnesium aluminum alloy. This alloy had strong heat and soundproofing properties and had resistance to corrosion. This was the person who claims that cars are just an engine with 4 wheels in a metal shell. This person had already started to develop the metal shell now. If it weren't for Feng Yu, Li Dafu would enter the motorcycle industry 2 to 3 years later, and he will be very successful. Through the motorcycle manufacturing industry, Li Dafu would accumulate the funds and also familiarize with the engines and wheels. But he had no chance in this life. Feng Yu had already set his plans in place, and China's biggest motorcycle manufacturer will be Bing City Machinery Company. It might even become the world's largest motorcycle manufacturer. Those small factories will not get the chance to grow, and Li Dafu will have no chance to get his funds to start manufacturing cars. There were rumors that this Li Dafu was charismatic and was willing to seek advice from others. His future company was started from a family business and was converted to a shareholding. It was hard to appoint the next leader to lead the company in a family business. There were too few choices. But for a shareholding, they can pick the next CEO from millions of people. Li Dafu had financed his company several times and were all successful. He maintained his shares and control. At the same time, he let his company raise enough funds to develop very fast. Also, Li Dafu paid particular emphasis on R&D. He knew that technologies could stop China's automobile industry from growing. He spent a lot on setting up a research center to research on engines, gearbox, electronics, etc. This was what Feng Yu liked about him. This time, Feng Yu wants to approach Li Dafu and see if Li Dafu was really like the rumors from his past life. If the stories were real, then he wants to recruit him to be the deputy general manager of the machinery company. He will be the person to take charge of the automobile project. Feng Yu believes that Li Dafu would be tempted by high salaries and shares. Li Dafu might reject high salaries. After all, he was the boss of his own factory. But shares would mean that he would be a shareholder of the company. Feng Yu would not be stingy with the shares. 1% shares were worth more than 10 million renminbi. These conditions should be sufficient to recruit Li Dafu. If it does not work, then Feng Yu would acquire Li Dafu's current factory. A factory that was worth less than 10 million was an easy target for Feng Yu. Feng Yu walked into Li Dafu's factory. Li Dafu, please do not disappoint me. Li Dafu had planned to go out for some business today, but he received a call saying that a big boss will be coming to talk about a business deal worth over 10 million. His factory was very small, and the annual income was only so much. He had never handled business deals more than 10 million renminbi. Manager Li, Mr. Feng is here. The secretary knocked on his office door and said with a weird expression, "Hurry and invite Manager Feng in." Li Dafu immediately stands up and walked towards the door. A young man younger than 20 years old walked in. Li Dafu was thinking in his heart that why was this young man so rude? His boss had not even entered the room. Why was he walking in front? But after a while, Li Dafu noticed that no one else was coming. He looked at his secretary puzzled. That young man stretches out his hand and smiled. "Mr. Li, I am Feng Yu. We have spoken over the phone." Li Dafu stiffly shook hands with Feng Yu and had an unbelievable expression on his face. Although over the phone, he knew that Feng Yu sounded very young, but he thought that it was just the voice. But when he met the real person, he was shocked. Is this Mr. Feng even 20 years old? He said that he has a business deal worth over 10 million. Is he talking nonsenses? "Mr. Feng, nice to meet you. Come, have a seat." Xiaozhong, serve tea. Feng Yu looked at Li Dafu's office and noticed that his office was nicely renovated. This made sense. Li Dafu was dealing in renovation materials now. If his office was poorly renovated, who would buy his renovation materials? Mr. Li might not know me, but I saw a few Songjiang motorcycles downstairs. Those motorcycles are manufactured by my company. Feng Yu had a sense of helplessness. His age often let people doubt him. Even when he dressed more maturely, he also can't cover his youthful looks. Li Dafu said with a shocked expression, Songjiang Motorcycles is from your company? That's amazing. This motorcycle had a beautiful exterior, and it was comfortable to ride on. Feng Yu was surprised that Li Dafu was riding a bike now. That means he does not have much money. These 2 years, Li Dafu had made some money, but he had invested most of his money in the new factory to increase production. Luckily, his products were still selling well. Thank you for the praises. I saw Mr. Li's renovation materials were selling well too. I heard that many surrounding provinces were all using your magnesium aluminum alloy. Li Dafu modestly said. It's all small businesses and cannot be compared to your businesses. I wonder what makes you travel all the way here. Are you going to buy a large quantity of magnesium aluminum alloy? To Li Dafu, other than magnesium aluminum alloy, his factory does not have any outstanding products that were worth Feng Yu to travel all the way from Bing City to Hangzhou. Mr. Li, can you let me look around your factory? Feng Yu suddenly asked. He wanted to see for himself the management capabilities of Li Dafu through the factory's operations. This was to look at my factory scale before ordering? Li Dafu had met with this type of request before from other businessmen. Since Feng Yu had said that he wants to talk about a business deal worth over 10 million, then the order must be enormous. He must be afraid that the factory could not complete the order. No problem. I will bring you around my factory personally and at the same time explain our factory's operations. Li Dafu warmly replied. Feng Yu noticed that the workshops Li Dafu brought him to were all working on the finished products. He did not bring him to essential areas of the factory. This showed that Li Dafu was guarded against Feng Yu. Feng Yu made an estimation of the production of the factory and then calculated the market value. He can estimate how much this factory can make in a year. This factory was indeed making money, and with this factory, it would be easy for Li Dafu to become a multimillionaire. If he manages well and develops new products, he might even become a billionaire. The factory's operations were smooth and tidy. The workshops were clean and not messy. These proved that he had managed the factory well. Back at the office, Li Dafu looked at Feng Yu. He had brought Feng Yu to look at the few prominent areas of his factory, and Feng Yu should be convinced of the capabilities of his factory. Mr. Li, your factory is doing well. Will you still remain in this industry in the future? Feng Yu suddenly asked. Li Dafu paused for a while. Shouldn't you be talking about your orders now? I will be doing this temporary. When the factory developed, I will consider doing other things. What do you think about the motorcycle industry? Li Dafu was feeling puzzled. Why was this Feng Yu asking weird questions? He was the one in the motorcycle manufacturing business, and he was dealing in renovation materials. What has his company's development got to do with him? Mr. Feng, I do not understand what you mean. Mr. Li, I will be truthful with you. Your factory's growth now might seem to be doing well. You have tens of millions of sales a year, and your profits should be a few million. But sorry to say this, no matter how your factory grows, the scale will remain the same. It will be hard for your factory to develop any further. There are many factories in the market that is producing the same products as yours. Many factories have the same technologies as yours. Li Dafu frowned and asked, what are you trying to say? Mr. Li, do you have dreams? Huh. Li Dafu's jaws dropped. He was confused by Feng Yu's sudden change of topics. Dreams? Someone who was not even 20 years old wants to talk about dreams with him. He was almost 30 years old. This Feng Yu was too weird. But over the years, Li Dafu had met many kinds of businessmen. There were some who even discussed religions with him. Mr. Feng, everyone has dreams, and there are different types of dreams. Li Dafu gave a general reply. Feng Yu was not satisfied with Li Dafu's reply. His first impression of Li Dafu was good, and he could tell that this Li Dafu was a proud person. That's why Feng Yu wants to talk to Li Dafu about dreams. It was just like how Apple recruited the Pepsi president. Apple talked about visions. Steve Jobs' legendary pitch to the president of Pepsi at that time became famous. Do you want to sell sugared water for the rest of your life? Or do you want to come with me and change the world? Mr. Li, then I will talk about my dreams. Look at our country now. After China had opened up, lots of foreign brands had entered. This had a great impact on our Chinese brands. Although the economy might be seeming to be doing well now, most of the money was earned by the foreigners. My dream is to stop foreigners from taking money away from China. My dream is to earn those foreigners' money. Feng Yu did not talk about bullshit like building and strengthening China. He talked about making money. Mr. Feng is someone with great ambitions and have a big dream. I have also thought of this. Just look at my magnesium aluminum alloy sheets. Before my factory had succeeded in producing this alloy, we have to import it from overseas. The prices were ridiculous. It was just like what you had said. All our money were earned by the foreigners. But now, those foreigners cannot make use of these alloys to earn money from us. This is because of me and others that are like me. Feng Yu smiled slyly. That means we have the same dream. Then are you interested in working together with me towards our dream? Working together towards our dream? Lots of question marks popped up inside Li Dafu's mind. Who the hell has the same dream as you? I am following what you said, and you take it seriously? You are a motorcycle manufacturer, and I am dealing with renovation materials. Our factories have nothing to do with each other. Can magnesium aluminum alloy be used on your motorcycles? Actually, after Li Dafu's factory had successfully produced a magnesium aluminum alloy, he was thinking about the uses for this alloy, other than for renovation. The renovation market was too small. The areas Li Dafu had thought of and researched on did not include motorcycles. Mr. Feng, what are you trying to say? Feng Yu laughed. Li Dafu was confused by him, and that's good. Mr. Li, can you drive? What do you think of the automobile market? Automobile market. Li Dafu's eyes widened in shock. This motorcycle manufacturer, Feng Yu, now wants to build cars? If Feng Yu really wants to manufacture cars, then it was indeed related to him. This aluminum alloy can be used on vehicles. It was lighter than steel and will lessen the vehicle's weight. Furthermore, this alloy will not rust easily. That means Feng Yu really wants to manufacture automobiles. Even if there were only 10,000 cars produced in a year and all the cars used as alloy, it will be a huge business deal, and there will be lots of profits for the factory. Our country's automobile market is expanding, and the living standards of our people had increased. As such, the demand for transportation will increase. Just our Taichung and Hangzhou alone, there are more cars on the streets these 2 years. The automobile industry has great potential, but Li Dafu knew that although the automobile market is expanding, those established automobile manufacturers' production is also increasing. There are also imported cars. He was not so optimistic about entering this industry as a new player. The most promising mode of transportation in China now should be the motorcycles. Maybe Feng Yu had earned a lot from his bikes business and had this thought of manufacturing cars. This might not be a problem 2 years later. If he were to start now, it might be too early. Mr. Li also think automobile industry has the potential? That's great. Our goals are the same again. Li Dafu, never mind. I don't care if it is the same or not as long as you place a big order with me. Mr. Li, have you ever thought that one day our Chinese automobile manufacturer will be one of the world's top automobile manufacturer and might even be the world's #1? Feng Yu continued. World's #1. Li Dafu felt that Feng Yu was crazy. Don't talk about the world. Just China alone had so many established automobile enterprises. Their production, scale, and technologies were the best in China, and your new automobile company might not even survive in China. And you want to think about being the world's #1? It's good to have a dream, but it must be realistic. Li Dafu felt that if Feng Yu's goal was to survive in China's market and get a part of the market share, it might be possible. But to be the world's #1, he must be China's #1 first. Huh. Mr. Feng is really ambitious. Li Dafu doesn't know what else to say. The future Chinese market will be the biggest market for the automobile industry, regardless of trucks or saloon cars. The Chinese economy will grow rapidly, and from 1995 onwards, the automobile market starts to flourish. After the year 2000, this automobile market grew even faster. There was another sudden growth of the automobile industry after China joined the WTO in 2003. In Feng Yu's previous life, Toyota and Volkswagen were also, because of their China sales, to become the world's #1 and 2 automobile manufacturer. If Feng Yu could get a large part of China's market share, then Feng Yu can be the world's top automobile manufacturer. China's automobile market will only be this big in the future, and Feng Yu must get the biggest market share. Mr. Li, it is important to have dreams. What if the dreams really come true? The most important thing is to work hard towards your dream, then the dream will come true. If one day you are standing on the world stage, you can announce to the whole world that you had firm beliefs that your dreams will come true from day one. Imagine how beautiful that will be. Feng Yu's words were very encouraging. The entrepreneurs of this era were all people who were not satisfied with working for others. Li Dafu had started his own business in 1986, and after so many years, his factory had grown from a small workshop with only a few employees to this factory with over 100 employees. But this was still far away from his dream. Li Dafu had also dreamt of his products being sold all over China and even exported overseas. But reality told him that this dream will remain as a dream. He was only someone who sells renovation materials. He thought that he was successful when he was the first one in China to produce a magnesium-aluminum alloy, but soon, he discovered that other factories also had made breakthroughs and was able to produce the alloy too. His products were not able to be sold all over China. Even in the surrounding provinces, he had many competitors. But in his heart, he had not admitted his losses. He firmly believes that he would succeed one day. Feng Yu's words had touched his heart. All this while he was working hard towards his dream. If his goal was to let his family have a good life, then he had already achieved it. His factory was worth over 10 million, and if he sold his factory, he and his family could retire comfortably. But that kind of lifestyle was not what he wanted. He still wants to work hard and achieve his dreams. So, Mr. Li, join my company. Leave this factory for your family members to manage. Come over to my company, and we can create history. Huh. Li Dafu returned back to reality. Wasn't Feng Yu going to place a big order for his alloy to manufacture cars? Give up this factory and work for him? Mr. Feng, are you telling me to work for you? Li Dafu was not happy. He was the boss of a factory, and even though his business was not as big as Feng Yu. But why should he work for Feng Yu? It is not working for me. It is creating the future together with me. Our Chinese automobile industry's future. Join my company as the deputy general manager of my automobile project. I will give you some company shares within 3 years as a reward. Once you own the shares, you are also a shareholder and consider one of the owners of the company. What do you think? Do you dare to try? Although Feng Yu had painted a beautiful picture, Li Dafu still felt that it was unrealistic. He did not agree or disagree. He just told Feng Yu that he needs some time to consider. Feng Yu also understood him. If it were him, he would also be suspicious. Why did you choose me? Are you telling the truth? The picture you described, is it even be possible? Feng Yu was also not anxious. All the factories had not even started construction, and the negotiations with the local government had not yet begun. He also wants to monitor Li Dafu for a while and see if he was worth the conditions he offered. Feng Yu was looking at the sales report at Liaha's headquarters. Zhong Qingxian also tells Feng Yu about the company's current circumstances. Liaha's development was much better than Feng Yu expected. Their products were too popular, and the demand had outweighed the supply by too much. They were already raising funds to expand their operations. Feng Yu only glanced through the reports. He had people in Liaha's financial department, and there were no problems with the reports. Zhong Qingxian was honest with him. Manager Feng, this is the company's current situation. There are many orders, which we dare not accept. We did not anticipate that the sales will be so good after we had built up our reputation. Zhong Qingxian sighed. Feng Yu laughed and said, this is normal. The parents had lived in poor conditions for a long time, and when they are young, they suffered hardships. Now, their lives got better, and naturally, they do not want their children to go through what they had gone through. They want to give the best things to their children. I had suggested building more branch factories previously, but now, we are still not too late. These 2 years was the golden period for health supplement products. Although Liaha oral health supplements were targeting children, they had become the market leaders. There were no other competitors. The health supplement market was divided among a few brands. King of Hearts was targeting the elderly. Ant's Wine were targeting grown men, and only 3 Pearls health supplements for the women was the product of Giant Corporation. Sure, Daju will accumulate lots of funds within these 2 years, but after that, they will be burdened by financial troubles because of the new Giant Corporation's building. That will be the time for Feng Yu to invest. The future health supplements industry will be controlled by Shanghai Gold Partner Biotech Co. Limited, a subsidiary company of Giant Corporation, with their best-selling product, Neobagen. The researchers that developed Neobagen had said that the cost of one box was only about 2 renminbi and the retail price was a few hundred RMB. The returns were huge. But now, Sure Daju will never allow Feng Yu to invest in Giant Corporation. He had too much money now. Feng Yu was now thinking of ways to let Zhong Qingxian to not only develop Liaha this product, but also develop other types of beverages products like carbonated drinks, etc. In the future, the beverages market will be huge. In Feng Yu's past life, there will be a Zurisheng group appearing in 2 years' time. Their ice and warm tea beverages were popular throughout China. Within a few years, this company grew from a small factory worth 30 million renminbi to a company that had more than 3 billion renminbi annual sales. But that did not last long. Because of mismanagement, after the millennium, this company did not do well and was even bankrupted. Their brand was also sold. Zhong Qingxian discussed with Feng Yu about his development plans. He planned to set up 3 branch factories in the next 3 years, and their primary market will still be the provinces in the southeast region. These provinces were developing the fastest and had the most purchasing power. Liaha could easily afford to set up a branch factory every year with their current situation. But Feng Yu felt that Zhong Qingxian's plan was too slow. By the time Liaha finished their development plans, Zurisheng Group would appear. They would miss the opportunity to capture the profitable tea beverage market. Mr. Zhong, have you ever considered increasing the variety of our company's products? Feng Yu suddenly asked. Product diversification? Zhong Qingxian frowned. Now their company could not even cope with one product, and they still want to develop more products? He also knew that the company's growth would be limited if they depend on one product. But will it be too early for them to diversify their products now? Manager Feng, we did have the intentions to diversify into products like dairy products for children. But this will be after we have controlled the market. Seems like Mr. Zhong have already thought about the future. Children's dairy product is good. This will be in line with our company's direction. But think about where our factory is located and what is the most famous beverage in this area. Where is the factory located and the most famous beverage in this area? Hangzhou was famous for Longjing tea. Feng Yu wants to develop Longjing tea. Manager Feng, there are already lots of tea merchants for Longjing tea, and they are already in this line for many years. It will be hard for us to enter the market. Zhong Qingxian frowned. He felt his idea of children dairy products was better, and this will be his future plans for the company. Feng Yu shook his head. I am not talking about Longjing tea. I am talking about tea beverages. We can combine tea and carbonated drinks together, just like Jianlibo. Have you ever thought of this? Jianlibo? Zhong Qingxian thought for a while. Jianlibo had appeared out of nowhere a few years ago and had captured the Chinese market. Leveraging on the sports arena, it was even exported to the Western countries. There was also a nickname, China's Magic Water, for Jianlibo. Last year's Asian Games, it was the official drink for China's team. There were rumors that Jianlibo will be setting up a company in the US and will be buying an office at the Empire State Building. He had studied Jianlibo before, and that's only carbonated drinks with electrolyte added. It was not as magical as it claims, but the market responded quite positively. But Feng Yu was suggesting to tea into carbonated drinks. Isn't that just adding tea into the carbonated water? Manager Feng, will people be buying carbonated tea beverages? Zhong Qingxian asked. Of course, I can guarantee that. During the summer, everybody likes to drink cold soft drinks. If you do not believe me, you can let one factory to test it and see if this type of drinks will be popular. Zhong Qingxian frowned. Manager Feng, although the new factory we plan will be bigger if we are to produce Liaha health supplements and beverage, the workers, materials, machinery, and other costs will increase. If we fail, Zhong Qingxian also wanted to try. Maybe it will be possible, but they need sufficient funds. He had plans for children dairy products, and it had not even started. Where would he get the funds to start on this carbonated tea beverage project? Mr. Zhong, are you worried about the funds? Why not? I will invest more money in the company and increase my stake to 49%. With my money and the company's current funds, we can set up 2 factories at the same time. If the negotiations are smooth, and with the help of loans from the local districts, we can even set up 3 factories at the same time. One factory can manufacture the oral health supplement and the carbonated tea beverage at the same time. Another factory can start on your children's dairy products. If the market response is poor, we can switch all the factories back to manufacturing oral health supplements. What do you think? Zhong Qingxian hesitated. Feng Yu wants to continue to invest and wanted 49%. This meant that he will not interfere with the company's operations, and this additional fund was crucial for the company's growth. Should he accept this investment? Feng Yu was sitting quietly and did not disturb Zhong Qingxian. He was thinking about what Feng Yu had said. Zhong Qingxian was in a dilemma. After a while, he stood up and asked Feng Yu to wait while he went for a smoke. Feng Yu knew that Zhong Qingxian was going to call his two other partners to discuss his suggestions. His partners had gone to other provinces to look at locations for the new factories and were not at the company. Zhong Qingxian returned 10 minutes later. Manager Feng, how much do you intend to invest? Feng Yu raised one finger. 10 million renminbi for 9% shares. I believe with this price, you can answer to the other two shareholders. Although Liaha was growing at a rapid speed, the market value of the company was only about 70 million renminbi. 10 million renminbi for 9% shares was considered a very high price. Zhong Qingxian had just spoken to his partners, and he also received a call from his sales manager telling him that he Buchuan from Guangdong, selling Libai yogurt drinks, had started to enter the northern markets. If Liaha hesitated any further, the market share would be occupied by Libai yogurt. Zhong Qingxian was a decisive person, and he convinced his partners with this piece of information. Those two partners also trusted Zhong Qingxian. After all, since the time Feng Yu invested in their company, they had gotten more returns than they had expected. Manager Feng, do you have any suggestions for our company's development? Feng Yu was laughing in his heart. Zhong Qingxian was asking him for suggestions or trying to see if Feng Yu intends to interfere with the company's operations. I do not have any suggestions. I only think that the tea beverages market has great potential. If we start the product development and build the factory now, we will not be in time for this year's summer. We can introduce our products to the market next summer. Mr. Zhong is more experienced in this field and thinks that the children dairy products will also do well. These are all the company's operation matters, and you can decide everything. Of course, if Mr. Zhong trusts me, I can help the company to import some second-hand bottling production lines from the Soviet Union. No matter if it plastic bottles or cans, I can get it cheap. Zhong Qingxian was relieved. Seemed like Feng Yu does not want to interfere with the company's operations. He can rest assured. That's great. I will see what types of machinery we need and will order from you. There were no canning and bottling production lines in China, and these machines need to be imported. They were very expensive. If they can get second-hand machines, it will lower their cost by a lot. This will also be good for the company. As for the raw materials, Zhong Qingxian believes that with the company's reputation now, they can have a longer credit term. Now, it will be possible to build 3 factories at once and start to produce the health supplement drinks, dairy products, and tea beverages. The next day, the other 2 partners returned to Hangzhou. The 4 of them discussed for a while, and that afternoon, Feng Yu signed the agreement with them. Feng Yu finally finished all of his tasks. The money he earned from the stock market was all spent, and he can finally rest for a few days. Back at Bing City, Feng Yu went back to his school. He had skipped school for a while, and he misses it. It was almost the final exams. All the Year 3 students were preparing for the exams, and the school had instructed the Year 1 and 2 students to keep their volumes down. They were not allowed to disturb the Year 3 students. When Feng Yu appeared in the classroom, the other students were shocked. Feng Yu was at school. What was he here? Feng Yu was the special one among the Year 3 students. He was the one to be admitted to Beijing University without the need for entrance exams. The form teacher also allows Feng Yu to skip classes, and if he wants to attend classes, he was not allowed to disturb others. He can join the Year 1 and 2 physical education classes or go to the library. If he does wish to attend classes, he can go wherever he wants as long as he does not disturb the other students. All this while, Feng Yu had followed his teacher's last instructions, not attending any classes. The rest of the students were used to Feng Yu not attending classes. When Feng Yu suddenly appears, they were a bit not used to it. It felt that there was a newly transferred student in the class. But the rest of the students looked at Feng Yu for a while and continued their revision. Only one person was not able to concentrate and kept looking at Feng Yu. Come, try this imported chocolate. It tastes good. Feng Yu walked over to Lina, ignoring the school bells. Lina rolled her eyes and said, "Class is starting. Hurry back to your seat." Feng Yu laughed and returned to his seat. He touched his desk and found that there was no dust on it. Someone had been cleaning his desk for him while he was away. It must be Lina. She must be used to cleaning his desk and chair every day. The teacher entered the classroom and saw Feng Yu. He was surprised. Why was Feng Yu here today? Could he be here because he misses the way I teach? But after the teacher started the class, Feng Yu fell asleep on his desk. The classroom was still a place that was good for sleeping. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Feng Yu woke up and rubbed his eyes. Li Na was in front of him smiling. The student sitting beside Feng Yu left, letting Li Na sit beside him. How come you are so busy for such a long time? Have you settled all your matters? What's there to worry about when I handle all these matters personally? Everything is settled, and I can accompany you in class. I will only be busy after the exams. During this period, Feng Yu noticed the importance of the management staffs. He will be attending university in Beijing soon, and he hoped that he would be able to recruit some good management staff for his company. There were a lot of future capable people from his university and the surrounding universities in Beijing. But the ones he wanted to know, like Charles Zhang and Robin Li, were no longer in China. They were in the US to further their studies. But it was also a good thing for them to broaden their horizons, and when Feng Yu graduated from university, he could help these people start their career. By becoming an angel investor, Feng Yu can be friends with them, and also, they will give Feng Yu lots of returns. In his past life, these people had sought foreign funds to invest in them, but this time, those foreign investors can move aside. Feng Yu will be the one that invests in these Chinese entrepreneurs. Li Na smiled sweetly. She likes Feng Yu to accompany her, and she felt more confident with him around. Tomorrow is fun day, and there is no school. I have checked the weather report, and tomorrow there will be some winds. Why not we go to the riverbanks to fly kites? The teacher had said that one must rest once in a while for better grades. I had bought 2 big kites. Li Na hesitated for a while and nodded. She doesn't mind what they do, as long as Feng Yu was with her. Notes. 1. Charles Zhang is a Chinese businessman, investor, and the founder, chairman, and current CEO of Sohu Inc. 2. Robin Li is a Chinese internet entrepreneur, co-founder of the search engine Baidu, and one of the richest people in China, with a net worth of $18.5 billion as of October 2017. It was considered summer now, but Bing City's temperature was still less than 20 degrees Celsius. The sky was clear with few clouds. The sun had just rose, and there was a gentle breeze. Underneath a willow tree, there was a girl in a light green dress. The girl gently tucks her hair behind her ears and smiled towards Feng Yu. Looking at the young man tripping and running while holding a kite that was bigger than him, she ran towards him. Slow down, there is no rush. The girl took out a handkerchief and helped that young man wipe his sweats. I had found out where that boat owner, old Lu, went to. He went to buy cigarettes. I had paid the deposit, and there was no reason for him to not turn up. Let's wait a while. He will be here soon. Yesterday, after Li Na agreed to fly kites with him, he immediately looked for a boat and paid the deposit. He instructed the boat owner to wait for him at 9 a.m. by the river bank. The boat will ferry them to the beach on the other bank. He had also prepared some food for a barbecue during lunch. It was already 9:10 a.m., and old Lu had not appeared. Feng Yu asked Li Na to wait for him while he went to find out what happened. Today, Feng Yu was enthusiastic. That moron Wen Dongjun had not joined them. He had sprained his ankle during a football match a few days ago. He had already secured a place in the university, and he was playing football and basketball every day. Feng Yu was happy that he had sprained his ankle. At least for a week, Wen Dongjun could not run about. Actually, Wen Dongjun had wanted to join them today, but Feng Yu told him that he would not have the time to look after him. He would be so busy flying a kite and would not have the time to look after a handicapped person. There were video games at home and videotapes. If he was still bored, Feng Yu also took the knitting kit from his sister. He told Wen Dongjun in a serious tone that knitting was interesting. Once you had knitted for a few hours, you will experience the thrill of knitting, and it was fun. Wen Dongjun asked if Feng Yu had tried knitting before. Feng Yu looked at him and said, I am so busy every day. Where would I find the time to play? You go and try knitting. I need to fly my kite. After a while, the boat owner, old Lu, arrived and apologized to Feng Yu. The both of them boarded his boat. Feng Yu had booked his boat for the day, and once old Lu sent them to their destination, he can sleep in the cabin. The amount he earned today was more than a week's income. The boat arrived at the northern bank of the river, and old Lu anchored the boat. He reminded Feng Yu to not to swim as the water was still freezing. He could get cramps easily in the waters. Feng Yu rolled up his pants and jumped into the water. He asked Li Na to climb onto his back, and he carried Li Na to shore. On Feng Yu's back, Li Na was overjoyed. She wished she could stay on his back forever. Old Lu helped Feng Yu brought his kite to the shore and returned to the boat. You release the string, and I will hold the kite up. You run towards that direction. It is against the wind direction, and the kite will fly up easily. Feng Yu said, and he ran off to a distance with the kite. Pull the string. Okay, now release bit by bit. It's up, the kite is flying. Feng Yu and Li Na shouted excitedly. That had succeeded the first time, and they had a sense of accomplishment. Feng Yu had specially ordered this kite from an old craftsman. It was lovely. This morning, when Li Na saw the kite, she likes it immediately. Actually, Feng Yu ordered 2 kites. The other was in the form of a centipede. He thought about it, and he did not bring the centipede kite. He gave that kite to Wen Dongjun. The kite flew higher and higher. Li Na kept releasing the string. The both of them held on to the string, laughing together. Look, the kite is so high now. It's beautiful. Li Na pointed to the kite. I am the one who painted the butterfly's wings. Feng Yu proudly said. Is it the center of the left wings? Feng Yu exclaimed. How do you know? Impossible. Li Na was not around when the kite was being made. It is because that part is the ugliest. Li Na said, trying to hold back her laughter. Wah, you dare to laugh at me? That wing is the nicest part of the kite. There must be something wrong with your eyes. Look carefully. Feng Yu pretended to be angry. Ha ha, fine. Your painting is the nicest. The both of them was flying a kite and teasing each other. 1 hour later, it was almost noon, and the both of them were tired. Feng Yu starts to reel in the string and took out the barbecue equipment. He poured some alcohol on the charcoal and lit it. Coughed. He got all the steps right, but the wind direction changed suddenly. From being upwind, Feng Yu was now downwind. He inhaled the thick smoke and choked. Li Na was laughing hard at him, and she tapped Feng Yu's hand. Let me do it. You have not lit a fire at home before. Feng Yu. I had been living in a farmhouse until 2 years ago. It was the wind that changed direction. It had nothing to do with my fire-starting skills. Soon, the charcoals were burning red hot, and Feng Yu took out the lamb skewers and chicken wings to cook. He used a small brush to brush condiments on the food. What are you spreading on the chicken wings? It smells nice, and why it smells a bit sweet. Honey, you should not have tried before. Later you can have a taste of my cooking skills. I love to barbecue chicken wings, and I love to barbecue chicken wings for Li Na. Feng Yu was singing some random songs he heard from the Stephen Chow's movies. He only changed the lyrics. What are you singing? It's awful. Li Na stared at Feng Yu. This is the... Come, I will teach you how to sing it. Barbecue chicken wings. I love to eat chicken wings. Sing along with me. Li Na, I don't want to sing this song. You barbecue first. I will ask old Lu to eat with us. Help me roast a piece of bread. Feng Yu was feeling hurt. This song is so lovely, and my voice is so good. It must be just now. I did not sing it correctly. I must practice it more. Barbecue chicken wings. I love to eat chicken wings. Old Lu slowly walks towards Feng Yu with a small plate. It contains the small fishes he deep-fried in the morning. Feng Yu had paid him so much, and he made some snacks for him. Feng Yu tasted one fish, and it was excellent. Young man, what are you singing just now? Chinese opera. Old Lu laughed and asked. Feng Yu. Li Na was trembling from holding back her laughter. Old Lu, you must have heard wrong. I am just humming some tunes. I don't know any Chinese opera. Old Lu, your deep-fried fishes are delicious. Share with me your recipes. Guangjing. This time let old Zhou and the rest help you to negotiate with the local government regarding the building of the branch factories. Uncle, do you think that Feng Yu will succeed this time? The automobile industry is not something that can achieve overnight. Furthermore, we are setting up new factories. Other than the high cost, we still do not have experienced workers. We are starting from zero. Why is Feng Yu so insistent to enter the automobile manufacturing industry? Fu Guangjing was not sure why Feng Yu wanted to do this. This was apparently a loss-making business. You only analyzed these? Fu Rongqi looked at Fu Guangjing. This nephew of his had improved a lot in the recent years. He was more mature now, and Fu Rongqi was happy with his progress. The Fu family needs more capable next generation to take over his generation and let the Fu family continue to be one of Hong Kong's top influential family. In the recent years, Fu Guangjing had been entering new industries which were different from the rest of the Fu family, and he was happy with his performance. 1 billion renminbi might seem to be a lot, but if it is only for 1 or 2 factories, that's still fine. China's future automobile market will be better than now, and that is the reason why Feng Yu wants to enter this industry. He is right to set up 5 new branch factories at the same time. Counting the current factory, that will be 6 automobile factories, and he still wants to build 4 more motorcycle factories. This is a business strategy to capture the market. However, his resources will be spread over so many factories. How can he develop this business? Investing $1 billion in the automobile manufacturing industry will not be a problem if there were experienced workers and the required technologies. But that was only the resources were gathered together. Now, the funds will be spread over so many factories, and each factory will just have about 100 million, and Fu Guangjing felt that 100 million was not enough for an automobile factory. Then why didn't you withdraw your investment from the machinery company? Fu Rongqi asked. Uncle, to be honest, I am treating this as a gamble. Feng Yu had been successful with all his investment. Since the day I know him, I had never seen him fail before. Every time he spends his money and looks like he was being taken advantage of, but in the end, he would be the one earning the most. When I know him, he does not have a lot of assets. Now, although I do not have the exact figures, I know that he is wealthier than my family, and I even suspect that his wealth is catching up with you. That's why although I do not think that this project will do well, I am willing to take a gamble. At most, I will be losing some money. As long as the humidifiers and the bladeless fans are still around, Feng Yu will not fail, and I will not fail too. Furthermore, there is still the Iowa company, and their new product had launched in Japan, and China's launch will be in June. The more Fu Guangjing know Feng Yu, the more he felt that Feng Yu was mysterious. His every decision does not make sense at first, but in the end, he was always right. For example, the humidifiers and bladeless fans celebrity endorsements. Feng Yu did not pick the ones Fu Guangjing chose, but instead, he asked Fu Guangjing to sign contracts with 2 not-so-well-known celebrities. A second-rated TV star Johnny Depp and Macaulay Culkin, a kid younger than 8 years old. But last year, there were 2 box office hits which no one expected. One movie was, starring Johnny Depp, and the other, starring Macaulay Culkin. These 2 movies were hits, and these 2 main leads became famous overnight. With these 2 actors' current popularity, the endorsement fees will be at 10 times more than what they paid. Fu Guangjing was puzzled. How come Feng Yu knew that these 2 actors will be famous? Even if Feng Yu knew that these 2 actors will be acting in those 2 movies, how would he know that these films will be box office hits? Feng Yu had watched the movie before. Impossible. Feng Yu had never been to the US. The furthest he had been was Hong Kong. But this was a fact. Although Fu Guangjing did not know what happened, he could only guess that Feng Yu had some connections in the US. With the success of these 2 movies and the increased fame of the actors, the sales of the humidifiers and the bladeless fans also increased. Those bladeless fans stored in the warehouse were sold out a few days ago, and there were still more orders coming in. Luckily, the new factory in Dongguan's productivity was higher than Bing City and could still cope with the sudden increased demand. The last time Fu Guangjing went to Bing City, he found out that Feng Yu now owns all the shares of the humidifiers and bladeless fans. He did not know how Feng Yu was able to get his hands on the motor factory and the aviation factory shares. Now, the motor factory only acts as a contractor for Feng Yu to manufacture his products. Feng Yu's profits had increased by a lot. When Fu Guangjing suggested building a new factory to increase production, Feng Yu readily agrees. He even let Fu Guangjing choose the location and do not mind about how much he had to invest. This time, Feng Yu invested a considerable amount into the machinery company. Fu Rongqi had wanted to let Fu Guangjing withdraw his investments and sell his shares to Feng Yu or Bing City government. Fu Guangjing's investment had already multiplied by several folds, and he did not need to take on so much risk with Feng Yu. But this time Fu Guangjing refused to listen to his eldest uncle. The Iowa shares incident caused by his father had pissed Feng Yu off, which led to his father being fooled by him. With the help of his eldest uncle, Feng Yu provided some information for his father to recoup his losses and still made some money. Fu Guangjing knew that his relationship with Feng Yu was not as close as before. If he chooses to withdraw his investments, that means the distance between him and Feng Yu will be even further. When Feng Yu had any excellent investment opportunities in the future, he would not ask Fu Guangjing along. Also, Iowa products that were launched in Japan 2 months ago were doing well. Hong Kong Iowa's subsidiary will be in charge of China's sales, and if Iowa products sell well, Fu Guangjing will also earn a lot. If Fu Guangjing and Feng Yu had any unpleasant encounters now, Feng Yu might break their contract, and Fu Guangjing would lose this business. Furthermore, there was still the humidifiers and bladeless fans. Fu Guangjing and the rest of the Fu family had made quite a lot from these two products. After he explained to his eldest uncle, his uncle agreed with him. His eldest uncle had told him that Feng Yu had good foresight and got access to some information network. But Feng Yu lacked one crucial thing. He lacks management talents. Fu Guangjing was not considered a talented person, but Fu Rongjing had taught him for many years, and now Fu Rongqi was also guiding him and even helped him set up a management team. It can be said that Fu Guangjing's management skills were much better than anyone from Feng Yu's company. He might even be better than Feng Yu. Just this alone, Fu Guangjing can help Feng Yu a lot. Feng Yu would also ditch him. Then when Feng Yu made money, he could also tag along. He would even be the bridge between Feng Yu and the Fu family. Fu Rongqi felt that this was more important than anything else. It's good that you have thought this out thoroughly. Go and settle everything with the local government as soon as possible. The earlier that factories are built, the better we can understand the market. The risk will also be smaller this way. Don't worry about failing. Now, China is developing very fast, and there are many opportunities. There are very few people as capable as Feng Yu nowadays. Time flies, and soon the high school final exams were over. After the last exam, Feng Yu looked at the smiling Li Na who was walking out of the examination halls. He knew that she would do well in her exams. How was it? I had said that with your results, you should have no problems getting good grades. Feng Yu said while passing her a bottle of Jianlibo. I had seen many similar questions before. Li Na nodded. She was too excited, and her face was blushing. There were many parents around waiting for their children. High school exams was a big event for them. It was even more important than the high school exams in the future. Now, if their children get into the university, they would be assigned jobs, and in the future, they would be leaders. In that era, studying can change one's fate. Some poor villages even pooled the whole village resources to let one child get into the university. Your sister should have done well for her exams. She must be able to get into a university. I still don't know how my brother does in his exams. Bro, wanna smoke? A man in his 20s beside them passed Feng Yu a cigarette. He thought that Li Na was Feng Yu's sister. He did not think that the both of them were dating. At their age, many were already dating, and even some were married. Those that were underage would have their wedding banquets first, and when they passed their legal age, they would then register their marriage. But for university students, especially in the city, it was uncommon. Thanks, but I don't some. I still have something on, and we will make a move first. Good luck to your brother. That man saw Feng Yu left with his sister in a car, and it was still an imported car. His eyes grew wide. This guy's family was so wealthy. He can never afford this type of cars. He still has to send his brother to university, and after his brother become a leader in the future, he would also get the opportunity to own a small car. Where are you bringing me to? To the fun fair. The Ferris wheel had started operating. Didn't you want to ride the Ferris wheel? We finally got the chance to go there. The school now must be messy. You will know tonight. It was not sure when it started. There was a tradition of throwing books after the high school final exams. It was as if all the students were releasing all their examination stress and saying farewell to the school. There were even howling, and Feng Yu even saw a student throwing away his pencil case after the exams. Of course, Feng Yu had also done that in his previous life. But this life, he had no stress at all. The school was like a playground for him. He did not even attend the exams. Why would he have stress? With Li Na's character, she would not participate in those crazy activities. That's why it was better for Feng Yu to bring her out. They played at the fun fair for about an hour, and the sky starts to turn dark. After dinner, Feng Yu sent Li Na back to her hostel. Tomorrow will be the day for the students to apply for the universities. Li Na's first choice was Beijing Teaching University. That evening, the school had organized a party for the students at the nearby Cultural Palace. This was to celebrate the graduation of the third years. Look at what I am wearing today. Do I look handsome? When Dong Jun asked while standing in front of a mirror. Because he had gotten a place in Beijing Technological University, he was an honored student, and he would be receiving an award from the school tonight. Feng Yu glanced at him. Yes, you are so handsome. I heard that you will even be performing at the party. Have your practice? Don't disgrace yourself. When Feng Yu mentioned this, When Dongjuan's face changed, sigh. How did the teacher plan this performance? I only get to say the last line. The last line is always the most important. This is the teacher taking care of you. Perform well. I will cheer for you. Feng Yu said while trying to hold back his laughter. The last line was typically reserved for the worst performer. This teacher could tell when Dongjuan's capabilities. The party started, and there were performances like singing, dancing, and many other performances. There were also plays. Some of the Year 3 students participated in these performances, and some were from the junior high school students nearby. These students had to practice for this performance before their final exams. When Dongjuan's turn, Feng Yu almost died from laughing. When Dongjun was 1.85 m tall, and the teacher teamed him up with 3 other junior high school students who were 1.4 m. This sharp contrast had a substantial impact on the audiences. When the audience saw the sour look on Dongjuan's face, everyone burst out in laughter. Dongjun was famous in school for his height and his skills in basketball and football. He was even exempted from the entrance exams to Beijing Technological University. All the other students envied him. But today, he was the joke of the party. Luckily, Dongjun was a shameless person, and he could still carry on with his performance. Third high school had lots of outstanding students, and all of them are the future leaders. They had worked hard to go to Beijing. I am exempted from the entrance exams. But he did not notice that every line he said, he had to bend his knees slightly. He looks very weird. After his performance ended, he was feeling proud. Look, my performance was excellent. I received the most laughter and applause. But he did not know that it was because of other reasons. The other 3 junior high school students were wearing their school uniforms. Only Dongjun was wearing formal wear. The contrast was too big. All his lines were boasting, and this was in line with his character. The teacher really understands him well. After the party ended, some of the students were not satisfied. Someone suggested a barbecue on a small island in the north of the river tomorrow, and lots of students agreed. Feng Yu thought for a while. This might be the last time he will be with these students. He also accepted the invitation. Teachers, today, the both of us invited you here is to thank all of you for your guidance these few years. Feng Yu and Li Na had reserved a table at a restaurant to thank their teachers. The both of you are good students, and I am proud to have taught the both of you. The form teacher said. He was the most qualified person to say this. He was Feng Yu and Li Na's form teacher from Year 1 to Year 3. He got the chance to teach art stream was also because of Feng Yu. At first, the form teacher was not happy. Getting good results in science stream was easy. But now, he felt that art stream was also able to achieve outstanding results. It does not matter how other students fare in their exams. Feng Yu's admittance into Beijing University was enough for him to brag to the coming few batches of students. He can claim that he had taught an outstanding student. The form teacher also got a good performance appraisal because of this class. The only regret was that after Feng Yu graduate, he would not receive expensive gifts during festivals. Every festival, Feng Yu had asked his men to send his teacher gifts. The last Lunar New Year, the form teacher had received gifts that were worth more than his 1-year salary. Of course, he had also taken good care of Feng Yu and Li Na. Now, both students were admitted to the universities in Beijing. He would not feel guilty for closing one eye and letting the both of them do whatever they wanted. The form teacher slowly stood up and raised his glass. Come, let us toast and wish the both of them to have a good future. 3 days after the final exams, Feng Yu drove Dongjun and the other 2 back to their district. There were only the 4 of them in the car. Their luggage was handed over to Wind and Rain Logistics. Their trucks will be making a trip to Tai Hua Food Processing Factory tomorrow, and they will be sending their luggage on the way. When they start high school, they had very little luggage. But after graduation, Feng Yu found that his car could not even carry Li Na's luggage. Maybe Feng Yu had bought too many gifts for Li Na. After sending his friends home, Feng Yu slowly drove back. When he returned home, his mother was cooking in the kitchen. You are back. Hurry, go and wash your hands. We will eat after I finish the last dish. Where's Dad? Is he still at the factory? Didn't we hire someone to manage the factory? Feng Yu frowned. It was already noon, and why was his father still so busy? Your father went to your Uncle Wen's house for a drink. Your Uncle Wen was promoted. Uncle Wen promoted? He was just promoted to deputy chief not long ago. How come he was promoted again? He was promoted to the chief of the farm department? Wasn't this too fast? Mom, is Uncle Wen going to be the chief of the farm department? Feng Yu had an unbelievable look on his face. Was this considered the legendary high flyer? From his progression, Uncle Wen should be retiring with a high rank. Who would believe this would happen in the past? Yes, it was announced this morning, and your Uncle Wen had just returned from his office. He immediately asked your father over for a drink to celebrate. Your father has a lot to do with his promotion, Zhang Muhua said proudly. The Feng family had made a lot of investments in the district, and their factories were developing very fast. Their processed food factory and Taipeng pig farm were featured many times on the provincial TV news. During every interview, when the reporters asked Feng Xingtai about his secret to his success, he would say that it was because he got the help of the chief and deputy chief, one of the farm department, and the hard work of all the workers. If it was once or twice, it was still okay. But it was a few dozen times. Even the higher-ups also noticed this. The chief was already due for his promotion. He was promoted straight to the position of a county mayor. When the country's party committee secretary retires in 2 years' time, he would be taking over that position. The chief knew that his promotion was because of the relationship between Wen Daguang and Feng Xingtai. He had the credit for the district's development. After all, the food processing factory and the pig farm were set up during his term as the chief of the farm department. In the future, whenever people talk about these two companies, he would be mentioned. Who can continue to have good relationships with the Feng family? Other than Wen Daguang, there was no one else. At first, there were other experienced deputy chiefs that tried to use their connections to get this position. But soon, they stopped. Even the provincial farm department head had praised Wen Daguang for his performance. They were bitter about this. Wen Daguang was always smiling and looking harmless. But they never expected that he had connections with the provincial department head. Their head had already spoken, and who would dare to vie for the position of chief? They can only remain as deputies and carry on with their duties. They still have the chance after Wen Daguang was promoted again and transferred out. The head of the provincial farm department had already noticed Wen Daguang, and his next promotion should be fast too. With the speed of his promotion, he should be promoted again within the next 3 years. The deputies can still afford to wait. Even if Wen Daguang were not promoted, with the district development speed, they would also get some credit. They can always apply for transfer to other districts. They might even be transferred to the county's department. There was only about 20,000 population in the district. But in a county, the population was a few 100,000. With more people in a more significant area, they will have more authority. The deputies had straightened out their thoughts and decided to focus on their work to build up more credentials. They would wait for any vacancies at the county and request for a transfer. Wen Daguang was also surprised by his promotion. Although he knew that he would eventually become the chief of the district farm department, he never expects it to be so soon. Furthermore, he would be taking over the role of the district's party committee secretary in 2 years' time. Feng Yu rubbed his chin, thinking about Wen Daguang's promotion. The provincial leaders really think highly of him? Wen Daguang should not have been to the provincial government office before. The furthest he went was the city government. This means that someone had spoken to the leaders at the provincial farm department. Who was this person? Could it be Zhang Han's father? Feng Yu felt that this possibility was not high. Zhang Han's father was also a leader in the provincial government. It was already a blessing he did not stop his daughter was dating with Wen Dongjun. He should not be helping Wen Dongjun's father. Was it Zhang Ruiqiang? Feng Yu had mentioned Wen Daguang a few times, and he remembered? Zhang Ruiqiang was transferred to the city from the provincial government. He should know the leaders of the provincial farm department. But it doesn't seem right. If it were Zhang Ruiqiang, he would surely tell Feng Yu. Someone had done him a favor secretly. What was this person's motive? Feng Yu wants Wen Daguang to be the chief of the district's farm department. That was because Uncle Wen would never cheat his family. If it was another person, he might make things difficult for his family. Taihua Food Processing Factory and Tianpeng Pig Farm were making a lot of money. Last year, some people asked Feng Xingtai to fund the repairs for the roads leading to the farm. There were even people who requested Feng Xingtai to renovate the farm department's office. Those people act as if they own the money earned by Feng Xingtai. No, it was not the same. These people will never take out money from their own pockets to do these. Of course, all these suggestions were stopped by Wen Daguang. Feng Xingtai had already donated to the schools in the district and had helped the farm department save lots of money. Repairing the roads still made sense, but renovating the offices? You think the Feng family are stupid? Feng Xingtai was not happy too. What he donated to the schools was to let the future generations to remember and have honor for his family. Renovating the offices for the leaders? Even without renovating, all the leaders at the district knew him. Feng Yu supported his father on this matter. He even encouraged his father to blow up this matter. These people dare to try and take advantage of his family. Now, Wen Deguang was promoted to the chief, and that person who wanted Feng Xingtai to renovate their offices was transferred to other places. He became a small supervisor in charge of filing. He was not even 50 years old and was assigned to these types of back-end role. His future chances of promotion had become very slim. Mom, I had bought 2 dresses for you. See if you like it. Zhang Muhua smiled. I like it as long as it is bought by you. Next time doesn't waste money. The mother and son sat down for lunch and chatted about the minor things that had happened in the district. At about 3 p.m., when Dong Jun carried the drunk Feng Xingtai back, Feng Yu was speechless. Was there a need to drink so much for someone else's promotions? When Dong Jun said that he needs to go back and take care of his father, Feng Yu knew that Uncle Wen was also drunk. Feng Xingtai slept until the skies turned dark. Feng Yu woke him up. He was finally sober after he washed his face. Huh? Xiao Yu, when are you back? Feng Yu, who do you think was the one that took care of you the whole afternoon? Dad, what were you talking with Uncle Wen? I heard from Dong Jun that the both of you were chatting happily and drank more and more. Feng Yu knew that his father could hold his liquor well and could easily finish a bottle of baijiu by himself. Feng Xingtai was drunk today because he and Wen Deguang drank 2 bottles of baijiu each. According to Wen Dongjun, the both of them was drinking happily, and the more they talk, the more they drank. If it were not for Wen Dongjun stopping them, the both of them would open 2 more bottles. Nothing much. We are talking about the food factory and the pig farm's future development. Feng Xingtai said, and drank a glass of warm water. Huh. Dad was concerned about the developments of the factory and farm? But Feng Yu does not trust the foresight of them. The both of them seldom leave the district and could not accept new things. Their vision was not as good as Feng Yu. Feng Yu was curious what was the development they were talking about. Dad, what is your development plans? Feng Yu sat down beside his father. Feng Xingtai looked at his son and said proudly, Our brand of pork is now famous throughout the province, and even Lin province is ordering from us. When we started this farm, we had invested a lot of money, and now we have earned back all our investments. So, the both of us decided to set up another pig farm to increase our scale. Feng Yu paused for a while and asked, Dad, are you going to build the new farm in our district? Of course. It will be in our district. Why should I set up the new farm in another district? Feng Xingtai rolled his eyes at Feng Yu. Feng Yu slapped his own forehead. He got a headache. Just the current pig farm, they were supplying to the whole province, and they were even selling to the neighboring provinces. Building a new farm in the district? His dad did not even consider the transportation problems. Dad, we cannot even set up the new farm in other district or even in our province. I had told you before, our pig farm can work with other small farms. Let the other smaller farms to use our method to rear the pigs and buy the animal feed from us. We will sign a contract with them to buy their pigs. We will also let them use our Tianpeng pig brand to sell their pigs. This method was already implemented in our district, and it had achieved good results. You can use the same method in other provinces or ask the local government of the area to set up a factory there, and we will use our brand name to invest in that factory. This would be the best solution. What are you talking about? Using our brand name to invest. Feng Xingtai does not understand. A brand name can be used to invest? Dad, is our Tianpeng brand of pork selling higher than other brands of pork? Is it the most popular pork in the market? Do you still remember that there was some businessman that wanted to buy our brand name? We can claim that as long as the pork is selling under our brand, they will become premium pork. This is the value of our brand name. We can invest using the value of our brand. Feng Yu used the simple words to explain to his father. Then how do we do that? We let others build pig farms, use our animal feeds, and then sign a contract with them. Their pork will be selling under our Tianpeng brand, and we will be getting a share of the profits. How much will be the percentage? Should be about 10%. After all, we will not be coming out with a single cent and do not have to worry about anything. We can still sell them our animal feed. That's too little. What's the point of doing that? We can set up our own farm, and everything we earn will be ours. Now, 10% of profits do not attract Feng Xingtai at all. Feng Yu had told him their machinery company shares now were worth about 30 to 40 million. The food processing factory and the pig farm was also worth a lot too. Feng Xingtai was now considered a tycoon. If he wants to do it, he must be doing it on a big scale. When Feng Yu heard his father saying this, he was speechless. Even if his father wants to set up a new farm, he should not be setting up the farm in their district. Dad, it's fine if you want to set up our own farm, but we cannot set up in our province. We cannot set up the farm even in Lin province. The nearest we can set up will be at Liao province. Now we can even sell our pigs to Lin province. If we set up the new farm at Lin province, our market will overlap, and it will not be good for us if we want to increase our scale. If we are rearing more pigs, then how much will it cost to transport our pigs to Liao province? But I am not familiar with Liao province. Furthermore, didn't you say that there is a big pig farm and an animal feed factory there? Will it work out? Feng Yu smiled. Dad, there is still good news which I have not told you. That animal feed factory in Liao province was not doing well. If you bring some money there, you can buy over that factory and manufacture our Tai Hua brand of animal feed. The pig farms there were not doing well too. They are still using the traditional method. Even though their pig farm scale is quite big, they did not manage the farm well. The farms had poor hygiene, and earlier this year, there was even an outbreak of swine fever. The farmers had lost quite a lot of money. We can also buy over their farms. You want to buy, but do they want to sell? Dad, didn't a businessman buy over the textile factory in the city? If you make the right offer, do you think the government there would rather make losses or sell the factory and farm to us? If you want, I can help you. Everything will be settled within 2 months. No matter what, you cannot set up a new farm in our district. But I had promised your uncle one that we will increase our scale and our profits. What should I do? Feng Xingtai was regretting promising Wen Deguang. Feng Yu laughed. What's there to worry about? We can register a company in our district, and the factory and farms will be the branches of our company. This will settle all the problems. But I would suggest registering the company in the city. The district is too small. What you mean by the district is too small? You go and register the company in the district. Then can we still expand our food processing factory? Dad, when I wanted to build this factory, you still think that it was a waste of money to build such a big factory. Why do you want to expand the factory now? The food factory should be the same. We must set up a branch factory in Lin province. This way, we can also enter the Beijing market. This is like war. We must strategize and plan where to deploy our troops. This way, our company will develop faster and stronger. Okay, you go and settle everything. The food factory and pig farm have about 10 million in the accounts. Will it be enough? Don't worry, your son is around. But I need to make things clear. We will hire someone to manage the farms and factories there. You must not try to do everything by yourself. If you are free, you should travel around China with Mom. If the both of you are bored with China, you can go overseas. Last year, you went to Beijing to watch the Asian Games. Isn't that fun? Don't worry about business. I promise you that in the future, whenever anyone in China talks about pigs, they will think of you. Okay. Huh. What did you say? It was a long time since I gave you a beating. Are you itching for one now? Guangjing, I heard that Wind and Rain Consultancy had moved most of its funds to the U.S. What do you think Feng Yu is going to do? He wants to enter the U.S. market? Fu Rongjing frowned and asked, Dad, what's there to worry about? Even if Feng Yu had moved all his money out of Hong Kong, he would never give up his businesses in China. Don't forget he is Chinese. The financial market in China is not as developed as Hong Kong. If Feng Yu wants to enter the financial industry, he will still come to Hong Kong. Uncle also told me that the lawyer, Mr. Wilson, had left for the U.S. a few days ago. Wilson? That means Feng Yu is investing in something in the U.S. Even lawyer had traveled over to the U.S. That means it was for the contract signing. What investment was that for Wind and Rain Consultancy to use most of their funds? That was a few $100 million USD. Dad, stop monitoring Wind and Rain Consultancy. Since Feng Yu did not mention anything about it, that means he does not want us to tag along in this investment. What we should do now is to manage Iowa Company's sales. Fu Guangjing was not curious about what the investment was since Feng Yu did not tell him. Now he understands one thing. If he treats Feng Yu sincerely, Feng Yu will do the same to him. I will help you with Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. You will focus on the China market. Fu Rongjing nodded. Hong Kong's Iowa Company's market was the whole of Asia. The Fu family had well-established sales channels. But in China, their sales distribution channels were not set up yet. Actually, Fu Rongjing wanted a Chinese distribution company to act as their agent, but Fu Guangjing refused. Fu Guangjing knew that Feng Yu had already established a good network of distributors for home appliances. Walkman and radios should not be a problem for him. Furthermore, Hong Kong's Aiwa Company was the primary distributor appointed by AIWA Japan, and Feng Yu was the controlling shareholder for AIWA Japan. Why would Feng Yu reject Fu Guangjing to be the distributor in China? If it was not for AIWA setting up Hong Kong Aiwa Company before Feng Yu bought AIWA shares, Fu Guangjing felt that Feng Yu would personally be the distributor for AIWA products. Fu Guangjing had done the market research in China, and there were already Walkman in China now. But the best-selling brand was Sony. He had bought the Sony Walkman and made a comparison with AIWA Walkman. AIWA Walkman was better in design, sound quality, and prices, especially the sound quality. This was the most important. He believes that the sales of AIWA products in China will not be too bad. You want our Tai Hua Trading Home Appliances dealer's contacts? No problem. I will let Wu Jigang pass it to you. Do you know how to negotiate with those dealers? Feng Yu asked. Fu Guangjing was thinking in his heart. Although Feng Yu had developed very fast in the recent years, our Fu family had negotiated with thousands of dealers before. I still do not know how to negotiate with them, but since Feng Yu asked him about this, he must have some other meanings. Could it be that this negotiation will be difficult? How should I negotiate with them? Fu Guangjing asked curiously. The dealers I am dealing with are all the top dealers in their respective provinces. They have their ways of doing things and have strong financial backings. If you are negotiating with them, what will you be offering them? I will give them a profit of 10 renminbi for every Walkman. This should be enough to attract them, right? Now, the Walkman prices were over 100 renminbi, and for a place where the average annual income was only about 1,500 renminbi, it was a big-ticket item. It can even be considered a luxury product. 10 renminbi profit was considered very high, and Fu Guangjing felt that the dealers should be able to accept it. If one dealer sells about 10,000 Walkman a year, that would be profits of over 100,000 RMB. I'm not saying that you are offering too low. I think your offer is too high. Too high. Fu Guangjing was confused. 10 renminbi profit was too high? I think 5 renminbi for every Walkman should be enough. You can create a reward system, and those that sold a certain number of Walkman, you will give them some bonus. This way, some dealers will be getting less than 10 renminbi per Walkman, and some will be getting more. But those that will be getting more than 10 renminbi profits will be generating more sales than what you expected. Fu Guangjing nodded. His family had also used this reward system before, and he understood immediately. But should he set the minimum number of Walkman lower? Will the dealers agree to 10,000 units? I understand, and also knows how to set up this reward system. But what about the minimum number of units? I wanted to set the minimum number of units at 10,000 units per year. If I am to introduce the reward system, should I set it lower? Feng Yu was laughing in his heart. Fu Guangjing really does not understand the Chinese market. From the sales of the bladeless fans, Feng Yu knew that there were more wealthy Chinese now, and they were more willing to spend. In his previous life, without factoring in the other brands, Sony Walkman alone had sold a few million Walkman a year. The total number of Walkman sold in China was more than 10 million units. Although it was still slightly early, Sony's sales in China was less than 200,000 units. That was because the sound quality of the Sony Walkman was terrible. It was not as good as those big radios. Also, Sony did not use the right marketing strategies. The target audience for Walkman was the young adults and teenagers. In Feng Yu's past life, there were some high school students used the excuse of learning English to get their parents to buy a Walkman for them. Sony's marketing strategies were emphasizing music and sound quality. The parents in China think that listening to music was a waste of time. Learning English are good kids. Feng Yu had even thought about the commercial. A high school student using the Walkman to learn English, Russian, and other educational knowledge. Those parents will never stop their kids from getting a Walkman. They would even buy the Walkman for their children. Feng Yu does not care if their child really uses the Walkman to learn foreign languages or listen to English songs. This way, the annual sales of Walkman will definitely exceed Fu Guangjing's expectations. Feng Yu even felt that this remaining 6 months of the year, the sales could hit more than 500,000 units. The minimum number of units is too low. It should be at least 12,000 units. I am talking about the average per province. There are some provinces, like Beijing, Shanghai, that should be set higher, and some provinces without minimum units. Places like Tibet have low population and the development at these regions were slower. But there should be at least over 20 provinces that can sell more than 12,000 units. I am not talking about annual. I am talking about from now until the end of the year. What? From now until the end of the year? There is only 6 months left. You think the average sales for each province will exceed 12,000 units? That means every month there would be more than 2,000 units sold. Is it even possible? I had done a market research. Sony only sold less than 150,000 units last year. This year, they might reach 200,000 units. We have only 6 months left, and you think we can perform better than Sony? Feng Yu smiled and said, "Leave the commercial to me." There were many reasons why Sony was not doing well. The most important reason was that Sony is a Japanese company, but AIWA is a Chinese company. In his past life, AIWA was able to overtake Sony in China was because of AIWA's Chinese characters. AI equals love, and Y equals Chinese or China. The consumers in China misunderstood that AIWA was a Chinese company, and now, the consumer does not need to misinterpret this company. Because AIWA was controlled by a Chinese. It was better for a Chinese to control the Chinese market. Although Feng Yu had explained to Fu Guangjing felt it was not really possible. He thought that it was still possible for them to reach Sony's sales in 1 year. But to exceed Sony for 6 months was too difficult. What company was Sony? It was an MNC, the market leader in electronics products. AIWA was still owned by Sony last year. If AIWA was able to exceed Sony, why would Sony sell their AIWA shares to Feng Yu? Fu Guangxing felt that Feng Yu was too optimistic. Even if Sony did not focus on the Chinese market, but from their performance in the Western countries, Sony will be the market leader in China sooner or later. Feng Yu only told Fu Guangxing to go and tell the dealers what he said. If those dealers accept it, then it's okay. If not, Fu Guangxing can use his own ways. Fu Guangxing thought for a while. He did not return back to Hong Kong, but instead, he asked all the dealers to Bing City for negotiations. This way, he can discuss with Feng Yu. Those dealers heard that there was a new Walkman brand looking for dealers, and they were interested. However, they decided to work together and try to get the most benefits out of this deal. After all, they were the ones who had the sales distribution channels. If they worked together, they would be able to increase their profits. When the dealers were notified that this meeting would be at Bing City, one person came to their minds. This person had a bad temper and will chase people out of the room if he was not happy. But his products were selling very well, and the dealers had all made a lot of money from working with this person. Their success now can be said to be due to this person. There were at least 800 to 1,000 dealers in China when they started, but the few of them overtook the rest of the dealers. It was all because of this company's products. These dealers were all famous people in their provinces. When the names of these dealers were mentioned, the first thought that comes to people's mind was this dealer was a successful businessman, and he was wealthy. Mr. Huang, do you know about this Hong Kong's Iowa company? Although I am based in Guangdong, I had never heard of this company. What AIWA brand? I have not heard of it before. It should be a new electronics company. But this company is named as Hong Kong Iowa Company. It should be registered in Hong Kong. Why did they host the meeting in the north? Do you think? Are you trying to say that this company had something to do with Taihua trading? It might be possible. Both companies had one character that's the same. But the one who contacted us is not from Taihua trading. Then how did this company get our contacts? These dealers were familiar with each other, and they were trying to find out who was the boss of this Hong Kong Iowa company. All of them had never heard of this company before. Hi everybody. I am the general manager of Hong Kong Iowa Company, Fu Guangxing. I had invited all of you to be here is to talk about AIWA brand Walkman and the sales distribution. All of you are the most successful dealers in your provinces, and I believe that our cooperation will be a win-win situation for us. Fu Guangxing had rented a conference room for this meeting. He did not use Taihua Trading's meeting room. He used his usual tactics where he would praise the dealers first and then start to introduce his products. He hoped to attract the attention of these dealers, and they would work with him. But after speaking for a while, there was a lack of interest from these dealers. Some were even yawning. Fu Guangxing was getting nervous. What was happening? Could it be the features of this Walkman were not appealing to them? If these dealers were not interested, how would he negotiate with the profits later? Manager Fu, just tell us how much the wholesale price is, and see if we can accept it. Someone lazily said. The wholesale price is 150 renminbi per unit. What does this 150 renminbi include? Just a Walkman. There will still be headphones and a sample cassette tape. Fu Guangjing explained. Those are all standard accessories. That means the wholesale price is only 100 renminbi. Then who is responsible for the transportation charges? Someone else asked. All of you will be responsible for the transportation charges. I will only send the Walkman to the port in Shenzhen. These Walkmen are all imported, so it is slightly expensive. A Walkman in the market is only selling at 150 to 230 renminbi. You had set the wholesale price so high, and factoring in the transportation, storage, advertising, etc., our cost will be more than 170 renminbi. Then how much should we sell to retailers in our downline? How much is the retail price? Yours is a new brand, and you want to set the retail price higher than Sony's newest model of Walkman? You think people will buy? Someone shouted. Also, I think you should be paying for the marketing and promotion fees. The wholesale price should be lowered to 120 renminbi. I believe that you will still have high profits. Walkman is just some electronic board with some magnetic components. How high can your cost be? That's right. Your company should also be paying for the transportation charges, or you can ship the Walkman to the places we want. We will not pay for this transportation. This group of dealers was all shouting out their conditions. They were all China's top dealers for home appliances. Even the products from the state-owned enterprises were sold by them. When all of them worked together, all the factories got to bow down to them and accept their conditions. Fu Guangjing was breaking out in cold sweat. He was not regretting listening to Feng Yu and meeting all the dealers together. He should meet them one by one. It was evident that they were in cahoots. Seems like he needs to reveal his last trick up his sleeves. Everybody, please be quiet. Aren't all of you curious how did I get your contacts, and why was this meeting held in Bing City? It is because of Taihua Trading. Those dealers looked at each other. Taihua Trading? This was indeed the case. SHD. Suddenly one of the dealers shouted. You are also not from Taihua Trading. Don't think by saying this, we will lower down our requirements. Right? These are all our conditions. If you do not accept it, look for someone else. That's right. Other than us, I want to see who else can you sell your products to. Humph. At most, we won't do your business. That's right. If you do not accept our conditions, we will not sell your products. The doors suddenly opened, and a young man walked in smiling. What? All of you are not interested? Fine. I will look for someone else. The conference room became quiet suddenly. One could even hear a pin drop. All the dealers who were shouting just now had a weird expression on their face. Why was he here? All the arrogant dealers were all swallowing their saliva and shaking. It was apparent that they were scared of this person. Manager Feng, why are you here? Fatty Huang from Guangdong smiled and asked. Manager Fu is my friend, and this AIWA Walkman is our product. Why shouldn't I be here? If I did not attend this meeting, all of you would be taking away all the profits. Feng Yu smiled and said casually, but the things he said gave the dealers immense pressure. All of them knew Feng Yu's temper. If they still carry on with their attitude, Feng Yu would surely flip. When Feng Yu flips, the dealer will no longer get to sell the profitable motorcycles, humidifiers, and bladeless fans. Now, the wind and rain appliances and Songjiang motorcycles were selling all over China. Feng Yu does not need these dealers at all. He can quickly get a new batch of dealers anytime. All the sales channels of these dealers were no longer important to Feng Yu. But the dealers were curious why Feng Yu did not use Wind and Rain brand since he said that this Walkman was his. If he had used the Wind and Rain brand, then the sales will definitely be good. Manager Feng, we are just joking around. Businesses need to negotiate. Everyone is just voicing out their conditions. Everything can still be negotiated. Really? That's good. I thought I had not met all of you for about a month, and all of you are not giving me face. Since everything can be negotiated, then I will tell you my conditions. Now, we are introducing the newest model of Walkman. The wholesale price is 150 renminbi. All of you will be given a minimum target. Once you exceed the minimum, there will be tiers, and you will be getting incentives. However, if you are not able to reach the minimum target, you will be penalized. Is this condition reasonable? Yes, yes. All the dealers nodded and agreed. That's good. Then I will say my second condition. The retail price will be set within a range. The dealers can decide how much to sell within this range. But if I find out anyone that is not selling the Walkman within this range, the dealer in charge of that region will be responsible. Feng Yu sat down on a chair and crossed his legs. Manager Feng, what will be the range? 230 to 250 renminbi. I had calculated. Because of the transportation, your cost will be slightly higher. Also, there are differences in the development of your provinces, and the size of your market will vary. That's why I had set the retail price within a range. All of you can decide how much to sell within the range. I will also print recommended retail price, 248 renminbi, on the Walkman packaging. The group of dealers was all smart businessmen. All of them knew what Feng Yu was talking about. Now, when people were buying expensive items, they still tend to bargain. Even if they managed to save 1 renminbi, they would be happy. With this recommended retail price printed on the packaging, it means that this price was only suggested and was not the final selling price. If the consumers were willing to accept this price, then it's okay. If not, the dealers can still negotiate with the consumers. The dealers still get to decide the selling price. The dealers made a mental calculation. The cost of a Walkman was at least 170 renminbi, and at most, it would be 190 renminbi. They still need to split their profits with their downline, and their earnings would be between 10 renminbi and 30 renminbi. But the dealers were not really happy even with these high profits. They knew that Feng Yu will surely set different minimum targets and rewards for them. All the dealers will still make some profits, but the difference between them will not be significant. When they started selling wind and rain humidifiers, Taihua Trading had given them some concessions for the transportation. But after that, wind and rain electric fans had additional conditions. The dealers knew that this time, all these conditions will be included in their contracts. Feng Yu continued, do all of you know who the targeted segment for this Walkman is? Young adults. They like to listen to music. It is definitely not those old men and women. Someone shouted. Ha ha. Everyone laughed. Wrong. Feng Yu roared. All the dealers stopped laughing. What? This targeted segment is wrong. The most popular Walkman brand, Sony, is targeting this segment. What's wrong? Other than the young adults, who else would buy a Walkman? Walkman is just portable music players with slightly better music quality. Manager Feng, Walkman is for those young adults to listen to music. What's wrong? Someone was not satisfied. Even if you are Manager Feng, you can't be right every time. All of us had thought this way. It can't be everyone is wrong. Although our Walkman has better sound quality than the other brands of Walkman in the market, our Walkman are learning tools. Feng Yu seriously said, Huh, learning tool? All the jaws of the dealers dropped. Even Fu Guangjing, standing by the side, was confused. This Walkman is just a small music player. Even the recording function was removed due to the regulations. How can it be used as a learning tool? Who had heard of using a music player as a learning tool? What does Feng Yu mean? Was he joking with us? All of you don't understand. Mr. Huang, how old is your child? Feng Yu suddenly asked Fatty Huang. 13 years old. He is in year 2 of junior high school. Does your child learn foreign languages? Of course. The school has English lessons. But my son's grades for English is not very good. Manager Zhao's son has good grades. His son is always in the top 3 of the class. When mentioned about his son's grades, Fatty Huang did not have his usual arrogance. He was the richest among these dealers. But when they compared their children, his son could not be compared to the other dealers' children. This had been bothering him. We were still talking about Walkman, and why are we discussing my son's grades? Mr. Huang, I am able to say this because I am good in English and Russian. From my experience, to learn foreign languages, one needs to listen more and speak more. Feng Yu said this and picked up the Walkman on the table. Listen more? Listen to cassette tapes in foreign languages? Mr. Huang, if your son says he wants a Walkman to listen to songs, will you buy one for your son? But if your son comes to you and says he needs a Walkman to help him learn English, will you buy it? Fatty Huang's eyes shined. Of course I am willing to buy a Walkman if it can help him with his studies. Manager Feng, are you saying that this Walkman can be used to help students learn foreign languages? Feng Yu smiled cunningly. To the parents, we will market the Walkman this way. But we cannot control what the students do with the Walkman once they bought it. All the dealers saw a new horizon. If this Walkman was marketed this way, then most of the parents will buy it for their kids. Fu Guangjing was also shocked. How come Feng Yu could always think of weird ideas to sell his products? If they market the Walkman as what Feng Yu said, then this will be selling like hotcakes. It was still the school holidays now. Soon, the school will reopen, and it would be a perfect period to market the Walkman. The Fu family had been in the retail businesses for so many years, but compared to Feng Yu, who was less than 20 years old, Fu Guangjing felt dejected. Luckily, he was still Feng Yu's friend. With Feng Yu's help, Fu Guangjing signed the contract with the dealers on behalf of Hong Kong's Iowa Company. The target and rewards for each district differ. All the dealers accepted this arrangement, and none of them chose to back out of this deal. Some dealers even took over the dealership for the rural and poor provinces. All of them trusted Feng Yu's foresight, especially after Feng Yu said that AIWA Walkman will be airing commercial on CCTV. The dealers will save a lot on the marketing cost. All of them knew the effect of advertising on CCTV. Although when Feng Yu signed the contract with CCTV, Feng Yu can only advertise Tai Hua Trading products. But Feng Yu let Tai Hua Trading become the dealer for Longjiang Province, and this was not considered violating the contract terms. There were many loopholes in the contract signed with CCTV. The people at CCTV were not strict with the contract terms, and they were proud. CCTV was China's biggest TV station. Even if there were some mistakes in the contract, as long as CCTV does not suffer any losses, everything is fine. Feng Yu changing commercials did not let CCTV suffer any losses. Furthermore, Feng Yu is CCTV's biggest client. They will not go after Feng Yu over such minor things. July 1st, the TV audience noticed that there was a new advertisement. The advertisement before the weather report was changed to a Walkman advertisement. The commercial was about a small girl, a famous child actress, Jean Min. Her first drama was Qiong Yao's drama, and subsequently acted in many other dramas written by Qiong Yao. Everybody knew her and liked her acting. Now, Jean Min still had not reached the peak of her popularity, as the hit drama had not aired yet. Feng Yu signed a 3-year contract with her, and it includes 10 commercials and 100 printed advertisements. The total endorsement fee was only 100,000 renminbi. It was a great bargain. This little girl in the commercial was holding a Walkman, listening to an English cassette tape and repeating the English words. AIWA Walkman, learning languages anytime. The last 3 seconds of the commercial showed the brand's logo and slogan, AIWA Electronics, I love China. At the same time, a lot of articles about China's opening up and the importance of foreign languages appeared in many newspapers from different regions. The reports also mentioned that to learn a foreign language, one must listen and speak more. The author of the article shared his experiences of using a Walkman to learn. This way, he did not disturb others, and also, he could learn wherever he went to. He even recommends this method to his neighbors. These similar articles appeared for a few days. Hong Kong's Iowa Company was the one footing the advertising fees for the dealers to do these soft advertising in their areas. This marketing campaign was a success, with TV and newspapers advertising at the same time. The next day, the TV audience saw a new commercial. It was Jean Min sing the alphabet song. She then took out the cassette tape from a Walkman with the logo covered and played the same cassette on AIWA Walkman. The sound quality of AIWA Walkman was obviously better. The last 3 seconds of the commercial showed the logo with a new message, AIWA Electronics, high quality, sounds for your enjoyment. How is your child coping with the foreign languages? A middle-aged woman carrying a basket of groceries asked her colleague. My child is still 9 years old, and the school has not started foreign language classes. I tell you, learning a foreign language must start from young. The newspapers had mentioned that younger children can pick up new languages faster. You saw that Jean Min on TV? She is also very young, and she had started learning English. Even if the school had not started the classes, you could let your child learn first. Xianhua Bookshop sells English cassette tapes. My house also does not have a cassette player. One cassette player costs a few hundred RMB. What cassette player? Get a Walkman. It is only this big, and it cost about 250 renminbi. It might be slightly expensive, but it is good for your child. I had bought one for my son, and he has been listening to English on the headphones every night. We are not even disturbed by him when we are watching TV. Really? Where can I buy one? Bring me to the shop. The cooperative in front sells it. Mom, buy me a Walkman. All my classmates have a Walkman. I want to learn English. A junior high school student was pestering his mother. We have a cassette player at home. It is different. I can't be bringing the cassette player to school, right? With a Walkman, I can listen to English in between classes and will not disturb the other students. Wait until your father is back and I will discuss with him. Mom, you are the best. You can surely convince Dad. I promise you my English marks will improve by 10 points this semester. Bro, you are still using a Sony Walkman? That's not good. The sound quality is too lousy. Listen to mine. AIWA brand. The sound quality is much better. This is the Little Tiger's new song, and it sounded like they are singing beside me. You are wasting this AIWA Walkman. Listen to this cassette tape. It's heavy metal songs from the US. How much is this AIWA Walkman? 248 renminbi. It is slightly more expensive than your Sony. Why not give your younger brother your Sony Walkman and buy an AIWA Walkman? This Walkman is the best for listening to music, but my mom will not let me buy. Stupid. Just tell her that you need this AIWA Walkman to learn Russian. Tell her that this Sony Walkman sound quality is not good and you can't hear properly. I had used this excuse on my mom. Who knows what you are listening to when you put on the headphones? Good idea. I will go home now. The young boy hurriedly rushes home. He wants to persuade his mother to buy a better Walkman for him. Look at you. Why are you always using the foreign brand stuff? This is so expensive and the sound quality is so bad. Look at mine. AIWA Walkman. AIWA Electronics. I love China. As a Chinese, you should use our own products. Stop buying foreigner products. You are letting those foreigners earn your money. A shop owner was introducing AIWA Walkman to his customers. His profits for AIWA Walkman was higher than Sony. Boss, this Sony Walkman is imported. Can even AIWA compete with it? Let me tell you, this AIWA is owned by a Chinese businessman and he invested in a factory in Japan to manufacture these Walkman. This Walkman uses the most advanced technologies and it is much better than Sony. Look at the packaging. Hong Kong company. It is imported. I heard that this Chinese businessman wants to let those Japanese work for him. Really? Can I test it? Of course. I have a Sony Walkman here too. You can listen to both and make your own comparison. Once you listen to both Walkman, you will know why I recommend AIWA. As time passes, the commercial's influence became greater and AIWA Walkman sales became better. Fengyu was pleased with this outcome. From the way things are going, Sony will be out of China's market within 2 years. Now, even if Sony lowered down their prices, no one in China wants to buy it. Everyone only wants AIWA Walkman. Fengyu's commercial was too evil. Everybody could tell that Walkman used to compare the sound quality with Sony's latest Walkman. Xiaoyu, this is for you. Mom asked me to buy it for you. Fengyu looked at the AIWA Walkman and asked, Sis, why did Mom ask you to buy this for me? Mom says that you wanted to go overseas in the future and you must polish up your foreign languages. Even if you are good with English and Russian, you still need to practice. The TV also said that AIWA Walkman allows you to learn wherever you go. Fengyu, Mom, your son wants to tell you that this AIWA Walkman belonged to your son. Japan, Sony's headquarters. What's going on? Why are our Walkman sales dropping last quarter? What is the sales department doing? Norio Oga was furious. He was reprimanded by the president this morning. This was because that in contrast to their drop in Walkman sales, AIWA Walkman sales were increasing. Sony had owned AIWA before, and because of AIWA had been making losses, Sony was dragged down too. Coupled with the financial crisis, Sony got to offload some of their assets, and that's the reason why they sold off AIWA shares to Fengyu. But they did not expect that AIWA had already developed their new product at the time of the sales. Haitaro Nakajima had not told Sony about their product development. If Norio Oga had known about this, he would never sell off AIWA shares. With this new product, AIWA would be making profits this year and will settle all their debts within 3 years. Sony and AIWA's agreement to work together against other competitors were still in force. Now, it seems that this agreement was a success. The other Walkman brands could no longer compete with them. But Sony never expects AIWA to overtake them. From the last quarter sales, AIWA will be on par with Sony this year. What about next year? Was this Norio Oga mistake? Everybody had agreed on the sales of AIWA share in the first place, and he was only the vice president. If the president and the board of directors did not agree, will the sales go through? These people just want to take all the credit, and if anything happens, he would have to take all the blame. The sales department chief was standing in front of Norio Oga, bowing his head, letting him scold. After Norio Oga vented his frustrations, he asked the sales department chief to explain why AIWA's market share was increasing and in which area their product was better than Sony. AIWA was still using old production lines, and these production lines were producing single tape head. Single tape head only allows playing music and cannot do any recording. This lowered AIWA's manufacturing cost, and it was still in line with China's market at that time. Fengyu was clear about this. Although China was slowly allowing the cassette player to have a recording function, it was not all regions. Without this recording function, AIWA Walkman can be sold everywhere in China. Furthermore, people typically use Walkman to listen to music and seldom people will use the recording function. Walkman recording quality was also not as good as those bigger music players. AIWA's BE system also have better sound quality, and those that like to listen to music will prefer AIWA Walkman. Coupled with the headphones, AIWA's technology was catching up with Sony, and this caused Sony sales to dip. The most prominent was Japan and China market. In the Japanese market, AIWA well known for better quality products. Norio Oga could still accept AIWA overtaking them in the Japanese market. But what about the Chinese market? Why was AIWA so popular in China? In the past, AIWA had tried to enter the Chinese market. But at the time, they used the English characters AIWA brand, and no one knew about this brand. In the end, AIWA gave up. But since setting up Hong Kong Iowa Company and using AIWA, Chinese characters, to enter the Chinese market, the sales had overtaken Sony within a month. Sony's sales department chief had analyzed the situation and had come up with a few reasons. First, AIWA this brand name. It was easily recognized by the Chinese, and they thought that it was a Chinese product. The advertising message, AIWA Electronics, I love China, was emphasizing this too. Secondly, AIWA's products did not position as a portable music player. Instead, it was marketed as a learning tool for people to learn languages. This resulted in parents to buy their Walkman for their children. Their first choice was AIWA Walkman. Thirdly, AIWA had shamelessly used other Walkman to make comparisons. They had used a Sony Walkman for comparison. By comparing, it clearly shows the differences in quality. Those music lovers all prefer AIWA Walkman. There were a few other reasons, but those were not the main reasons. For example, AIWA had better sales distribution channels. Within a week, AIWA products can reach every major city in China, and there were TV commercials and soft advertising on the newspapers. AIWA had invested a lot in their TV advertisements. Another reason was AIWA had given their dealers higher profits, and those dealers preferred to recommend AIWA products to the consumers. After listening to the report, Norio Oga asked, "How are you going to explain for the Western markets?" Europe and the US Walkman market leader had been Sony, and now AIWA was catching up. Are all those reasons given by the sales department chief relevant to the Western markets too? AIWA had also advertised in Europe and the US. The commercial showcased the quality of AIWA Walkman, and AIWA gave up on having the traditional black color Walkman for different colors. The attractive exterior designs and colors attracted many female consumers. Sony had not thought of this. Their Walkman was lacking in both the design and quality aspects. That's why their latest model of Walkman was not doing well. What worried Norio Oga the most was why Hitaro Nakajima had kept such vital information from him. After that Chinese guy invested in AIWA, Hitaro Nakajima immediately introduced a new product. That means AIWA had more than one product. If AIWA continues to introduce better quality Walkman in the following year, then the market leader in the Walkman industry will no longer be Sony. If this really happened, it would be a disaster for Norio Oga. The current president bought Columbia Pictures and resulted in the company making losses. Many people wanted him to take over the role of president. As a shareholder of Sony, he had a high chance to take over this position. But if Sony Walkman position as the market leader was overtaken by AIWA, Norio Oga, the one who proposed the sales of AIWA shares, might not even keep his position as the vice president. No, AIWA cannot continue to grow. They must suppress AIWA and let them continue to help Sony ward off other competitors. Norio Oga had been focusing on the collaboration project with Nintendo and had neglected the Walkman market. If not, he would not let AIWA have the chance to develop so fast. Norio Oga suddenly remembered the reason why he sold off AIWA shares and why the board agreed. It was because AIWA was heavily in debt. The debts amounted to more than 10 times its market value. In the past, it was because of Sony. The banks did not chase after AIWA for repayment. But now, it was time for the banks to go after AIWA for repayments. Without funds, AIWA would not be able to get their manufacturing materials, and their growth will come to a standstill. Nothing good will come by competing with Sony. Haitaro Nakajima was in Cloud 9 this period of time. AIWA's latest product was introduced to the market and had performed well in the market. It had occupied 40% of the domestic market share, and the sales in the overseas market were also doing very well. The market share was increasing day by day. This was especially true for the Chinese market. The Hong Kong Iowa company had reported to him that Sony was almost non-existent there. In Taiwan, Macau, and Hong Kong, AIWA brand Walkman were the #1 Walkman. Haitaro Nakajima believes that when he introduces a better quality Walkman later, the company will reach a higher level. This year, sales will surely reach 10 million units. This was also his goal. Next year, AIWA will introduce a better Walkman. He believes that Walkman will become a classic and will be recorded in the history. He wants AIWA Walkman to overtake Sony and other brands. When that happens, he can be like Sony, using similar quality products as others to achieve higher sales and sell at higher prices. This way, he can gain more profits. Maybe next year, he can repay all of AIWA's debts. After all, AIWA's profit was about 300 yen for every Walkman sold. Because of AIWA setting up multiple factories around the world, their total debts were over 8 billion yen. Their main creditors were the banks and Sony. Once AIWA's production and sales reach a higher level, AIWA will be the market leader. Haitaro Nakajima thought that he would need another 4 to 5 years to reach this target. After Sony had sold AIWA shares, he thought that he might need a longer time to repay all his debts. But now, he could achieve all his goals within 3 years. Ha ha ha, Sony, Norio Oga, you will regret selling AIWA. President, there are a few people from the banks here. From their attitude, they seem to be here for the loan repayments. Huh, collecting debts? It was still within the loan period, and why were they here to collect the debts? I had been paying the interest every month. Although 2 years ago, I had defaulted a few payments, this year, I had been paying the banks diligently. Why were they here for? Bring them to the conference room. Looking at those people, Haitaro Nakajima had a bad feeling. Why were all AIWA's creditors here? What do they want? What brings all of you here to AIWA today? Haitaro Nakajima sat down smiling. President Haitaro, I heard that AIWA's sales have been doing well recently. Our bank is currently facing some financial difficulties. You should also know that the economy is not doing well. Can you repay AIWA's debts earlier? One bank representative asked. Haitaro Nakajima said with a straight face, Mr. Watanabe, what is the meaning of this? It is still not time for me to repay the loan. Why must I make the repayments earlier? I have been paying the interests every month. Haitaro Nakajima never expects all his creditors to come chasing for payments at once. AIWA was not still expanding, and if he repays his debts, the company will not have enough funds to operate, and AIWA will be finished. President Haitaro, we also have no choice. Can you at least make some partial payments, so I can answer to my bosses? I'm afraid I cannot do that. According to the loan agreement, I can refuse to make any repayments now. All of you should know how my company did for the first half of this year. We had done really well. Based on the sales forecast, our Walkman sales should be exceeding more than 10 million units. If your banks have problems, I can promise you that I will repay all the loans next year. This shouldn't be a problem, right? If you insist me on repaying the loans now, then AIWA will not have enough to repay you, and we will have cash flow problems. We will even have problems repaying the loans. The bank representatives looked at each other. Watanabe said after hesitating for a while. President Haitaro, since you want to talk about the loan agreement, then we will talk about the agreement. In March, 2 years ago, your interest repayment was late by 3 days. In May of the same year, your interest repayment was late by 8 days. Last February, June and November, your interest repayments were all late. According to our contract, we have the right to ask you to repay the loans earlier. All the banks here are the same. If you refuse to repay the loans, then we will go to the courts and freeze your company's account. We got the right to auction off all your company's assets to repay your loans. Haitaro Nakajima stood up furiously. What are all of you trying to do? Are these people crazy? Freeze the company's account and seize the company's assets? How much can these assets worth? Even if they sell off all the company's assets, it can't even repay all the loans. If they give AIWA 1 or 2 years' time, AIWA would be able to repay everything, including the high interests. What these people are doing was to force AIWA to close down. Cough. President Haitaro, we can do this last year, but do you know why we never do this? It was because your company's major shareholder is Sony. But now, Sony had sold all your shares, and our banks also do not own any AIWA shares. How about this? If you are willing to use your company's shares as collaterals, or you are able to get a big corporation to act as your guarantor, we will not push you for repayments. Haitaro Nakajima's eyes narrowed. He finally understood what was happening. These people saw AIWA was progressing well now and wanted to get a share of the profits. Haitaro Nakajima suspects that all the bank representatives coming here today was planned. The one behind this must be Sony. Sony will never be AIWA's guarantor unless AIWA resells its shares to Sony. This way, Sony will regain control over AIWA, and Haitaro Nakajima will have lesser percentages. He will never accept this. Right. AIWA still have a shareholder. A Chinese shareholder. He was also the controlling shareholder. Haitaro Nakajima must discuss with him about this matter. Please leave. I will consider what all of you suggested. I will get back to you all. Haitaro Nakajima said. President Haitaro, please be fast. We can only give you 3 days. 3 days later, if you still cannot give us a satisfactory reply, then we are sorry. Haitaro Nakajima was fuming as those people leave. Okay, I know. How much were the debts to the banks? I am talking about USD. I can transfer a sum of money to AIWA. Part of the money can be used to repay the banks, and the rest will be invested in the company. Based on our agreement, you had failed as your role of president. I will not remove you from your position, but as a punishment, I will dilute your shares by 10%. The total debt owed to the banks is 5 billion yen. Based on the current exchange rates, it is about 400 million US dollars. Haitaro Nakajima said. Even if his shares were dilated by Feng Yu, he was still the second shareholder and the company's president. It was better than letting those evil bankers getting AIWA shares. Haitaro Nakajima does not want to be controlled by Sony again too. It was 400 million US dollars. Does Feng Yu even have so much cash? Fine. Tomorrow, come to Beijing with your lawyer to sign the contract. I will repay all the debts. Feng Yu was smiling when he said this. This was a great opportunity. He will be getting more AIWA shares. In 1 or 2 years' time, these 3% shares will be giving him tens of million USD in profits. The next evening, at a restaurant's private room, Feng Yu, Haitaro Nakajima, Wilson, and Haitaro Nakajima's lawyer were going through a few copies of contracts. One contract was Feng Yu lending money to AIWA. Of course, it was not a low-interest loan. The interest rate was set at the maximum percentage allowed by the law. Another contract was about Feng Yu investing a sum of money to AIWA in exchange for some shares. It was Haitaro Nakajima's shares. His shares were now 10% from 13%. With both lawyers acting as a witness, the both of them signed the contracts. Feng Yu also passed Haitaro Nakajima 2 HSBC checks. Mr. Haitaro, I trusted you with AIWA. I do not have too many requirements for this company, but I do not want to see such things happening again. If you still carry on making such mistakes, then according to our agreement, I can forcibly buy over your shares and kick you out of AIWA. Haitaro Nakajima gave Feng Yu a 90-degree bow and said, Mr. Feng, I am very sorry, and I promise you that I will not make such mistakes again. I will not let AIWA face such difficulties again. Even though the company still owes Sony more than 3 billion yen, but there are no problems with that loan agreement. We only need to repay Sony the interests every year and the full loan repayment within 3 years. When Sony owns the controlling stake of AIWA, this loan agreement was not that strict. Haitaro Nakajima was the one who had persuaded Sony to give AIWA this low-interest loan. If AIWA was not able to repay Sony, then Sony can take over AIWA's technologies and brand. Sony felt that this was a good deal. AIWA had many electronic technologies which were better than Sony. Feng Yu nodded. That's good. I am investing in this company and letting you run it. This shows that I trusted you. Sony does not agree with your business strategy of setting up multiple factories around the world, but I agree with you. I also agree with your development plans for Walkman. I hope you will not let me down. Please rest assured, Mr. Feng. I will surely run the company well and achieve outstanding results. 3 days later, all the bank representatives came to AIWA office again. All of them had an arrogant expression on their faces when they met Haitaro Nakajima. All the bank representatives thought that Haitaro Nakajima only had 2 options. One was to sell AIWA shares to them. Second was to sell AIWA shares to Sony. All of them thought that Haitaro Nakajima was not able to repay the loans. If AIWA wants to repay their debts, then they would have to sell off their factories, shares, and the company's technologies. Based on the agreement between AIWA and Sony, AIWA's technologies can only be sold to Sony. Sony was the major shareholder of one of the banks that was present at the AIWA's office. The bank representative was Watanabe Ichiro. He was the one who had asked all the banks to come and chase AIWA for repayments. AIWA was coming up? All of them does not think so. Sony only used some tricks, and AIWA was finished. Other than Watanabe Ichiro's bank, the rest of the banks does not want AIWA shares. All they want was for AIWA to sell off its shares and repay the loans. But today, it seems that they could realize their goals. President Haitaro, what's your decision? Watanabe Ichiro asked with a haughty expression. He does not care if Haitaro Nakajima was unhappy with him. Can he repay all his debts? If he cannot repay his debts, then he would have to agree to their conditions. How can the almighty Sony lose to a company that was previously owned by Sony? I had made my decision. Haitaro Nakajima said. Well, President Haitaro, are you going to sell your shares to our banks? Or is there any company that is willing to act as your guarantor? A company like Sony? Watanabe Ichiro asked. No, I will repay all your loans. What? You want to repay all the loans? Watanabe Ichiro sat upright. He thought he was hallucinating. Haitaro Nakajima was going to repay all his loans? That's right. I will be repaying all the loans. Since all of you are here, then let us calculate how much do I owe your banks. Interest and the principal amount. Oh, I will be using USD to pay. Please hurry up as the exchange rates change every minute. Haitaro Nakajima sat on the sofa looking at Watanabe Ichiro's shocked expression. He was feeling great in his heart. Humph. You think I do not know that it was Sony that instigate all of you to chase me for repayments? You think I will give in to you all? Impossible. From the day Sony sold AIWA shares without telling me, I had sworn that I will make Sony regret. Now, all of you were regretting. Then carry on regretting. All of you want to take advantage of AIWA. Take advantage of me? Dream on. President Haitaro, have you considered carefully? You owe us 5 billion yen. It is 5 billion yen. Watanabe Ichiro shouted. I know. My company just received a sum of money. Even if it is more than 5 billion yen, I can also pay. This is an HSBC check. You can check the authenticity of it. Watanabe Ichiro looked at the check in Haitaro Nakajima's hand. There was more than one check. The figure stated in the first check was 400 million US dollars. Who was the one who had given Haitaro Nakajima so much money? All the bank representatives were regretting. If someone was willing to invest so much money in AIWA, then AIWA's financial woes were over. That means that AIWA will be doing well in the Walkman market. The banks will be losing out a lot of interest. They had also lost a potential high net worth customer. What did you say? AIWA had repaid all their loans with the banks? Impossible. AIWA does not have so much money. Norio Oga screamed into the phone. He nearly smashed the phone. Impossible. This was impossible. 5 billion yen. Even if AIWA stopped paying his suppliers, they also can't raise this amount. Unless someone had invested in AIWA. For no reason, a Chinese man came to his mind. The young man who had bought the AIWA shares from him. When that young Chinese man bought AIWA shares, he could quickly take out so much money. Maybe he could also take out 5 billion yen to repay the banks. If AIWA had no problems with the finances, then with AIWA's technologies and their current sales channels, Sony Walkman will be in deep trouble. Sony had been helping AIWA in the past and had formed an alliance to stop the other competitors from entering the Walkman market. The both of them had succeeded in keeping their competitors away from this industry. But Sony never expects that the AIWA they had been helping in the past had grown to the level where they can threaten Sony's position as the market leader. Norio Oga was regretting now. He should not have sold AIWA shares. Now, Sony can only break their alliance with AIWA. It was early August, and AIWA sales had reached a new height. With their new product launched in the market, their market share became bigger. The threat towards Sony was more significant. Norio Oga had already suggested to the board to stop the alliance with AIWA. This way, they could stop AIWA from growing. Their alliance was set up to set the industry standards for the market, production, and share the sales channels, transportation, raw materials, technologies, and set the pricing. Sony had an advantage with this alliance. For the past 2 years, Sony had been dragging AIWA along. But this year, AIWA will be on par with Sony. What about next year? AIWA will be overtaking Sony? Although stopping their alliance agreement, Sony will suffer some losses and might let their competitors, like Panasonic, to grow. But those were not important and might not even happen. The most important thing right now was that AIWA was developing quickly and was a threat to them. The board discussed Norio Oga's suggestion, and in the end, the board decided to check with AIWA first. If AIWA does not give in to them, then they will stop their alliance and target AIWA. Even though Walkman held a considerable percentage of Sony's revenue, but Sony was also involved in other businesses. They could afford to let one of their business to make some losses. But AIWA was different. AIWA only have Walkman and related products. Once this industry was hit, then AIWA will be a debt-ridden company just last few years ago. What did you say? Sony wants to stop the alliance. Fengyu received a call from Haitaro Nakajima. Fengyu frowned as he never expects Sony to be so shameless. But Sony was the one who started this alliance, and AIWA at that time was still owned by Sony. That's why the conditions benefited Sony, and Sony does not need to make any compensations for breaking this agreement. But this will affect AIWA a lot. Although AIWA will not need to start from scratch, their sales channels will be affected. Their production cost will also increase, and their profits will reduce by a lot. Haitaro Nakajima sounded dejected. He never expects Sony to do such a thing. It was a double-edged sword, and Sony was willing to make losses to stop AIWA from growing. Sony stopping the alliance. Then can we still use Sony's sales channel? We can still use those sales channels. But our transportation, sales, production, warehousing, technologies R&D cost will increase, especially for our new products. It will significantly lower our profits and sales. Haitaro Nakajima said. Then do we have our own channels? Will it affect Sony? Yes, we do have. For example, our factories all over the world had overtaken Sony, and our technologies R&D are better than Sony. Also, in the Asian market, with the help of Hong Kong's Iowa company, we have more than 50% market share in the region. This was previously Sony's market. Fengyu made some mental calculations. Sony had paid a considerable price by breaking this alliance. This meant that AIWA's growth had greatly threatened Sony. But in his previous life, Fengyu had seen such things happening before. Many MNC in the same industry would form alliances to share resources. But once one party felt that they were not getting the most out of the coalition and wanted better conditions, the agreement would be over. In the end, it was all about profits. In business, there are no enemies or friends. There are only profits. Since Sony was shameless first, then let's see who will lose out more. Anyway, AIWA needs to grow and have to compete with Sony head-on sooner or later. Fengyu felt that AIWA will be the future juggernaut in the electronics industry. How can AIWA be beaten by Sony in the Walkman market? You want to stop this alliance? Then I shall let you know that your losses will be much higher than AIWA. Next year, Sony's electronics will be hit by another blow. Their collaboration project with Nintendo will fail. This will result in Sony making losses in the video game market. Nintendo will be getting all the benefits. Sony breaking up with AIWA now, but they did not expect in the future Nintendo will be doing the same to them. Of course, 2 years later, Sony will develop its own flagship video game product, PlayStation. However, how much will Sony lose within these 2 years? If during this period, AIWA approached Nintendo and worked with them, what does AIWA have? Technologies and market. Maybe in the video games console R&D, AIWA was not that great. But AIWA has the Chinese market. Feng Yu believe that in 1 year's time, AIWA will be the electronics market leader of China. Nintendo products were extremely popular all over the world. But in China, they were progressing slowly. It was not because their products were not good. It was because of piracy and counterfeits. Nintendo's console was profitable, but the most profitable were the game cartridges. In China, the Little Tyrant game console would be launched this year. It was much cheaper than Nintendo's console and was compatible with Nintendo's game console. Nintendo could not penetrate the Chinese video games market was because of this product. The Little Tyrant console and pirated gaming cartridges would cost much cheaper, and it was this product that kept many video games MNC outside of China. But the Little Tyrant was still starting, and it was not as popular as the future years yet. The Little Tyrant was popular because it was cheap in their advertisements on CCTV. In another 2 years, Jackie Chan will be endorsing this product, and that will be the time where it established its position of #1 gaming console in China. But in this life, Feng Yu will not let them have the chance. China's #1 electronics company can only be AIWA. Feng Yu told Hitoru Nakajima to speak to the president of Nintendo about collaborating and to develop the Chinese market together. Nintendo might not agree now, but when AIWA becomes China's #1 electronics brand, they will surely change their minds. Now, Feng Yu want to make AIWA the #1 electronics brand in China. First, he must push Sony out of the Chinese market. Have you heard the news about a senior management staff insulting China? Damn, he thought it was still decades ago. Even if it was a few dozen years ago, when those Japanese invaded China, they were also chased out by us. Now, they still dare to be so arrogant. Those Japanese are too much. Should we protest? What protest? I heard that Sony wants to enter the Chinese market. They want to stop our electronic industry from developing. We should boycott Sony's products and let their products sit on the shelves. Yes, we should do this. We will boycott Sony's products and chase Sony out of China. On the streets, Feng Yu heard 2 young men talking about this. Feng Yu smiled. The youths nowadays were too xenophobic. He had only let his dealers spread some rumors within the schools in their region, and he did not expect these rumors to spread so fast. Sony's targeted segment were all these youths. Now, even their targeted market segment was going to boycott them. Sony will no longer be able to stay in China. Bang! Norio Oga threw his teacup on the floor, shattering into pieces. What are you telling me? All our Chinese dealers want to return our goods? Is this the way you manage the Chinese market? It's fine if our sales drop slightly every month. But now you are telling me that our sales in the Chinese market will become 0. The person in charge of the Chinese market kept his head down and was trembling slightly. He was appointed to develop China's market, and due to several reasons, he had not been able to succeed. However, in the long run, he will be able to help Sony increase the profits. He thought that he will become Sony's hero and might be able to promote to the higher management. But he never expects that he was fighting a losing battle in China. In August, the Chinese market became his nightmare. Sony's sales did not only drop in August. In fact, Sony starts to suffer losses. Also, all their dealers said that they will not be ordering any more products from them in September. They even wanted to return Sony's products back to Sony, which was allowed in their contracts with Sony. Previously, this person in charge had included this returning of goods term in their contract was because no dealers wanted to sell Sony's Walkman products. But at that time, Sony does not have any competitors in the Chinese market. He only wanted to let the dealers see the profits and carry on working with him. All this while, things were going smoothly. But suddenly, there were malicious rumors that claimed Sony's senior management had insulted China. This causes all the Chinese to boycott their products. Even other Japanese products were affected too. All these had nothing to do with him. He was also not the one that had insulted China. However, he did not react fast enough to stop these rumors and let this incident blow up. For a rumor to spread so fast, there must be someone behind it. This person must have considerable influence. Yes, I can push all the blame to AIWA. President Norio, I had investigated what happened. There is someone behind this incident. AIWA should be the one behind all these rumors. Are you sure? Yes. The person in charge was not sure if AIWA was the one behind these rumors. He only wanted to push the blame to someone else. Unexpectedly, he had shifted the blame to the real culprit. You stay here and think of a solution. I will report this matter to the president. We will talk about this later. This incident had blown up for Sony. That Sony's higher management statements were reported in a Japanese newspaper, but it was taken out of context. That person did not mean to insult China, but no one wanted to listen to his explanations. This incident happened too fast. Not only Sony's products were boycotted by the Chinese, but even other Japanese products were also boycotted. The most frustrating part for Sony was when the foreign affairs people called and reprimanded them for spoiling Japan's image. Japan at this time was trying to build diplomatic relationships with China. Although it was not the honeymoon period, the relationship between both countries had improved slightly. This incident caused by Sony had led to the Chinese boycotting all Japanese products. This had a massive impact on the Japanese economy. Japan had been trying to enter the Chinese market for the past few years. The Chinese market was critical for the recovery of their economy. All the efforts Japan had put in were ruined by Sony. Sony's president explained to the foreign affairs officials that Sony did not insult China. All the higher management staff said was that China's electronic industry was more than 10 years behind Sony. This was the truth. What's wrong with saying China will never be able to catch up with Sony? This was the confidence of Sony. It was fine for Sony to have confidence in itself, but Sony should not be arrogant. Sony had to pay the price for the statement from its higher management staff. In the end, Sony fired that higher management staff to try to calm the situation. No matter what, Sony does not want to give up the Chinese market. China was their next targeted market. But Sony had underestimated the Chinese fury. Even after Sony sacked that staff and apologized in the newspapers, the Chinese were not appeased. The boycott against Japanese products in China was not as severe now for other products. It was because the other Japanese products started to give discount and promotions in a bid to salvage the situation. Sony also did the same, but they still do not have any sales. There were even a group of angry youths that got angry at people using Sony products. They do not care when were the Sony's products bought. Feng Yu had only wanted to stir up the people's emotion and boycott Sony. But he did not expect things to blow up until all Japanese products were affected. This incident even made it to the foreign affairs departments. But it was still Japan's fault, and all China did be to advise the public to be rational. The Chinese government did not really stop the people from boycotting Japanese products. Japan had no choice but to give China some benefits. As for how this rumor started, no one cares. Feng Yu thought that without internet, and only let the dealers spread some rumors, the effect will not be so serious. Of course, this incident had become so severe was because many old Chinese soldiers who had fought against the Japanese were still alive. Those dealers were also smart. They printed a banner stating AIWA Walkman, a company owned by Chinese. This banner, coupled with the anti-Japanese sentiments, created a significant increase in AIWA Walkman sales. It was only a matter of time for AIWA to monopolize China's market. This was the Chinese way of retaliating against the Japanese electronics industry. At the same time, some Chinese businesses start to roll out the Made in China campaign. They wanted to make use of the patriotic feelings to increase their brand awareness and sales. Among these businesses were many counterfeit products. They wanted to make use of this opportunity to make some money. If they were caught, they would be jailed. But those that were not caught made a lot of money. There were even some smart people that bought those Sony Walkman at low prices and replaced the logo with stickers and resold those Walkman. Sony could only accept their fates. There was nothing they could do. If they want to ship back their products from China, the transportation cost will be high. Sony's Walkman was selling all over the world. Those Walkman sold in China were all older models. And even if those Walkman were sent to other countries, no one would buy them too. Why not sell it at low prices in China and try to minimize their losses? Norio Oga called up Hitaro Nakajima. He wanted to make up with AIWA and to form an alliance again. He needed AIWA's help to improve Sony's image in China. But Hitaro Nakajima rejected him flatly. When I pleaded with you when you want to stop the alliance, did you listen? Furthermore, AIWA's controlling shareholder, Feng Yu, had said to treat Sony as their main competitor, and AIWA will never work with Sony. Feng Yu saw that Sony started to lower the prices of their products, and he knew that Sony had lost. Humph. This is China. This is my home ground. There is no way for you, Sony, to win in my home ground. Sony was crying, and Feng Yu was in a great mood. Time flies, and soon Feng Yu was packing his luggage and preparing to move to Beijing. His university was starting. During this break, the district had set off firecrackers several times. It was the celebration by the families whose children had gotten into universities. The families wanted to announce to the whole district that their children were leaving for their universities, and they will be officials in the future. As the chief of the district, Wen Deguang's son did not disgrace him. His son had entered Beijing Technological University and admitted without the need for an entrance exam. He was one of the few like Feng Yu and the top student, Lu Kuan, who was admitted to a prestigious university. Lu Kuan was a top student, and he does not need any help for his admittance to the university. With his results, he got a place in Huaqing University. The number 2 top student, who had scored 3 points lesser than him, had also entered the same university as his classmate. The third high school's principal was feeling great. This year, there were more students admitted to universities, and the Soviet Union summer camp will be a permanent event for the school. In the future, more students will be getting places in the universities. This was the reason why he had given Feng Yu and his friends the title of honorable students. During the break, Feng Yu was busy. When Dongjun, Li Na, and the rest were enjoying their holidays. They had traveled back to their hometown or visited their relatives. Their parents were proud of them and wanted to show all their relatives and friends how capable their children were. Flaunting their children's capabilities must be done to people they know to feel good. This was a momentous occasion for the district. The district even rented buses to send the students and their families to Bing City. Some of the students had gotten into the universities in Bing City. The students that get into the universities in other places also got to catch trains from Bing City's railway station. In this era, although the kids were more independent than those in the future years, the parents still traveled to Bing City to send their children off. They view university education as more important compared to the parents of the coming years. At the same time, they also want to take the opportunity to visit the city. This was also because the residents of the district were more prosperous now. When Dongjuan's mother, Li Na's father, Lu Kuan's parents were all there. The only person that was traveling to Bing City alone was Feng Yu. Feng Xingtai said that nothing was interesting in Beijing and it was very crowded. Even if he has the time, he would want to go to places that were less crowded. He had already visited Beijing last year for the Asian Games and had visited all the tourist attractions there. This time, he will not go there with his son. He still needs to oversee the expansion of his factory. It was also not the first time his son had traveled to Beijing. Feng Yu was a grown-up and can go by himself. He still has so many friends traveling with him. Feng Yu had bought a piece of land on the outskirts of Shenyang City to build a Tianpeng farm and Taihua food processing branch factory. The factory's construction was fast, but Feng Xingtai wanted to oversee the installation of the machinery personally. Feng Yu wanted to ask his father if he knows about those machines. Never mind. Since his father likes it, then let him be. His father can also bring his mother out to Shenyang for a holiday too. Shenyang was a good place for a holiday. There were a few attractions and can cultivate his parents' love for traveling. Dongjun, these are the tickets for you and Andy. Lu Kuan, these tickets are for you and your parents. At Bing City, someone was passing them a stack of train tickets. That person was the railway station manager. Xiaoyu, your family is so capable. You even know the railway station manager. These tickets come with sleeping accommodation. Lu Kuan's father said. The railway station manager is my brother-in-law's classmate. We will arrive in Beijing tomorrow morning. The return tickets are also ready. Once we reach Beijing, the railway station will issue the return tickets. The railway manager was not his brother-in-law's classmate. It was also because Taihua Trading had many business dealings with the railway station, and Feng Yu was able to get these tickets. There were over a dozen students accompanied by family members. All of them passed through an express lane and got to board the train earlier. Everyone was surprised that they do not need to queue. This was great. The Feng family have lots of connections. There was only one person in the group that was not happy. He felt that Feng Yu was treating his daughter better than the others. He even helped his daughter carry her luggage. This kid was interested in my daughter? Oldly was thinking in his heart. If his daughter had not admitted into the university, then she would be at the suitable age for dating. But now, his daughter will be studying in a university. In the future, his daughter will need to support the family. What if she got into a relationship and neglected her studies? This Feng family might be wealthy, but still, this kid might not be good enough for my daughter. The farm department chief's son would be a better match for my daughter. I must remind my daughter later. If Feng Yu knew what Li Na's father was thinking, he would be vomiting blood. As a billionaire, I can't even be compared to the son of a farm department chief. Can the farm department chief also be comparable to me? There are a few thousand workers at my factory, and after the new factories are set up, there will be tens of thousands of workers working for me. What are you thinking? Feng Yu's arrangement was excellent. Everyone was in the same carriage. After loading all the luggage, Feng Yu sat on the lower bunk bed to rest. Damn, it's only going to a university in Beijing. Was there a need to pack so much luggage? All the luggage was heavy, and there were even students who had brought their basin along. Fine. In the era, everybody wants to save money. After a while, the other passengers started to board the train. From the windows, Feng Yu could see the crowd rushing to the train. Most of them were students returning to their schools. When the group saw the crowd, they were glad that they get to board the train earlier. Feng Yu looked at Dongjun. When Dongjun does not look happy, what's wrong? You are unhappy to study in Beijing. When Dongjun replied with a sour expression, what are you talking about? It is because it is too crowded. Huh, what does the crowd get to do with you? You are worried about Zhang Han. It shouldn't be. Zhang Han will be flying to Beijing. We still have not taken our dinner. With such a big crowd on the train, will they still send dinner? When Dongjun said, Feng Yu stared at him. Damn, that sorrow expression was because of this. FCK, all you think was food. You had just eaten something at 3 p.m., and now you are still thinking about food? Feng Yu really wanted to shout to Wen Dongjun's mother. Auntie, please look after Dongjun carefully. He is trying to eat the bed sheets. I had brought some sausages and bread with me. You will not be hungry. Furthermore, the meal carriage is just beside our carriage. They will surely send our dinner. Come, I had brought playing cards. Let's look for people to play. When Dongjun heard about playing cards, his facial expression changed. He excitedly said, Come, let's play with Lu Kuan. We will team up and win this provincial top student. At Beijing, there was someone who came to pass Feng Yu the return tickets. Feng Yu distributed the tickets to the family members of the students, and the students left for their respective universities. Xiaofeng, you should go and report to your university. Li Na's father said, Uncle Li, I am not in a hurry. You have lots of luggage, and I only have a suitcase. Why not I send you all to Li Na's university first? Feng Yu said, and helped Li Na carried her luggage to the bus that was going to Beijing Teaching University. The universities in Beijing were much better. In that era, the universities had arranged for transportation to pick up their students from the railway station. Even though the buses were old, but it was a convenience to the students. Li Na's father grabbed the suitcase from Feng Yu. Xiaofeng, we do not need your help. Look, someone is carrying the sign for Beijing University. You better go and report. Leave this luggage to us. We are able to cope. Feng Yu raised his head, and his eyes met with Li Na's father. Her father had a threatening look in his eyes. Damn, you are worried that your daughter would run away with me? Fine. Although I wished for this to happen, it was still too early. Old Li must have noticed something. Didn't I hide my intentions well? But it doesn't matter. Anyway, he would know about our relationship sooner or later. This was an opportunity to let her father know about us. No matter what, I must send Li Na to her school. Li Na suddenly said, Dad, my arms are aching. Let Feng Yu help us since he does not have a lot of luggage. You alone also cannot carry so much stuff. Feng Yu immediately put on a smiling face. That's right. Uncle Li, it will be too tiring for you to carry everything by yourself. Let me help. Hi, Senior. We are from Beijing Teaching University. Is this the bus? Beijing Teaching University? Hurry up this bus. The seats are filling up. This bus will send you to the university and still need to come back for a second trip. Beijing is too big. If there are no buses to fetch the students, many new students would be lost. After boarding the bus, Feng Yu wanted to sit beside Li Na, but Li Na's father pushed him aside. He kept staring at Feng Yu. He was taking precaution against Feng Yu. Never mind. We can still look at each other even when we are not sitting together. Are you all from Bing City? I am from 6th High School. I am in the English faculty. A girl turned around and smiled at Li Na. I am from 3rd High School. I am also in the English faculty. We will be classmates in the future. Maybe we will even be assigned to the same dormitory. Lina smiled. If there was someone from the same city studying together, they could take care of each other. Is that your brother? That girl pointed to Feng Yu. Lina stole a glance at her father and said, No, he is my high school classmate. He will be going to Beijing University. He is just helping me with my luggage. Your classmate? The girl thought for a while. She knew that it was not so simple. Which classmate would be so kind as to help with the luggage when they were from a different university? But that guy's result must be good to enter Beijing University. Humph. Nah, the bus is starting. Sit properly, Lina's father said with a frown. You introduced Feng Yu to your classmate, but you did not introduce me? The bus was not traveling fast. Although the road conditions were not as good as the future years, there were not so many vehicles on the road. There were still many people riding bicycles. 1 hour later, the bus stopped at the university compound. The students from the student committee brought the freshmen to register and then to their respective dormitory before coming back to take their luggage. Lina's father saw Feng Yu carrying the luggage and laughed coldly. Xiao Feng, carry these 2 cases up too. My knees are aching. Didn't you want to help? Then I shall let you help. Huh? Then uncle should rest and look after all these things. I will need to make a few trips to bring everything up. Feng Yu slowly climbed up the stairs with the 2 suitcases to Lina's dormitory. He then came down again to carry the rest of the luggage. The universities at this time had provided the students with a lot of things. There were bed sheets, blankets, face basin, towels, toothbrushes, etc. Everything was free. After making a few trips, Feng Yu was covered in sweat. When Lina was about to pass Feng Yu a towel to wipe his sweat, her father appeared and took the towel from her. Her father wiped the sweat on his forehead. Feng Yu embarrassedly retracted his hands and laughed. Let me help you unpack. Lina's father stopped Feng Yu again. Xiao Feng, thanks for your help today. We can unpack ourselves. The bus is leaving for the railway station. You should get going. Damn, you are chasing me off? I had been carrying all the luggage, and I am still dripping with sweat. Can't you even let me rest here a while? This future father-in-law was too difficult to handle. Fine. Anyway, I had already won your daughter's heart. She will be mine eventually. Uncle Lee, that bus will only be leaving for the railway station 2 hours later. If I go out and wait now, then I have to stand under the sun for 2 hours. Lina's father hesitated. It would be quite mean of me to do that to him. Okay, fine. I will be around anyway. He also can't do anything for Lina. Feng Yu hurriedly helped Lina unpack her luggage. Lina unpacked her clothes and kept all her cases under her bed. The dormitory was for 8 people. It was all bunk beds. There was an old desk, and on top was an old flask. There was not even a metal cabinet. The conditions were terrible. In the future, all the universities had only the upper bunk beds. Below the beds were the cabinets, desk, and bookshelves. Some dormitories even have toilets and bathrooms attached. Later I must buy 2 boxes for Lina. It will be easier for her to keep her things. Does the university allow me to renovate the dormitory? At least there must be some bookshelves and a ladder to climb up the upper bunk. Railings should also be installed on the side of the top bunk beds to prevent the person sleeping there from falling down. This blanket was not thick enough. The mattress must also be changed. Lina also needs a mosquito net. At night, there should be lots of mosquitoes. The hot water flask was also not enough. Later I have to get at least 8 to 10 hot water flasks. She is my girlfriend, and I must take good care of her. If I have time, I must also treat her classmates for dinner. This way, Lina will not be bullied by them. Lina's father saw Feng Yu looking at his daughter's bed, and he was furious. What was this kid thinking? He wants to climb into my daughter's bed? I must give him a warning. Nana, you still remember what that student, who sent us here, said? The electrical supply to the dormitory is limited. At night, you should sleep after lights out and cannot use candles in case of fire. Also, keep your money safe. There are incidents where outsiders sneak in and steal money. Most importantly, don't mix with people who make use of the reason that you and he are from the same city. After saying this, Lina's father stared at Feng Yu. Feng Yu? Damn, what's the meaning of this? You are reminding Lina to take precautions against burglars, fire, and me. In the end, Feng Yu left grumpily. Before he left, he pointed to his pager on his waist. Feng Yu had already bought Beijing pager before he came here. It was the one with Chinese characters. The pager charges were too high. Feng Yu did not board the bus back to the railway station. He just flagged a taxi. Beijing University. Thank you. The driver did not drive off. Beijing University was not far from Beijing Teaching University, but it was still over 10 kilometers away. The fare will not be cheap. How can a student afford? There were also a lot of poor students at Beijing University too. Feng Yu took out two 10 RMB notes. Keep the change. The taxi driver immediately drove off. It was his lucky day to meet a wealthy student. The diver had to drive more than 10 hours to earn this much. He wondered about the upbringing of this kid. Didn't his parents tell him to not be a spendthrift? Sir, is there any apartments for sale near Beijing University and Beijing Teaching University? When Feng Yu saw the state of Beijing Teaching University dormitory, he could have guessed how his dorm at Beijing University would be like. It must be old, and the windows might even be made of wood. After Feng Yu started university, he wants to brainwash Li Na to achieve his desire to wash Li Na. It would be too challenging to bring Li Na to a hotel for their first time. If he has a house here, then it will be much easier. Next year, it will be too late for Li Na's father to oppose their relationship. Classes in university were more relaxed than high school. Beijing University now was also not as big as the future years. Feng Yu could just get a motorcycle, and he will not be late. The driver nearly slammed the brakes. What? This kid still wants to buy an apartment? Did these outsiders think that Beijing apartments cost as cheap as their countryside? Furthermore, the sales of private apartments had only started a few years ago. Who would want to sell their apartments to you? I'm not sure. You can ask other people. Feng Yu sighed. In the future, there will be housing agents everywhere. Where did all the housing agents go to now? Without housing agents, how would he buy an apartment? His Beijing dealer was also not reliable. All the houses and apartments he recommended to Feng Yu was too far from his schools. At Beijing University, Feng Yu carried his suitcase up the stairs to his dormitory slowly. He had used all his strength when he helped Li Na with her luggage. Luckily, he does not have lots of luggage. If he needs anything, he can just buy it. There were still a few stalls selling daily necessities outside the school. Hi everybody, I am Feng Yu. I am in the management faculty. I am from Bing City. You are finally here. All of us will be in the same class. We are all waiting for you. He is also from Bing City. You did not take the bus from the railway station. Someone in his early 20s said, and he pointed to a shy-looking classmate. You are also from Bing City? Then you must be Wang Lei of 6th High School. I am from 3rd High School. There were only a few students from Bing City that entered Beijing University, and there was only one student that was on the same faculty with Feng Yu. Feng Yu had found out before coming to Beijing. He wanted to recruit this student to work for his company in the future. Wang Lei stood up and stretched out his hand. Hi, I know you. You are the one that was exempted from the entry exams. You are the same as our roommate Li Yong. Feng Yu's exemption of the entry exams had spread throughout Bing City. Almost all the schools in Bing City had used Feng Yu to encourage their students. All of Feng Yu's roommates introduced themselves and their age. That person in his early 20s stood up and said, I am the oldest in our dormitory, and I am also from Beijing. In the future, if any of you have any problems, you can come to me. I will help you. Feng Yu looked at this big brother. He was a few years older than the rest of them, and he should have failed the entrance exams several years. But this person was able to lead. He had some leadership skills, maybe because he was also from Beijing. Since you said that you can help if we have any problems, then I shall see if you can help me. Tianlei, are you familiar with the places around our school? Do you know if there are any apartments for sales nearby? Tian Lei had a shocked expression. You want to buy an apartment? Why are you buying an apartment for? The rules in our dormitory are stringent. If any students did not return to the dormitory at night, they would be punished. This Feng Yu was not that old, and from his dressing, Tian Lei knew that Feng Yu's family must be wealthy. The pager that was clipped on his waist was the latest model. But Tian Lei did not expect that this Feng Yu's family to be so wealthy to even want to buy an apartment for Feng Yu in Beijing. What if Feng Yu was posted back to his city and he can't sell off his apartment in Beijing? Of course, it is for me to stay. I have more things, and I am also lazy. I am not used to tidying my things. This dormitory will not be able for me to keep all my things. Don't worry. I will only go back to the apartment on weekends. I will still be staying here on weekdays. Feng Yu still needs to take care of his businesses. With an apartment, he can use it as his office. Also, he can also bring Li Na over. This was his real reason. I know on the West Gate there are 2 newly built apartment buildings. But I am not sure if those apartments are for sales. I will help you ask. The military training camp will only start the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow I will help you ask around and give you an answer tomorrow evening. Huh. He was so confident that he could get an answer tomorrow evening? That means this Tianlei's family really have some connections in Beijing. Thank you. By the way, what activities had all of you planned? We will all be classmates for the next 4 years. So, we decided to eat out and have some drinks together. We can also get to know each other better. Feng Yu nodded. Fine. Since I made all of you waited for so long, it will be my treat tonight. Feng Yu knew the importance of having good relationships with classmates. The faster way was to use his money to build up their friendship. All the roommates were happy when they heard Feng Yu was going to treat them. All of them were still students, and their families were not very rich either. All of them could tell that this Feng Yu's family must be very wealthy. Only Tianlei was not that happy. He was the oldest there, and he wanted to be the leader of the dormitory. He was the one who suggested dinner together. He also wanted his roommates to support him to be the class monitor or at least be the vice monitor. But Feng Yu said he would be treating all of them, and if Feng Yu wanted to be the monitor, the rest of the roommates would surely support him. Feng Yu could tell what Tianlei was thinking, and he smiled. Tianlei is the oldest among us, and he is also from Beijing. I think he is the best person to be our dormitory leader. Oh, Tianlei, do you want to be part of the class committee? What position do you want to be? Tell us. We will all vote for you. Tianlei was overjoyed. Feng Yu does not have the intention to be on the class committee? That's right. Feng Yu's family is so wealthy, and he does not need a title in the class committee. Thank you for your support. If I can become the class monitor, I promise to put in my best efforts in helping any of you if you encounter any problems in Beijing. Tianlei expressed that he wanted to be the class monitor. Fine. Let's go. We can talk during dinner. If we go there later, it might be too crowded. Everybody wanted to be on the class committee except for Feng Yu. Feng Yu also do not want to take part in other after-school activities. It was because he does not have the time. I am here to learn management and also look for managerial talents to recruit. At the same time, I am here to fulfill my parents' dreams. All of you are here to get better job opportunities. All of you can try to get the title of being in the class committee. Our goals in life are not the same. When school starts, the first activity was the military training. For people like Wen Dongjun with lots of energy, it was nothing. They might even enjoy it. But for Feng Yu, it was useless. If this activity can help the students know each other better, Feng Yu would prefer to treat his classmates to a few dinners, which will be more effective. Even playing team sports like football or basketball was much better than this boring military training. Feng Yu needs to use his usual tricks to skip this training. Teacher, I have Achilles tendonitis. I cannot take part in the training. Feng Yu handed a fake excuse chit and a false medical report to the teacher. He had spent 100 renminbi for this. Even when this was not Bing City, it was still easy to buy fake excuse chits and medical reports. The teacher looked at Feng Yu from top to toe. Achilles tendonitis? Why are you still playing football last night? Can you play football with Achilles tendonitis? I think you had taken the wrong report from the hospital. The teacher's tone was evident that he knew Feng Yu was faking his illness. What he really meant was, keep your fake medical report. Don't make me expose you. Damn, I should not have played football last night. The military training will last a month, and Feng Yu really does not want to take part in it. He had better use for his time. He still needs to look after his business. It was peacetime now, and before he came to this life, China was not involved in any wars. What's the use for this military training? Even if a war really breaks out in the future, there are so many soldiers in China. He would also not get his chance to participate in the war. The wars in the future do not need soldiers too. It will all be using high-tech weaponry. Wars will be using money. Furthermore, this military will affect the students' growth. Feng Yu still wanted to grow taller. Teacher, I heard that our school's stadium is old. My family has some money. Why not let me renovate the stadium for the school? If the medical report does not work, then I will use the money. The teacher stared at this student. Was he trying to fool him? Renovating a stadium will cost more than a few thousands RMB. It requires at least a few 100,000. It might even cost up to a few million. Even if your family is rich, will your parents agree to take out so much for the school? As a teacher, he had met many students who tried to skip military training over the years. Feng Yu was not the first one. All the excuses used by the students were similar. He did not saw Feng Yu playing football yesterday, but he had used this trick to expose countless students. You want to help the school to renovate the stadium? Fine. Then I will represent the school and thank you. Our university had wanted to renovate the stadium last year, but we do not have the money. 1 million renminbi should be enough. The teacher sneered. Kid, I want to see how you will react when you hear 1 million renminbi. You think that you are exempted from the entry exams, and you are somebody? I was also exempted in the past, and I even got a scholarship for my PhD. No problem. Teacher, I will need to prepare the money. I am afraid that I will not be able to attend the training these few days. Feng Yu readily agree. After all, he will be at this university for the next few years. He could also use the newly renovated stadium. With a better stadium, he could also play football. In another 2 years, he can renovate the gymnasium too. But he must get the naming rights. How can he not let others remember that he was the one that donated to the school? This way, graduates from Beijing University will remember Tai Hua trading, and it will be easier for him to recruit those graduates. You really think you are somebody? No problem. Do you even know how 1 million renminbi looks like? You know how much a professor's research fund was for a year? As a student of Beijing University, you must remember the school's motto and must be honest. You should not tell lies. The teacher reprimanded Feng Yu. This student was too much. If the teacher had not seen his results and knew that he was food at English and Russian and had also scored the highest marks for his interview, he would have punished him severely. In the future, if Feng Yu was posted to some government agencies and carried on telling lies, China's future will be gone. Teacher, as a student of Beijing University, I know about these. I can really afford 1 million renminbi. Teacher, please listen to me. Those wind and rain electric fans in your offices were bought 2 years ago. The production for those fans was stopped after the bladeless fans were launched last year. My family owns this wind and rain brand. Feng Yu pointed to himself. Wind and rain brand belongs to your family. The teacher was shocked. Could this be real? Wind and rain brand was China's most famous home appliances brand. The humidifiers, electric fans were selling well and were even exported to overseas. If Feng Yu was telling the truth, then he could really afford 1 million renminbi. Teacher, technology is also mentioned in our school's teaching. My family's products are all using advanced technologies. Oh, I think I still want to donate some research funds to our school's bioengineering department. This way, the professors will have more funds to do their researches. We can talk about the details later. The teacher's jaw dropped. This Feng Yu still wanted to fund the school's professors' researches? How did our faculty recruit this student? This student should not care about his studies and job posting. How should he manage this student? But this was also considered a great achievement for him. If he can really get Feng Yu to donate to the school, he should be able to get his promotion. I need to speak to the university's leaders first. I cannot make any decision. Tomorrow morning, I will bring you to meet our school's leaders. We can talk about the military training after the meeting. The next day, when all the other students were in the military training, Feng Yu went to the university office with the teacher. Feng Yu explained to the university's leaders about his intentions to donate to the school. But this time, Feng Yu's conditions were not so simple. He wanted the naming rights of the stadium. He also promised that he will donate to some projects every year and the university will have to give him the naming rights in return. This was the same as Sir Shah when he donated to the schools in China. The only difference was that the local government and schools will also need to come up with part of the construction fees. Feng Yu will be paying for everything, and the university will not need to spend a single cent. As for the research funds for the professors, it can only be decided after Feng Yu met the professors and understand their research. Feng Yu will only fund the research he was interested in, and it was not a donation to the school. Also, the results of the study would be jointly owned by Feng Yu and the university. Feng Yu also have the option to buy over the research. Feng Yu was excited when he thought about having a group of professors researching medicine for him in the future. He can get back a few hundred times of his investments now in the future. This was a great opportunity. Feng Yu was also able to benefit from his donations and investment now. The university accepted his excuse chit and medical report. He does not need to attend the military training. He only needs to attend the last day of the training. The teacher patted Feng Yu's back as they walked out of the office. He kept praising him. China's future should be handed to young men like Feng Yu. Professor Sun looked at the student in front of him. He had met students who had started their own businesses and students in their 30s in this university before. But this was the first time he met a student like Feng Yu. A student around the age of 18 and owns a successful business. This was also the first time he hears that a student will be funding the professor's researches. If it were not the vice principal telling him about this, he would have thought that this was a joke. Professor Sun, are you doing bioengineering research? Feng Yu looked at the dazed professor. Xiao Feng. No, Feng Yu. Sorry, Mr. Feng. Professor Sun does not know how to address Feng Yu. As a student of Beijing University, he should address Feng Yu as Xiao Feng or Student Feng. But Feng Yu's status was different today. He will be the one that will be providing his research funds. It was still awkward for Professor Sun to address Feng Yu as Mr. Feng. Professor Sun, you can address me as Xiao Feng or Feng Yu. Feng Yu could tell that Professor Sun was feeling awkward, but Feng Yu does not mind at all. He had met professors and even high-ranking officials from the provincial government. All of them had addressed him as Mr. Feng or Manager Feng. Then I will address you as Xiao Feng. We are from the biology department. Our university does not have a bioengineering department. It was Feng Yu's turn to be embarrassed. He had heard about bioengineering in his previous life, but he did not know that Beijing University does not have this department. The university's leaders had not mentioned this to him at their meeting yesterday. But biology should be about this same as bioengineering. Biology research should also include the medicines he wanted. Professor Sun, does biology includes biochemistry? Feng Yu asked. Of course. Biochemistry is a subject in which all our students have to take. Biology includes a lot of things. Professor Sun starts to introduce his expertise. Feng Yu listened attentively. This Professor Sun was indeed the person he was looking for. Feng Yu listened to Professor Sun for about half an hour, and he interrupted him. Professor Sun had talked about plants, humans, etc. Feng Yu does not understand what he was talking about. Professor Sun, can you turn your expertise into products? A product that can benefit mankind. For example, some calcium, iron, zinc, selenium, etc. tablets which can be absorbed faster by our bodies. Or some vitamins, amino acids pills that can relieve our tiredness. Or maybe some tablets that can help us sleep better, grow taller, or slim down faster. Are you able to do that? Feng Yu did not mention that he wanted to make money with these medicines. He only talks about benefiting mankind. This was something noble, and Professor Sun was smiling. I did some researches on the things you mentioned. Other professors in our department wanted to research the things you mentioned. However, we do not have enough funds. Professor Sun looked at Feng Yu in his eyes. Feng Yu, damn. Who says that the professors in this era were righteous and noble? This professor only wants money. But this was also a good thing. Then I will provide the funding. But who will own the results of the research? Feng Yu smiled and asked. The research results? Of course, the school will own it. Professor Sun said. You want your name on the research papers? Then you must transfer to my faculty. But you need to be a research student first. Humph. Who the hell wants to be part of the research? I am funding the researches, and even though the study will be conducted by you all, and the school will be providing the laboratories and equipment, how can the university own the research results? I should get a share of it. If it wasn't for the difficulties in setting up a research laboratory now, I will also not work with you. I would set up my own research laboratory. Professor Sun, I think I did not make things clear to you. I am not giving away my money for nothing. I am funding the researches because I want the results of the studies. To the university, this research result will only be an achievement or some honor. But for me, I can turn these research results into products. Don't you want the fruits of your labor to be introduced to the market and benefit everyone? Let everyone praise you? Benefit everyone and let everybody praise. Professor Sun became excited, and his face turned red. He had thought about this before. He also wanted to get a Nobel Prize. But if he can't get a Nobel Prize, it would also be good to hear praises from the people. But he could not make this decision to hand over the result of his research to Feng Yu. All this while, the university owns all their researches. He had never heard of someone owning their research results. But in the past, no one had ever funded their researches before. Feng Yu saw that Professor Sun was tempted, and he continued. Professor Sun, think about this. If you give me the result of your researches, I can manufacture it and sell it to the rest of the world. I can use the profits to continue funding you and your fellow professors' researches. We can even earn money from the Western countries. This will be a great achievement. Of course, as the person leading this research, you should also get some rewards. This would motivate more professors and scientists in your field to conduct more researches and let more people become interested in biology. We can let this subject be known all over China and let more people research on the wonders of biology. Feng Yu was getting more and more exaggerated, but Professor Sun likes what he said. This was a dream for him. But can those things you mentioned really make money? Will there really be people that want to buy calcium tablets, vitamins, growth enhancement pills, slimming pills, etc.? Of course. Our country's economy is growing at an amazing speed. Do you have grandchildren? Do you want your grandchildren to grow taller? Also, you're looking tired. Do you get tired easily? If there are energy drinks that can relieve your fatigue or prevent you from getting sleepy, will you take it? Even if no one in China wants to take it, there will be someone in this world that will need it. It can definitely make money. Feng Yu was also not greedy. If only one of the things he mentioned were developed successfully, he would make at least a few $100 million of profits. If 2 or more researches were successful, the profits would be higher. There are also some things that were already discovered, but no one knows how to use it. For example, L-carnitine. In the future years, almost every slimming pills have L-carnitine components in it. But now, it was only used as a form of health supplement and was used primarily in the milk powder for babies. Even if these professors were not successful with their researches, had only found out the other uses of L-carnitine, and Feng Yu would be happy to give them a few million RMB. Let me consider about this. I also need to discuss with the others. I will give you an answer in 2 days' time. Actually, Professor Sun had already made up his mind. But the things Feng Yu mentioned could not be done by him alone. His expertise was in vitamins. Also, he needs to talk to the university's leaders. He does not have the authority to make such decisions. Looking at Professor Sun's expression, Feng Yu knew that this was a done deal. Feng Yu sighed as he hangs up the phone. It was really the same as his previous life. This August, there was indeed a coup in the Soviet Union. Some hardliners had kidnapped Soviet Union's president Mr. Mikhail Gorbachev during his vacation. These hardliners had wanted to use this coup to make Yeltsin take on the role of president of the Soviet Union. However, Yeltsin refused. It was easier to manage Russia than to lead so many allied countries. Those hardliners also wanted to take Yeltsin into custody and even assassinate him. But they found out that Yeltsin had already taken full control of Russia. Thus, they could not achieve their plans. At the same time, the army and KGB also stopped supporting those crazy coup leaders. They openly declared their support for Yeltsin. In the end, after some negotiations, Mikhail Gorbachev was released. Yeltsin also took the opportunity to declare that the Communist Party in the Soviet Union was a radical party and chased them out of Russia. He also made Mikhail Gorbachev sign a document which recognized him as the president of Russia. Mikhail Gorbachev stepped down as the president of the Soviet Union and announced the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus immediately entered the United Nations. Russia had the strongest military power and had the support of the KGB, had the advantage in taking over all the Soviet Union overseas assets. Mikhail Gorbachev was still hoping for Yeltsin to continue his Soviet Union economic reforms. Although Yeltsin agreed, he had other plans. He started the Commonwealth of Independent States. This alliance does not require all the Soviet Union allied countries to be in. As long as Ukraine and Belarus acknowledge this alliance will do. Without these 3 countries, the other allied nations were nothing. Those countries do not have enough military powers or were economically sound. Before the signing of this treaty, Kirilenko must quickly export that equipment to Feng Yu. After the coup happened in August and the resignation of Mikhail Gorbachev, it was difficult to ship these equipment. But Kirilenko was smart. He told those factories' directors that the Soviet Union was finished. They need to think for themselves and their families. Even if the economy collapsed in the future, they would still have some money. They could also push these sales of equipment to those ex-Soviet Union politicians. They will not be blamed for selling their factories' equipment. Just like this, the machines bought by Kirilenko was much cheaper than he expected. Of course, his rebate to the directors was higher. Although the political situation in the Soviet Union was in a mess, his cost was still the same. Kirilenko had wanted to slowly ship those machines to China. If he delivers so many machines at once, he could be found out. Furthermore, Feng Yu also does not have enough place or manpower to store and assemble those machines. But Feng Yu kept chasing him. Feng Yu was afraid that after the United Nations recognized Russia's independence, Kirilenko might not have the chance to export out those machines. Feng Yu had already spoken to factories and governments in many places. Fu Guangjing made use of his identity of Hong Kong businessman to negotiate with these governments. At this time, the status of Hong Kong businessman was higher than the Americans. It was like this until the handing over of Hong Kong. China government was afraid of any issues arising before the handing over. If Kirilenko could not deliver those machines, then Feng Yu's investment in the machinery company will have problems. It will delay his plans and offend Bing City's government and Master Lu. Feng Yu would also need to pay huge compensations. With Feng Yu chasing Kirilenko, Kirilenko was under lots of pressure. He used his father's connection and used all means to send all the machinery to Bing City. Kirilenko does not care whether if Bing City had the place to store those machines. He will get paid once those machines reach Bing City. It was Feng Yu's problem to look for a place to store those machines. Today, the last batch of machines will be delivered to Bing City. Feng Yu was notified that the machines had crossed the borders through a phone call. He was finally relieved. There will be no problems with his investment in the machinery company. But there was another problem for him now. There were too many machines, and there was no place to store them. Feng Yu had already sent a batch of machinery to Dongguan and Jinling, but there were still a lot of machines left in Bing City. Li Mingde came to Feng Yu and asked him for a solution to this problem. If these machines were to be left in Bing City, the machinery company's warehouses would be insufficient. The machinery company had already rented all the available warehouses in Bing City. It was still not enough. The last batch of machines will be arriving soon. Should they send the equipment to the branch factories' provinces straight? But the construction for those factories was not completed yet. There were even some regions in which the negotiations with the local government were not completed. The factory's venue was still an empty plot of land. Even if the machines were sent there, they also need to look for a place to store them. The local governments might use this opportunity to create problems for them. Li Mingde felt that Feng Yu was too eager. There was no need for him to send those machines over so early. He should have waited for the factory's construction to complete. There might also be problems with the machines if those machines were left idling for too long. Feng Yu also wanted to wait for the construction to be completed before sending the machines over. But time does not permit this to happen. These machines were cheap. If he purchases these machines after the constructions were completed, it might cost him at least double. By that time, the Soviet Union will be disintegrated, and all those countries will be restricting the exports of these machines. Kirilenko might not even get to purchase these machines for him. Feng Yu also need to get these machines to show Bing City's government and Master Lu that he could set up multiple factories at the same time. Since all the machines had already arrived, Feng Yu called Fu Guangjing to ask if his negotiations with the local governments will be affected if he sends those machines to the respective regions first. Even though the land parcel was already settled, but it does not mean that they had the permission to set up their branch factories. This was an investment of over 100 million renminbi. The local government will also want to earn some money. There were still many details that still need to be negotiated. Fu Guangjing had a headache when he heard this. If the equipment were sent to the region first, then the local government will know that they must set up the factory there. They will make use of this to charge the machinery company higher, and the negotiations will not go smoothly for Fu Guangjing. However, this was the only solution. Maybe with the equipment stored there, the local government will expedite the negotiations. Even though the machinery company might need to pay a higher price, their risk will be lower. Feng Yu agreed. He told Fu Guangjing just pay more and get all the negotiations settled as soon as possible. After all, Fu Guangjing's Hong Kong businessman had already helped the machinery company save a lot. If it were Feng Yu or Li Mingde, they would not perform better than him. Once Fu Guangjing also completed his negotiations with the respective local government, the machines will be sent from Bing City to that region immediately. Some not-so-essential equipment might be damaged in the process, but Feng Yu was not worried. He could still purchase those machines from overseas. He was only concerned with the core machines. Even if those not-so-essential machines rusted, Feng Yu could still sell it as scrap metals. All Feng Yu wanted now was for the factories to complete their construction as soon as possible. The machinery company's branch factories were under construction, and Feng Yu's funding of Beijing University Biology Department's professors' researches was also settled. The university had concluded that the research's results will be owned by the university, and the professors will be named as the researchers. Feng Yu would be allowed to use the research results for free. He could also pay to have the exclusive use of these results. Of course, The university will also have the right to use it too. Feng Yu was satisfied. Free usage of the results was a great deal. If there were any competitors, Feng Yu would be able to spend some money and get the exclusive use of the researches. This would kill off any competitors, and Feng Yu would be the one getting all the profits. The professors also felt that this was the best for them. Feng Yu had promised to sponsor all their research funds, and even promised them bonuses once their researches were turned into products. The university also had something to gain. They could let their professors continue with their researches without spending a single cent. Even if their researches failed, the university would only lose some time. But if the professors succeeded, then the university will get the fame. Feng Yu had only invested 1 million renminbi in each professor. But those professors were overjoyed. The professors from other faculties were jealous of them. Even at Beijing University, these professors could only get about 20,000 renminbi research funds a year. Why this tycoon did not sponsor their researches? Their researches were also outstanding. It was also for the good of mankind. At first, there were still some professors who wanted to make use of the university's administrative orders to let them use these research funds. Can't the school even deal with a student? But this was rejected by the vice principal. Feng Yu had said that these research funds were given to the respective professors, and if someone else uses these research funds, it will be considered a breach of contract. Feng Yu will not fund any more researches. Feng Yu had agreed to donor school buildings to the university every year. That was more than a few hundred million. The university stopped those jealous professors from making a fuss, but they also secretly told them Feng Yu's class and dormitory. The professors can go and contact Feng Yu themselves to try and convince him to fund their researches. No matter what, the university will never issue any administrative orders which allow them to use the research funds. Feng Yu was looking at the other students doing the military training. He was exempted from the training. But Feng Yu was still not aware that he was only exempted from this year's training. There was another 2 weeks training during the year 1 student's break. That will be the real military training. Teacher, are you looking for me? Feng Yu was at his dormitory drinking tea when he saw a teacher walking in with 2 old men with white hair. Feng Yu, let me introduce you to these 2 professors. They are our university's computer science professors. They have some projects that need your funding. Beijing University also have computer research facilities? Feng Yu had thought that Beijing University was focused more on art subjects. Huaqing University was more renowned for their researches in computers. He never expects Beijing University to have this department too. The smile on Feng Yu's face disappeared after chatting with the professors for a while. Damn, these 2 old men were here to cheat money. Their research was in the right direction, but they had started too late. Even AIWA had these technologies, and you are just beginning to research on it now? The professors even promised that Feng Yu would get the authorization to use their research results. They will also be producing their own products based on their research results themselves. Shameless. Feng Yu suddenly remembered that there was a Zhengfang company in Beijing University. It was set up in 1986, and the company's general manager was the chief of the computer science research facility now. This company was owned by Beijing University, and this company's main purpose was to use their professors' researches to turn into products and sell them. Their most successful outcome now was the Chinese characters display technologies. These professors just wanted some donations from me. Feng Yu does not mind donating to these professors, but their researches were outdated and was readily available in the market. It was too late for them to start now. This was a waste of money. Your expertise was the software. Your researches should be in this direction. Why must you compete with Huaqing University and you still want me to fund you? These 2 professors thought that since Feng Yu had already funded some professors' researches, he would surely support them too. Funding researches must have a purpose also. Feng Yu must see the value in the study. The value does not only include monetary returns. Even favors will do. Feng Yu would not spend his money to let these 2 old men get fame. Please hold on. I think there is some misunderstanding. The both of you keep on talking about your conditions, but I had not agreed to fund your research yet. What? What did you say? You are not funding our research. How can you not fund our research? We are professors from the university research facility. We are letting you fund our research is giving you face. You will also get your name on the research papers. You still do not agree to support us? This was a great honor. The 2 professors were shocked. We are the professors here, and you are only a student. Why should I agree? The thing that you are researching on is already on the market. What's the value of researching something that is already in the market? I can just buy it on the market, and it will be much cheaper. If the both of you have better researches, we can discuss further. If not, please leave. I still have other things to do. Have the both of you wondered why the university had not agreed to fund your research? Feng Yu picked up his teacup, ignoring the professor's angry glare. These so-called experts, professors were only in name. If they really have the capability, they would be like that professor in his 30s who had come to see Feng Yu a few days ago. Even though he was a junior professor, but his research had interest Feng Yu, and Feng Yu was willing to fund him. Even if these two professors were holding high positions, Feng Yu would not fund them a single cent. Feng Yu's status at Beijing University was exceptional now. These two professors could not do anything to him, even if he offended them. That young professor was researching on materials. The uses for this new material was still unknown, and that's why he could not get funding from the university. This was the reason why he came to Feng Yu. That professor wanted to research on silicon and polyurethane. When Feng Yu heard about this, he already knew where he can use these materials on. There was a massive market for this material. The sex toy industry. Silicon can be used to make sex dolls, and polyurethane properties were similar to rubber, and it can be used to make condoms. The condoms now were still made from latex. A few days ago, Kamita Masao had called Feng Yu. Kamita Masao had reported that their sales had increased in the third quarter. Feng Yu had wanted to visit Japan within these few days. He wants to look at AIWA's development and at the same time, give some advice to the Sixth Senses company. Of course, he also wanted to avoid those professors. Although Feng Yu had not used Sixth Senses company products, he had seen many sex toys on the internet in his previous life. He can just use some of those ideas and make profits. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.